Hello, everybody, and welcome to the third SDL fundraiser tournament or fundraiser event. As we don't just have tournaments planned for today and tomorrow. Today we're starting with the good old game, starting with Steel Division. Tomorrow the newbie in the house is coming around with Wano, and yeah, we will start today with a 10v10 game. And first of all, big thanks already to the lovely people who already got us 1/3 of the way. Nearly got us to, like, I first set it up to to $500. I underestimated the community because we nearly already busted the $500 fundraiser goal before the event even started. Because there's some lovely people out there who already donated nearly $400. And big thanks to all of these people. I hope my alerts for live donations work out. We will have to check. And yeah, hello everyone. Hello Randolski. Hello Bandana. Hope you're all having a lovely day. But yeah, we will start with 10v10. I am on the Discord, so feel free to join me there in voice chat. And let's have a jolly good time as a community. First with a bit of casual fun, afterwards with a bit more serious fun, but still fun is the focus, whilst supporting a really good cause with Action Against Hunger. And yeah, I'm on the SD League Discord in the voice chat. And yeah, feel free to join me whilst we're searching ourselves an empty lobby. I hope you're all ready for some 10v10 action. And yeah, I hope you're all having a lovely evening. Or morning when you're in the US. Whilst we search ourselves a 10v10 lobby. Nope, we don't search for running games. Search for 10v10. Don't filter out empties. Ooh, there's destruction. Shall we play a destruction game, everyone? No, let's... Where's the tacticals? There's a tactical... Ooh, Gora Calvaria, my favorite maps. Let's do that, guys. Let's do a 10v10 tactical. On a lovely map, Gora Calvaria. Invite code is in the chat. If you want to join me in voice, as I said, I am on the Discord. And let's smash this goal together, guys. We have 2 days. So, yeah. I'm more than confident that we will be able to get this smashed. Hello there, Col.Koenig. Thanks for a subscription. Obviously, all the subscription money of today and tomorrow, I will also forward. What's this? And yeah, hello there. How are you doing? Whilst we're getting this together here. The lovely 10v10. Danbuster, who will also play in the tournament later. Okay, I need still to set up the bracket one. I already set up all the other commands. For example, AAH gets you to the fundraiser. Standing for Action Against Hunger. But the bracket one is the last one that hasn't been updated. Okay. Here we go. Ooh, nice. Nice. So, let's let the chat vote. Which side shall we play? What division shall we play? And here we go. Manage poll. What division? Any good suggestions in the chat, guys, for divisions? Both Axis and Allies.
Hallo, wer Gast ist dir?
Hello, Randolski. Ooh, damn, you're loud. Might have to. Hello, Bandana. Ooh, that's two lovely British people here. Nice.
What did you just call me?
British.
Not a fan of that.
Yeah. I wouldn't go as far. I didn't do the big mistake. I wouldn't dare to.
I'm glad that you realised. Reined it in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there, Danbuster. Reporting.
What other lovely... Oh yeah, 19th tank core. Task Force 45 is also a good one. Task Force Butler. Ooh, that's a good one. And then we need one more access vote. I already have 50-second Sicherungs in. Any other good suggestions, guys? Okay, let's go with Strachwitz. Ooh, that sounded like someone did something. Ooh, Richard Grieve did, I guess, donate to the charity event, right? I hope that works. Let's update this. Yeah, okay, it works. Nice. Much appreciated, Richard.
How about Karak 559?
Let's do the poll. Oh yeah, Koenig instead of Strachwitz, right? Ah, you can't write task force in a vote because TF somehow is forbidden. Let's go with Koenig. 3-minute vote.
Team Fortress.
Here we go. Here we go. Ooh, Incognito is back with the level 1 account.
I totally changed my name to Bandan.
Okay.
It just won't update.
F. Now you're forever stuck with Incognito. You might have to rename your YouTube account.
Sounds like a lot of hassle.
Yeah, you're now Incognito. Can't be helped. And obviously your Eugen account must be also aligning with your YouTube account. And you can't change here, you have to change to YouTube. Obvious, ain't it? So, yes, vote is up. And everyone in chat who wants to join us, feel free to join us in this lovely 10v10.
Even I am coming to play this game for charity.
Yeah.
And it's a terrible game.
Oof. Well, at least the community is good.
Better than Warno. No, not Warno, War Game.
Yeah,
Outrageous accusation.
outrageous.
I've had my fair time on War Game. Just love sitting back on the 10v10 with Patriots.
So, Cold Cow getting me to do some sports again. Oh boy, let's go. Let's start with the first 10 push-ups of the day. I don't think that will be the last, but hey, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Giving you a bit of ASMR with it.
See, I still don't believe he actually does that. I'm convinced he just lies on the floor.
Well,
I was thinking the exact same thing. He's just lying on the floor, breathing heavily.
heavily. Yeah.
I'm just disappointed you didn't do it loudly and very aggressively in German, as all German sounds.
We can variate today. We still have a lot of streaming in front of us. But,
Excellent.
yeah.
You all heard that?
Nice. Lobby is filling up. But that might be because the other lobby started, so some randos might fill in as well. As I said, I don't think you can do private 10v10 servers. Like, you can do custom 10v10 servers, but I don't think you can do private. But I might have had to ask Helljumper. Maybe you can. But I was too lazy. Not gonna lie, guys. And if you in chat are too slow, some randos will help us out, I guess. Ooh, the task forces. I guess we will play Butler then. Task Force 45 is boring, guys. Task Force 45 is boring, so we will play Task Force Butler. And it's a balanced deck already, so all is fine.
This is the only deck I've made, so.
Oh, yeah, you're playing Shermans. And a lot of infantry, I see.
That means nothing to me, but okay.
You don't know what Shermans are. Did you?
Yeah, I know what Shermans are.
Okay. You know what infantry is,
I
isn't it?
just mean I don't know what's in the deck, to be honest. It was like months ago that I made.
Months ago, you didn't. Well, we need to have big artillery in this deck. Let's get rid of one of our recon units. I'm sorry, M8s, but yeah, gotta go. Oh no, that's a 1-cost slot. No, why are you so cheap? Hmm. Okay, we will rely on teammates for AA then. Get some long toms in here. Oh god, what to bring here? Huh. Yeah, this deck is not amazing, is it? We already have a commander. This deck is an interesting one, not gonna lie. Always the air spammer. Always the air spammer. More Hellcats. Let's go with more and more Hellcats that we can't use in the tactical game because we don't have the money anyway. We will use 50 called Jeeps, guys. Let's spam 50 called Jeeps in B-phase. We have to go with the troll. And is it filling up?
Proto, I think you know what I'm playing as, so
Yeah. Hell Marcus in there. Jon Snow, we got him. We got a know nothing on our side. All the famous people. Kong, which is most likely the brother of King Kong. Erwin Rommel. A lot of peoples. It's a lot of weird text. What does Luft even mean? Ooh, damn, another 25 bucks coming in already. We're really filling up. Yeah, 500 would have been way too small of a goal for this community, I see. Way too small of a goal. Would have smashed that in within the 5 minutes, wouldn't we? Hey, DarkNeutron. How you doing? Okay. 17 people already. Nice. So if you want to jump into this, jump in soon. Jump in fast. Well, hippie. We don't want to... I like 10v10s, but I like them with a bit of style. Not just like... Yeah, first of all, this way my PC can handle it better. And the stream can handle it better. And second of all, it's actually enjoyable to play a tactical 10v10, unlike a normal 10v10, which in the end just becomes, dare I say it, an absolute clusterfuck. Like, I know that's why people play it, but ain't me. Huh? Papa Stalin. And those being really being really witty here today. Ooh, damn. We nearly filled up. One more to go.
how do you play Mario Kart?
Obviously. Obviously, my Sherman 76ers will rule. If this would be Normandy, I actually, like unironically, Sherman 76ers were the best tanks even in 10v10 in Steel Division Normandy. Okay. Someone has an aneurysm or something?
I apologize profusely if anyone from Wargame followed me here.
If the lobby experience in Wargame would be any better, don't lie to us. That's exactly what they came for.
That's what I said. I'm sorry in advance if they followed me. I feel responsible.
Oh, that's what you meant. No. We have some of these people in Steel Division 2.
There wasn't enough swear words and offensive text there to be Wargame.
I didn't have to blur it out on stream. You're right. Okay. Here we go.
Auto deploy.
Auto deploy. Oh no! Don't. Did you just click that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I'm not that new to the game.
Hippie joined us. Nice. Where shall we go? I think we're gonna go in this town. This map is actually beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful for 1v1 as well. Hashtag trigger the community. Everyone loves a good river map, don't we? Oh my god, we have M8s and Scots.
Ready, sir?
It's perfect. So many light tanks to spam with.
We're listening.
Down the road. Ooh, Hippie is playing the Indians. Nice.
Nothing to report.
Lots of good divisions, and then me with
I'll get
Task
you
Force
there as soon
Butler.
as possible.
But I like that they make Task Force Butler free for the community. Like giving some Western divisions for free was a good idea. It's also an interesting mix. It's not a really good division, but it's a pretty cool one. Like mixing a bit of French with a bit of Americans. Yeah. Best 1v1 map, Onord. Obviously will be the final map in the tournament cover. Nah. I didn't go that far. I wanted... we won't have Gora Cavaria or any other river maps in there.
Yes, sir.
Jon Snow is joining me. Nice. Where are you guys going? You all on the left? No, where are you? Where are you, Bandana? Are you on my side?
I'm at the left.
Okay, you didn't
There
ping.
was a hole.
No, you pinged, yeah, okay. I mean, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4. We only have 7 pings. Disappointing community.
How do you Fortnite dance in this game?
Yeah, they need to add that, obviously. That's the way to make this game popular, right? Like dances
Oh,
for all the soldiers. Even StarCraft did that. You can dance with your units in StarCraft.
Is there ever T-posing in this game?
I don't think. I mean, you can do that. Your units sit down, so if you move them over the enemy, some of them will T-pose, I guess.
This is the greatest thing that's ever came to fruition.
Your eyes, sir.
I don't think I've played this map before.
Well, everything has to be a first time, right?
Absolutely.
This is my third ever game of this.
Yeah. How do you like the quality of life improvements over your standard game?
Ready.
Ain't it
Where's
beautiful?
my Nighthawk?
Ain't it beautiful that you can give orders before the game starts?
I completely forgot.
Hurricane. Coming in.
You can plan all the actions before.
Oh boy. We already have our air spammers. And it ain't me. Nice. Hey, we can rush further.
Out there.
There's a gap. Through the breach.
Get ready to engage. Armor ready.
Can't be a trap, can it? Through the breach, everyone. And yeah, which metal boxes? Chatters ain't trusting the allied metal boxes. How disappointing. They're all believers in the 10v10 in the Axis metal boxes. But we only have 3 King Tiger divisions, guys. What are you even? There's not even that many metal boxes on the other side. It's a bit disappointing, I know. But there's one more IS-2, I guess. But that's it. Only 3 King Tiger divisions.
Scouts, at your orders.
So we might have a fighting chance. Hello there, TSH Lightning. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. Joining us here on a great experience, which is actually fun. Like, I must say, I have found my peace with 10v10s thanks to tacticals. The rest of 10v10s are still not my thing, but tacticals I really quite enjoy in Steel Division 2 by now. In Wano, I enjoy all kinds of 10v10s from time to time. Obviously, won't become a 10v10 main player like Vulcan HD Gaming, who sadly can't join us today because he has his birthday today. Yeah, so yeah. Spam Vulcan on Twitter and everywhere with happy birthday wishes. And yeah, we will see him tomorrow, hopefully really hungover, so that Bandana has no chance against us. In the lovely show match together with Eugen, as I paired Bandana, I put Bandana together in a team with Vulcan HD Gaming.
I mean, pretty sure you were going to win anyway.
Scouts, at your orders.
On what basis? I can't... First of all, I'm not that insane, especially not in team games. I mean, I will try my best to absolutely destroy you, obviously. Right? That's what the show match and fun match are for. Would be a shame if we would see the new map for more than 5 minutes, wouldn't it?
Waiting for orders. Medic!
Nice.
Waiting for orders. Oh,
What's the range on this? 1,750 meters. They didn't even give it 2,000 meters. It's a disappointment.
yes, sir.
Oh.
Medic!
I don't know who's bringing these rockets in, but they're great.
There's a lot of artillery from one of our guys.
War Daddy to Red Leader. I am listening. Medic!
Okay. Ah, the stream bot is still doing it in a wrong. I thought I had improved on the format, but the scheduled format is still. Stream bot, the bot really doesn't like putting things together, does it?
Give up. At your orders.
Stream bot really wants to be my most active chat member.
War Daddy
Oh
to
no.
Red Leader. I am listening. Need some extra eyes, sir. Copy.
Oh no. They smashed me. That's what you get for not air spamming, guys. I should have air spammed. I will air spam from here on out. That's obviously the solution to every problem ever appeared in a game like this. Hey! Hello, Defundle. That's a great gift that's up there, Defundle. I'm pretty sure the SD League bot will appreciate it.
Ryan, get down.
I will do. Will do, Defundle.
Ammo check, everybody. Compris. Ammo check, everybody.
Yeah, the bot deserves it. The bot absolutely deserves it.
À votre service.
I fully agree with you there, Shed. Lightning is a beautiful plane, ain't it?
Compris. Second platoon ready, sir.
You can actually find it under this part as well. Under the event all infos link, you can find all the rules. Let's move forward, engineers.
Serpentine.
15, 17, damn. Love rockets there. RDX's metal box is winning after all. I mean, my push got smashed.
Reporting for duty.
Not gonna lie.
Watch for Krauts.
I ain't gonna be MVP in this game.
At your orders.
At least not for A phase. Hmm.
Ready, sir.
Oh boy. By the way, Vendetta, did you look at the new map that they gave us yet?
I haven't looked in game yet, no.
Okay.
Is it good?
I think it's pretty good, yeah. But yeah, really looking forward to play it tomorrow and show it to the rest here. Like, I think it's for sure one of the better 3v3 maps.
Get ready to engage.
It's good to see how many maps they bring out for 1.0. Yeah, the rules are nothing flashy.
Assault squad.
It's
Form up.
map is given. Map in round number 1 will be Ocean North. I think I put Ocean North as the first map. Yeah, pretty sure I did. And after that we you just flip coin, ban a couple divisions, go in there, 50-minute time limit, so that we don't have one round going completely nuts because someone has a 2-hour game. Which is always how one-day tournaments usually go. Someone going way too long. Still, Eugen, please give us time limit for Steel Division soon. Please.
Hey Lynx, à votre service. Je n'ai pas dit mon dernier mot. Mon moteur prend feu.
Does anyone have a fighter? Come on, team. Really? Did I really lose a Marauder here, team? Come on, team.
I don't have any fight.
What is this team?
I have a bomber.
Now I have to get pissed on the charity stream, guys. Disappointing.
Retreat.
Getting bullied here. By someone with questionable taste in flags, not gonna lie.
At your orders.
Putting a not quite up-to-date German flag and a Luftwaffe insignia next to your name is kinda cringe. I'm still not quite sure why Eugen allows it, but maybe not a topic for today.
Affirmative. Ready, sir. Ready, sir. Bandit at 3 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah, they have 2 air spammers. We need... so I'm needed, guys. I'm needed. To bring in some lovely air spam myself.
You done the dishonorable thing and set up against you and just stream sniped, right?
Obviously. And like everyone who beats me must be a stream sniper. That's how it
That's
goes.
exactly how it works.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm really messing up big time here. Hey, hey you, yeah, Gua. Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Thanks for giving some Bezos money to me so that I can give it to charity. Always use your Twitch Prime, guys. It's basically being Robin Hood, obviously. Taking from the rich and giving it to poor Twitch streamers. Exactly how it works. Trust. Hey, Randolski with some planes.
Repeat, control.
Randolski with no more planes.
Roger. On my way.
Hey, too soon, man. Too soon.
Nope. We ain't gonna make it that way. Time for some F-15 action.
We're under fire.
Oh no, Lancer. Don't do that. Don't lose it like that.
Ammo check, everybody. Hey, Deluxe, à votre service.
Oh. Oh wow, they brought a lot of AA now. Ah.
Second platoon ready, sir. Ryan, get down. AA guns ready.
But we are on an 18-4. Nice. Where do you got all the flags? I have no clue. Ooh, engineers, dodge, please. Let's move in. And forward. Okay.
Waiting for targets.
Enemy trying to run us down here. All of these. Okay. Bad way around.
I
Finally have a. Not quite good enough to kill it though. Disappointing. But best way to beat German T-34s is obviously a pack for the SDL allies. No off-map planes. No, John, no, don't do it.
Roger. On my way.
Too much AA. No, John. No! Not like this, John.
I'm hit badly.
That's a bit fair. The fire is going down.
Ready, sir. Orders are to shoot on sight.
Go on. Don't. Yeah. No! John is losing all his stuff.
Guns ready.
F. Oh no. Ah. Big F. So I'm on my own here, I guess.
On déplore sur place. Backward.
You want me to go Italian and change sides?
Nah, don't start bombing your own teammates. Putin doesn't
Can't
like
promise
that.
anything.
And Danner coming in with the Cobras.
There's a lot of AA fire there.
Yeah.
Ryan, get down.
But we got the T-3485.
I want to
Thanks
go
to your
home.
help.
Yes.
Oof. Some radio mortars are needed over here, guys.
Tank destroyer ready.
So chat.
Awaiting instructions.
Wait, what is this cluster bomber trying to go for? Trying to go for my AA?
Railway 1,
That's a
ready.
bit ballsy.
I'm hit. I'm hit. Any orders, sir? Eyes on the sky. Ready, sir. Engage on sight.
Okay. Shit.
Yes.
That ain't great.
Taxi
What
ready.
artillery is needed over here?
I'll get you there as soon as possible.
What is the AI doing here now? Weird stuff. Weird stuff. But we are still up. Easy win. Only 40 minutes to go, guys. Keep it up. Well, 23 minutes to go, actually.
This is where you get off.
Oh no, it actually got the off-map off. That's
Going
not
to
great.
anything that moves.
Oh no, that was artillery. It was not off-map.
AA guns
Okay.
ready. Backward.
I used an off map at this site.
Nice. Being one of the really
if it
fun
didn't-
people, ain't you?
Ready, sir.
It's time for the jeeps, guys. It's time for the jeeps.
Need some extra firepower. We are under fire.
Okay, that's... The AA fire is increasing rapidly now. On 10v10 activities. Having a big time now. What is this? Martyr. Nice. Ooh, Tortoise Angle. Welcome. I guess you're the... Yeah, you're the Tortoise Angle who also signed up for tomorrow's Mono tournament, right? Ooh. That's the same number, I'm pretty sure. Looking forward to see you there.
Ryan, get down. Ready to pound them, sir. 10 degrees up. Fire. Need a lift? On the road again.
150 cal jeeps. No. Sniper rifle is too good against 50 cal jeeps.
Waiting for action.
Not even fair.
Do you have a target, sir?
Disappointing. I tried to use the best unit in the game, but it just doesn't let me.
Over.
Oh, wow. There's really a hell of a lot of artillery now raining down on me.
Sir. I have a bad feeling. Sir.
The charge of the jeeps, guys. Still have 4 more to go.
Tank destroyer ready.
Oh, let's get stuck.
Backwards.
Obviously, this stuck penetrates us.
They're shooting back. Looking for a prey. Move and stay alert.
Ooh. Oh, let's get stuck.
Taking fire. On déploie sur place.
Oh my god, this is a lot of artillery. No! Directed on my M10.
This is where you get off.
Really looking forward for the next 40 minutes of this, guys.
Bordel, on se fait allumer! Oui, mon commandant. Allez-vous d'ici! Taxi ready. Bougez-vous.
And now Randolski also coming for me. Okay, I see. I see how it is. I see how it is here. All bully the streamer. But not with me here. Those 117s ain't allowed around here. Guess we gotta become an artillery spammer now. This 120... I'm not quite sure what this is. I think it's 120mm mortars. Ain't 100% sure though, guys. So what is this, chat? What's firing at us? Anyone having a clue? I think it's 220mm mortar. Oh no, the German metal boxes have taken over the lead. Gotta keep them at bay.
Need a lift? Let's go and look for Jerry. Anti-char, pareil.
How the hell is that not spotted by the saboteurs? Well.
Eyes on the sky.
Come on, shoot that down. Come on. Ah. Not quite good enough. Oh my god, that's really only artillery coming down on us here. It's the fun experience, everyone. It's the fun experience. That's what you play these games for, right? But at least we have French people singing French songs and Italian people singing Italian songs. No, I don't think... Do we have Italian people singing Italian songs? I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't... include Bella Ciao for at least the Allied ones. Because that's... Bella Ciao was the Partisans song, right? And the...
Is that the famous song from the Netflix hit series Money Heist?
Yeah. But the good version of it. The one where they don't auto-tune and... I'm pretty sure they also didn't do electronic beats below it back then.
It's their loss. Danbuster, how many tanks do you have left at this point?
All of them.
Well, I've quite a few still. Yeah, got
the hell?
to be honest, I've played Third Armoured for a few games lately on 1v1, and I don't know. I watched a few Nilla videos, and he was saying instead of infantry, just use not Shermans, use Stuarts. It's a bit cheesy, but I guess you gotta use the tools you have, eh?
I mean, light tanks can be light tanks can be pretty good at that. Like that's how I play, for example, my Italians as well. What do you need infantry for?
Yes, sir.
Let's hit him back with long toms.
Get us out of here, driver.
Watch out, guys, for Pack 38.
Found them, sir.
Flak 38, sorry.
Oh, there are
Down
big boys
by the
out.
river.
Oh yeah, 105mm.
Bites the dust.
I see Randolski is investing into the good stuff.
Whole reason I'm playing this battle group.
Backwood.
Oh, that's a lot of Fort Ace.
Mon commandant.
Oh no. Wir haben einen Königstiger gesichtet.
Need some extra firepower.
Big boys have entered the battlefield.
Backwood. Jerry's dead. Bitte, nicht schießen. Tenez-vous prêts, les gars.
Ooh, that might fly a bit too deep. No. Yes? Yes, it is.
Damn, I'm hit badly.
Come on, Hellcat, come around.
Yes.
It survives, really? It survives a head-on plus AA fire? Come on, fucker wolf. Trolling, right?
Waiting for orders, Captain. Bandit ahead, ready to engage. I'll get you there as soon as possible. It's too hot here. I'm getting
What? Oh no, I didn't call it home. No. Thought I called it home. Ah. Yeah, X-Stark, the good games.
ready, sir. On est sous le feu.
And we're not playing Task Force 45. We're playing the better Task Force. The one with a real name.
Besoin d'un transport? On s'arrête si on voit un ennemi. Ouvre-boîte, barré.
But how you doing, AS? And are you ready? Are you ready for the tournament? By the way, you will also stream, right? So yeah, everyone in chat, if you want to see the POV of a Steel Division player later in the tournament. No? You won't stream? I thought you would stream. Didn't you say you would stream?
Hello, hello.
Hello.
May I for a second? The tournament rules, is it really only one ban per player?
No. Wait, did I miss? It's supposed to be 4.
Because it says here, player 2 bans one division, player 1 bans one division, and then it's player 1 picks a division, player 2 picks a division.
Isn't it? Wait, no, there's player 1 bans 2 divisions, player 2 bans 4 divisions. Player 1 bans 2 divisions.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, it did. Alright, never mind. The Google Doc didn't update for me. Sorry, my bad. Alright, thanks. At least I came in to check in on this. Alright, thank you.
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we're going with 8 bans today, guys. And
We're operational.
ooh, this is
Doveri. 10 degrees
Koenig's
up.
Tigers
Fire.
are annoying.
Need some extra firepower?
Get you back
Load
in.
this gun. I'll let you off at these coordinates.
And the AI obviously keeps on driving in there.
Artillery at your orders. Ready to pound them, sir.
Wait, what? Come
Load
on.
this gun. I'll get you there as soon as
Position.
possible. Crowds in the open. Fire for effect. Do you have a target, sir?
Get some mortars in.
I'll get you there as soon as possible. Do our best, sir. Drop 300. 5
guys.
rounds. Over.
Oh no. King Tiger still being strong.
Fire. Smash him.
Okay.
Need a lift?
More stuff moving in.
One more hit and we're done. This is where you get off.
Come on, let's hit the King Tiger, guys.
Be careful. Enemies nearby. Forward observer ready. We're operational.
Oh, really?
Will this be a long stream today, Protoss?
Ready to
Yeah.
pound them, sir.
It's 4 rounds of
Oh.
tournaments.
Oh.
And then maybe some team games after.
Waiting for fire coordinates.
So,
Waiting for orders, Captain. God, that was close.
alright. Put a middle one. No! Ah, I always click too late.
Waiting for orders,
Really
Captain.
took too much time.
Drop 200. 6 rounds. Over. Where are we headed? 10 degrees up. Fire. We're operational.
This ain't looking great.
Waiting for fire coordinates.
Come on.
I was micromanaging a
Artillery at your
Sherman.
orders.
You know, one of the Shermans on the support tab that can that has the good heat round.
The
Heat
one
shield,
at 1.5mm.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes,
So
sir.
good against infantry, and I took out Stoke with it
Drop 200.
a few
6
minutes ago,
rounds.
which
Over.
I mean, the heat
Oh,
shells
sad.
are pretty pog. They one-shot every medium tank.
Ready to pound them, sir.
Oh my god.
oh, they've got 2 Tigers coming in now. Well,
Yeah, that might not be the most favorable matchup.
Le canon est prêt. Bien compris.
That needs to go.
Ready to fire. Careful. Enemies nearby. Another one bites the dust. Do you have a target, sir? 10 degrees up. Fire.
Oh wow, the other one actually got all the way here. It's not great.
Need some extra firepower. Load this gun. I'll let you off at these coordinates. Waiting for orders, Captain.
That's a good amount of mortar fire.
Where is he
Guess my
targeting
mortar
here?
won't survive that. Yeah, no.
Carried away, sir. Let's go. They're waiting on us. Sir,
Okay,
smash the entire area.
get them around there.
Nothing to report. Cut the engine. We're waiting here. Fire. Smash him.
Oh boy, that's a lot of AA. But I like my good artillery macro at least. Finally can. With only 2 big guns, that's pretty chilled. Like, I really like tacticals. And thanks for the follow, Lethrington. Welcome to this lovely charity stream for Action Against Hunger. Already smashing it out of the park. Already up. I think we're already up higher than this, aren't we? Ah no. Thought we were at 8 donators already.
Whatever you do not trust Lethrington.
Oh, I won't. Okay. If you say that,
Yes,
it can't
sir.
be trusted, obviously. Because there's no better source
Well, you-
Smash the
of
I thought you were
entire
going to say something nice here.
Xnets, what do you mean? I heard the Wano community. Well, yeah, some people, but it's not really the community. It's like 10 people or so on the official Discord. It's not really the official Discord community. It's like, oh my god, no!
We're moving.
My poor Long Tom. Oh, it actually survived?
So is it a case of those who speak the loudest are heard first?
I mean, Reddit is more of a democracy than Discord, that's for sure, because on Discord, a couple of people can just spam the communication, but if you check the votes on official Discord, there's enough people who are... Like, yeah, Eugen communication wasn't the best, but those people also just can't... Like, can't stop. Like, if Eugen already answered to your posts 5 times, you don't need to post it 5 more times. And yeah, some people are not happy about the KA-50 being in. But first of all, we have modding tools, so you just can play with mods where those units ain't in, and I think gameplay-wise, the KA-50 is a good addition. Lexington feels betrayed by you.
That's exactly where I want them.
10 degrees up.
And yeah.
Oh, is this not a map that people enjoy playing then? From what you said at the start.
No, it's the 1v1 version of this. Is the river you see on the left side?
Yeah.
It's not vertical. It's horizontal in that. So you have to cross
yes,
the...
sorry, I've played this.
Yeah. So you have to cross the river, and that's what people like. The community is not that fond of the river maps in the 1v1 community. Let's put it that way.
Red Ball Express ready. Fresh delivery en route. Smash the entire area.
Is there even a flag over here? No, right? Why are we fighting over this? Doesn't even give you a flag.
Fire.
You have quite a lot of planes, don't you?
Well, so you do guys. You guys have actually way more planes than we do, I think, at this point. Because you shut down also quite a couple. Yeah, your team is doing a pretty good job with AA play.
Do you have a target, sir? Fire. Smash
Oh
him.
my, another King Tiger, really? Or it might still be the same one?
Yes,
Not
sir.
100% sure.
Roger. Search and destroy. We're hit.
Oh no, people. I guess it's the AI. Yeah, the AI keeps on. But Bandana gives us more AA. Lovely Bandana. Oh no, he brought in around the ZSU M17, the most useless AA piece in the game.
It's all I have.
Don't use AA.
La guerre sera finie quand on pourra lire le calme enchaîné.
Yeah, the M17 sadly, like everything that is smaller than 20mm currently just doesn't deal any damage. Like it's...
Well, I brought a 37mm one.
Yeah, that one I see, that one is good. You brought it in the slowest transport imaginable, but you brought it in, and luckily it didn't have to go too far. Because Eugen in its wisdom did put the standard transport as the slowest transport there. Because it's armored, but the armor doesn't really matter. It's like...
Quickly.
Sis 42 is just crawling. Hey, thanks for the follows. Client 3001 and Mac Roberts. Welcome to this lovely stream.
Don't say hello to Blind. His name's a lie. He's got full eyesight. He has no impairment whatsoever. Don't you thank these people?
We are under fire.
Sorry, I'm a sellout.
Ready to pound them, sir.
I respect your honesty.
Oh, let's move forward. Ooh, PE2 in disguise. Just sharking around here.
Forward observer ready. Stop here. We're easy target here. Drop 300.
Ooh, Leffington dropping a hot $100 into the fundraiser. Damn.
Out.
Sorry, Kyle, but Leffington is now my better friend. Or is it in the fundraiser? It is in the fundraiser, right? Just didn't. No. Wait, did you misclick the donation? Wait. Did you tip it to me directly, Leffington? I will forward it to the. It was supposed to be for the fundraiser, right? I might have to put. Yeah, I will put the. I will forward that money later. But yeah. It was supposed to go into the fundraiser, right?
He actually was just saying, hey, you can forward it to me if you want.
Qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Merde, tu peux y toucher!
I'm pretty sure you don't look like you're
Adjusting on target.
most the person who needs food the most.
Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa! First of all, how dare you?
Nothing to report.
You said you respect my honesty.
Fire! Smash him! Londres a envoyé des ordres. Barrez-vous
I
d'ici!
think he did.
Like I think actually against Anger can use those more effectively than we could. So.
7, 3, 4, 5,
No,
3,
I did,
6.
blind. That's your words, not mine. Oh boy, oh boy. You see, Carl, that's your people here in my chat, going wild. You might have to bring your people in order
Need some extra firepower.
next stream. Just do
Adjusting on target.
a penal stream next time,
Roger. Changing position.
Your pardon?
Out. Red 6, mounted
like
up.
penal battalion style, like just punish them for
Listen,
their misbehavior.
I can't unhear what you said now, okay?
War daddy to red leader.
You just hear what you want to hear, don't you?
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
I have to say, man, I think I found the German battle group I like playing as for the one reason that you told me about and the one reason alone.
Nice.
Something blown to smithereens? Couchez-vous.
I'm really struggling over here. Oh boy, that one damn King Tiger. Don't have much to kill it with anymore. They killed my poor Long Tom.
Load this
I
gun.
think it's time to
I'll let you off
load
at
this
the
one
end of
up.
the workbench. Der Ofen ist aus. We're operational.
Yay, triple surrender.
Nice. Yeah, the charity tournament starts after this. In 30 minutes, Onord.
Nom de Dieu!
So yeah, Colin O'Banion, also big thanks for the $103 ruse for action against hunger. So we busted the 500. Yeah, I'm really glad that I didn't put it on 500. This community is obviously too good for setting such low goals. We might even bust the $1,000 with this speed today. Might even have to set up even higher for tomorrow.
Well, 1500's a hot top stream, right? That's what the people want.
Yeah, they might want it now.
You heard that? You heard that, everyone? He said yes.
Ready to
I
pound them,
don't think I can fit a pool in this room.
Drop 2 on
Can't or won't.
6 rounds. Over.
I might need a bigger flat for that. Yeah, exactly. Like that's what Eugen like Eugen has their March to Go War thing, where they said like everything that was in the Chechen war and in the first Gulf War basically is also something they think about adding into the game because like it's moved forward in development and stuff. Like that's their fictional history, and yeah, I think being too picky about it. Like yeah, you can debate about if the KA is maybe not the perfect fit, but still being so butthurt about it is a bit awkward to me. And maybe Eugen could have communicated it better. Like I think they should do more story posts to really ease people into the world they create, and that it isn't really the same as our 1998. Like I think that's where the misconception comes from a bit. The communication of Eugen could be better for sure, but still. Can we sideshot that King Tiger? Oh boy.
Red 6 mounted up.
Ooh, we got a King Tiger. Mission accomplished.
Waiting for fire coordinates. Ammo check, everybody. Ryan, get down! We're under fire! Need something blown to smithereens? I want to go home! Fights are ready. Attacking. If you see a crowd, blow them away.
Oh, Hellcat got shredded. The AA there is still insane.
I
Okay.
hear you, loud and clear.
Noted.
Drop 200. 6 rounds. Over. Where are we headed? Pedal to the metal.
Oh no.
Équipe anti-char opérationnelle, mon commandant.
No, my Pak 40.
Take care, boys. Load this gun. I'll get you there as soon as possible. Drop 200. 6 rounds. Over.
Hmm? Wait, you have the range. What are you talking about, boss? Why do you say it's impossible?
Shut up and listen to the captain.
Oh. At least bring it to the end of the time limit, guys.
Overrun.
Let's bring it back to a 16-16. Oh no, there's a boy that's stalling. The big boys are out. And we don't have enough IS-2 divisions, do we?
We're hit. Direct hit.
Nice.
Waiting for fire coordinates. Drop 200. 6 rounds. Over.
Il fait chaud à Suez. Je répète, il fait chaud à Suez.
Ready, sir. We're hit. Another one bites the dust.
Okay.
Ready to fire. We'll stay here. 10 degrees up. Fire. I'll get you there as soon as possible.
Oh boy.
Forward observer ready. Berlin or bust. Medic! Retreat! Roger.
Give me a line of sight on that mobile wagon. No.
Merde, tu peux y toucher!
Good hit. Good hit.
Nice.
Sir!
Merde, tu peux y toucher!
Oh no.
What are our orders, sir?
Come on, hippie. I believe in you.
All ammo spent. War Daddy to Red Leader. I am listening. Fire.
Couchez-vous!
I hear you, loud and clear.
Yeah,
Reverse, but keep facing the enemy.
didn't quite work out.
Reporting for duty.
Merde, tu peux y toucher!
Adjusting on target.
Okay. Oh no.
FTP, à vos ordres!
I love it.
Come on.
So many positive waves.
Come on, everyone. Come on, Shermans. Let's get us there. Nice. 16-16, guys. We are back in it. Only 9 minutes remaining, but who cares?
Damn, that was
At least we will make it over the time limit if we continue
I'll get
this.
you there as soon as possible.
Let's make it the full 1 hour.
Radio check red 1 through 6. Over. Get your shit in gear. We're rolling.
This is surrender?
Ready,
Yeah.
sir.
Good job.
I'll get you there as soon as possible. Waiting for orders, Captain. God, that was close.
Oh, what's that? Is it a panther?
6, mounted up.
Looks like a panther.
Yes, sir.
No, it's a king tiger. Okay. Even worse.
All
but we got the flag for now.
Yes, sir. Drop 200. 6 rounds. Over. I hear ya. Loud and clear.
Oh, King Tiger showing side armor again. Good old 76 action. Did we get his side shot in? No, we didn't.
Good hit. Good hit. Good hit. Good hit. We're hit.
Come on. Beam.
Armor ready.
Move this forward.
Nice shooting, Gunner. We're hit.
Oh no, the
Yes,
AA.
sir.
The AI. Sacrificing their stuff.
GI is ready for battle. Serpentine. Serpentine. I hear ya. Loud and clear.
Come on, side shot that King Tiger once more.
We're under fire. Get us out of here, driver.
Nice. One. No! No, it got me. King Tiger got me. F.
Radio check red 1 through 6. Over. Ryan, get down. Armor ready. We're being overrun. We're under fire. Waiting for targets.
Oh no.
At your orders. Yes, sir.
Oh no. Disaster, guys. Disaster.
Man, what does Letherington mean by the Kyle will never let it down if his team wins?
Spotted.
Should be the opposite.
Damn, that was close.
Ooh.
Red 6, mounted up.
With my one King Tiger kill and so on, I might have actually gotten somewhat close to a solid KD again. In the end.
Good hit.
Oh,
Okay, that's. I just got an event.
oh no. No, I might not. Done that. The end was rough. Oh boy.
That was close.
BF 109.
What
Got us good. Okay. 10 seconds. I think the bazooka will be in time unless we somehow get a flak mystically somewhere.
Direct hit.
No, we won't make it. GG.
Yes.
Oh, I was positive. I don't know how I got an uneven number, like not even in fiver steps. Somehow I got 2,473 units killed. No clue how I did that, but I did it. Hey, 17 points positive. GG everyone. It was a fun 10v10, but now it's gotta be serious, guys. 1v1 time is upon us, but it's a Swiss style tournament, so actually it's not that serious. Everyone, no eliminations today. Everyone who is in the tournament will have a fun time because they will have their 4 games. There will be no eliminations. And yeah, thanks to all of you guys for joining me in this 10v10. And yeah, if you want to stay around and cast some games with me, if you maybe want to cast a good game for once, Bandana, feel free to stick around for that.
I have no idea what was going on.
10v10 is wild, blind. And that was a small 10v10. Like this was a 10v10 with less income for everyone.
Well, yeah, that's what I play in Wargame Red Dragon, is the tactical 10v10s usually.
Yeah. See Randowski. See Randowski also invested his channel points in himself. And it sadly paid off.
I mean, if you don't believe in yourself, then you can't expect anyone else to, right?
It's a fair point.
Genuinely, man, all the best for the charity stream. I think it's great what you're doing, and stay beautiful, okay?
Yeah. You too. You too. And yeah. See you around, mate. Always lovely to have you on.
I know.
And yeah, let's copy paste the rules in here. Wait, does it say group face? No. Okay, here we go. So yeah, let's stick around, guys. It's time for the hot action. 1v1's coming up now, and we have a lot of good players in it, including Mr. Gonzo. And I gotta add Badger Jelly in here, as he wasn't quite sure if he would be able to join. Currently, I have number 12 in here, but that will be Badger Jelly, who luckily is able to join us. Otherwise, I would have had to find a replacement. Yeah. So let's pin that message. Khers 1 second faster than me. And we have a lot of lovely games. Onord versus AS. Like a lot of high level players today, really. And then a couple of fun guys as well who might play against each other in the later rounds. Because damn, this is stacked. Frubb, Khers, Onord, Gonzo. Like, Gonzo might even be a name that Bandana has heard about. Is it?
I know Gonzo.
Yeah.
I've had chats with Gonzo. Gonzo has offered to teach me how to play SDT.
Oh, did he? Was he respectful about it, or was he the smug Gonzo way? Like, like with Gonzo, you never know. Sometimes he's really a nice guy.
No, I don't mean Gonzo. I don't mean Gonzo. I'm thinking of Gensi.
Oh, Gensei. Yeah, Gensei is a different kind of person. You don't know Gonzo, okay? Gonzo
No.
is the king of SD.
The name rings a bell, so
Yeah.
obviously it's been mentioned to me before.
Is Gonzo in the chat or in one of the voice channels? 'Cause I think is that who I'm playing against now.
Oh, you have the lovely honor of playing him. I don't think he's in one of the voice chats, but you don't need to be in voice chats.
Yeah.
Just text match is fine.
Excellent.
I posted all the matchups and yeah, and the rules are also in there. Gotta flip a coin to figure out who's player 1, who's player 2. And yeah, we're already smashing it out of the park, guys. $500 already smashed. It's lovely to see all the support from you guys. And obviously you don't have to be as big as, for example, Colin. Or so on. Like, $5 donation already goes a long way when it comes to supporting a charity. If you don't have the big numbers, just put in a small amount. But if everyone does it right, like currently have 50 viewers, that's already $250. Everyone does it. And yeah, the lineup is great. It's a really good lineup for 4 lovely rounds. No, Badger Jelly, you are in. What?
I'd also like to say everyone is doing a fantastic job donating. You're doing a fantastic stream. It's a really good cause, everyone. So please, if you can donate, do. And if the Wano guys tomorrow, who are a lot of people from Wargame, don't donate more than the SD2 guys, I'm going to be really disappointed.
Yeah. But yeah, King Badger Jelly, you are in. I just wasn't sure if you made it, so I didn't name you Badger Jelly in here just yet. But yeah, you are in. And we have 12 lovely players. That's a lovely amount. And yeah, X-Dark versus Yamin. Like, yeah, Yamin, DarkNeutron, Luna. This is really the like half of Division 1, and then the rest is mostly Division 2 players, and then some cool guys like Danbuster and X-Stark also joining us. And Swiss style, as I said, it's non-elimination format, so losing the first round, not too bad, because you still have the second, third, and fourth round around, and you get matchups based on your previous results. So the matchups in the later phases are really fair, no matter if you won or lost. You will have really good matches, especially in the later round of the tournament. Like, that's why I like Swiss style so much. That's why I also went for it with the monthly tournament. Yeah, for League, obviously, we will go a bit more competitive, both in Steel Division 2, which also should come up relatively soon again. Like, yeah, our Green HD is working on the rules at the moment to try to get some improvements in from last season, based on your feedbacks and so on. And then Wano League should come around in the somewhat closer future now as well. Like, I'm planning on that at the moment as well. Once we have a bit more divisions. Like, once we get to around 12 divisions, I will consider starting the sign-ups, I guess. You want to see some Tanner Artie action. But Tanner is sadly not in, because can't be everywhere. Like, Tanner is playing so many tournaments already. It's quite impressive, but yeah. And yeah, Vulcan will join us tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to see how hungover Vulcan HD Gaming will be tomorrow, as he has his birthday party today, or if he will be a responsible person now that he will become 1 year older, or has become 1 year older. But yeah, if you watch the Vulcan YouTube video today, say happy birthday.
I'm hoping he can string a few sentences together and at least control his units. That's all I can hope.
Yeah. Otherwise, we will have to. You will have to just keep up with some lovely French accent English. I wonder how heavy the accent will be on the YouTube guys tomorrow. Like, I think I have heard Storsk once before, but I don't think I have chatted with any of the others, as we have a lovely 4v4 event for tomorrow planned with 4 of the Eugen devs, and then Bandana, Vulcan, and the Ogdok, and me. And it should be a lot of fun. And we will play on a new map that nobody has seen before outside of Eugen and me, I think, because Bandana hasn't looked at it yet either. But yes, we will play in this lovely lineup. So, should be a lot of fun. And on this lovely map. The map is called Triple Strike tomorrow. And whom from the names we see here, do you have anyone whom you might want to interview right now, Bandana, in the lineup? Any names? Because I guess you don't know most of the guys. Do you know any of these guys? No. Well, maybe Col.Koenig, because he's also playing in the.
Oh yeah.
Warner.
I know of him.
Let's
From Warner.
Let's have a pre-game interview here. Maybe. Danbuster, I guess we could ask Gonzo to come around, do the picking and banning here as well, if you want to. If you're up to for that, Danbuster.
Yeah, basically, I'm messaging Gonzo now. He's given me a game code. You can't just. Well, I've copied it off of Discord. How do you paste it on in game? Is it Control?
Oh, you're already starting the game? You already did the banning?
Yeah, I think we're already trying to start the game. I'm just trying to join the game he's in. In such a rookie error. Just trying to think, what's paste on the keyboard?
Control V. Control C is copy. Control V is paste.
Excellent.
So, what division will you play?
In a game with Gonzo. Excellent. He's just said he's banning 2ID and Task Force 45.
You have player 2, I guess. Yeah?
Okay.
And you have
So,
you have 4
is it
bans.
my
now.
turn to ban now?
Yeah, you have 4 bans.
Okay, I'll ban the Fallschirmjäger. Yeah, I'm gonna ban the 3rd Fallschirmjäger and
So let's bring out the notepad, guys. Let's do it classy here again. Danbuster.
the heavy ones. Is that gonna be a pain in the backside probably? Elite infantry and ban. Oh, actually, it's looking now. I thought about this all week. What one's the ban?
Yeah, the first tournament is always exciting.
I know. To be honest, I've started playing the multiplayer games in the last couple of months because I used to just do the single
But
player skirmish.
But at least you got an easy opponent in round number 1 Kappa.
I never thought I'd play against the champion and watch his videos. I know what he's like, know what he's capable of. Actually, do you know what? Let's ban Fallschirmjäger as well. Can't stand them super heavy infantry. Oh, 4 bans.
Yeah, you have 4 bans now. And then he has 2 more. And then you pick your divisions.
Okay, and he wants me to.
Nice. Khers, do you have?
12 SS I'll ban, that's it.
Oh, 12 is S, okay. I don't think that's a... Yeah, Toto's Angle, there's still at least 2 DLCs coming. And then they will consider if they will do more. But patches I would expect at least for the next year. And DLCs most likely also after. Like, there might be more Nemesis or so. But at least we know of 2 more DLCs coming.
Also banned First Lovas.
Well, that's a good one.
Noticed,
That's a
I
really good
noticed-
pick.
noticed lately. Sorry.
That's a good one for Ocean North, I would say.
No, First Lovas, they seem to spam the heavy, well, the really large infantry squads. Seen it a few games.
So what would you ban, Bandanner? What would be your 4 bans? Kappa?
I don't think I know enough of the divisions to pick 4.
Okay, heads up from Gonzo, he bans 17th SS and 95th. He picks the Axis.
95th?
90,
97th, right?
97th, sorry.
Yeah.
And he picks Axis. So I can't remember the rules. Do I have to pick allies? Or could I...
You can also pick Axis.
Yeah, let's pick Axe.
And then he picks a division. Then you pick division and income. And then he picks income.
Okay. I think I'll...
Yeah, it's a different map each round. The map pool is also in the form here. I will put the form link once more into the.
So after first player picks his faction, does second player pick faction, and then
Yeah, then the other guy picks player 1 picks division again. Player 2 picks their division. The maps are Orsha North, Tannenberg, Slutz, and Kostritza for the end.
Oh, Gonzo's picking 26th Panzer.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
And thanks. I think I'll pick the Panzer Grenadier Grossdeutschland.
GD, okay. The interesting pick. Khers versus Frubb is going on. Yeah, okay, then best of luck in the game. Thanks for keeping us up to date, and we will cast your game first. So yeah, having an eye on you. But yeah, best of luck.
Thank you. I think what I'll do is I'll probably quit the chat now, just so it gives me a bit of concentration.
Yeah, sure, obviously.
No, I really appreciate it. No, I hope hope the future of Steel Division 2 he's got a bright one. It's just an awesome game. Right then, I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So they should be up in a second. Running games 1v1. Khers versus Frubb already on the way. Nice to see. And I have to do 10 push-ups. And this time I will put the cam on me. Because people have trust issues here. It's disappointing, but I guess it has to be done. Also Col.Koenig. Khers.
While he's pretending to do push-up, I had a request in the chat for me to go through the
One,
names. And I'm looking at the names, and there's a few people I recognize.
4, 5, 6.
He's really going for it this
7, 8, 9, 10.
Now, what you can't see is the fact that his knees are still on the floor while he's doing that.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously, I only do the easy ones.
Now, of all these names, my favorite is Badger Jelly, because it sounds like something that's served in a 5-star restaurant.
Excuse me? I couldn't hear that because I was changing my setup again.
I was just saying that Badger Jelly is my favorite name there, because it sounds like something that's served in a 5-star restaurant.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Just visualize that. Not the biggest fan. Not
Predictions of the matchup based on name alone.
There we go. Gonzo's game is up. Let's jump in there in the spectator mode. Have some fun. Seeing that little spectate mode. Ooh. Keeping me hydrated, chat. I love it. And yeah. Third SDL fundraiser tournament. Round number 1. Gonzo versus Danbuster. Danbuster? First tournament. Gonzo, not quite first tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised if this would be a bit one-sided. But always nice to see new people. And I hope it's not a too discouraging experience. I mean, he has nothing to lose, does he, right? Like, losing against Gonzo is what everyone does, so would be fine. Giving him a good fight? Hey, let's see. But nice to see new people in the community. Always cool. I hope you guys have a good time as well. Let's... Yeah, exactly. You have nothing to lose if you play against Gonzo. That's always nice. Danbuster versus Gonzo. Here we go. Can't lose to Gonzo. Yeah. That's the real trick of the down under people, right? It's 10 seconds to start. So shall I give you a rundown of what 26 Panzers and Grossdeutschland's special things are? 26 Panzer is all about the long range. And maybe I can get you a bit warmed up for this lovely game. Like, this is our oldest, but also one of our most balanced map. As you can see, it's nearly mirrored. 26 Panzer is one of our newest divisions, coming out with the Italian DLC. And it has a lot of long-range capability, like mobile long-range capabilities, as it has 88mm on tracks. Something that a lot of people might know from Wargame. Not Wargame, from War Thunder. The flak bus is around. And it also has a lot of HE guns with the Grille, some Italian 2000-meter HE guns, and then some Panthers. Oh, the Flambanzer 3, yeah. Meanwhile, Danbuster, bringing around Panzergrenadier across Deutschland. And he's on the left side. And they have some special infantry. And then they have a lot of 20mm and cannons on half tracks. And on also a couple of Panthers. But they're a relatively mid-tier division. 26 with its long-range capabilities is a better division, but maybe not for Russia North. Like, this might not be the best map for 26. Are you in this with me, Benner? Are you also in the game?
I am not in the game, but I could be. I'm watching your stream.
Okay, you're watching my stream.
Because heavens knows I have no idea what's going on, so I'm learning as you explain.
Yeah, but we see it. The Italian elephant equivalent, the unicorn unit of this division, the 90mm Stuck M43, and yeah, something that I wish we would have in Wano are these lovely number indicators. Something that everyone should turn on if you're new to this game or like somewhat new. Go to interface, click on show armor values, and turn on yes. It's absolutely helpful, as it gives you an indicator of how powerful your tank guns are, and how heavily the frontal armor of your tank is, so that you can quickly assess, can I actually fight this fight? Or is my little puny tank maybe not quite capable of penetrating a King Tiger? Yeah, helps out a lot, I think. And the Stuck M43, a bit of a meme unit, but Gonzo, in tournaments like this, always loves to bring out some fancy stuff, and this is for sure quite fancy. Panzer 3. Meanwhile, on the other side, a lot of MG42s. I like that for this map. I mean, you can just ramble around. You don't need to be on point. You want? I would love to have you as a co-caster.
I'm in the game now, looking. Not that I have any idea what's going on.
Yeah, just speed up till you're also at live.
I'm there. I am there. I am looking. I see pioneers, but they're not going to be the same pioneers that we have in Warner.
Well, they're similar. They're actually pretty much the same. They actually are pretty much what you know from Wano. Like, they throw their TNT and they make big boom. They just can't throw it on the move anymore. Unlike in Wano. But yeah, they are a bit more effective in forests here, because you don't see as far in forests. You only see 100 meters here. Forests back in the 1940s were a bit more dense than forests in the 1980s, it seems.
Yeah, I did notice that in the last game.
Like, which I guess even makes kind of sense, because back in the 1940s, forests weren't as economized as they are nowadays. So there's a lot more like stuff on the ground floor than in nowadays German forests. Like German forests nowadays, and I'm pretty sure also in the 80s were already pretty cleaned. Like between trees there was not much standing there. Whilst in the 1940s, most likely there was a lot of bushes around. stop your line of sight. So you could even argue for it to being historically accurate if you really want to go down that road and argue about something like that.
I mean, let's be realistic. For example, Wargame, it is a bit silly that you can just roll every tank through deep forests.
Yes.
Because you wouldn't really get a tank through a forest, to be fair.
Yes, I'm also a bit sad that they moved away from the 2-level forest situation that they have in Steel Division 2, with the light forest and the deep forest. But we got at least Steel Division Normandy's little bushes back that are cover, which we don't have here. Like small, like fort trees in the open here, at least on this map, aren't cover, whilst in Wano they are cover again, just like in Steel Division Normandy. It's always interesting how Eugen goes back and forth with their mechanics, not gonna lie. And yeah, it's refreshing to have your take on here. I agree with Pure Tanner there. And this game also doesn't have the forward deployment, so this game must be good for you, don't it? So you see on the left side, we have a really light... I like the setup actually of Danbuster here. Like, usually with newer players in tournaments, you always have the issue that they overinvest into tanks. But he doesn't do that. Like, the only tank we see is a really, really, really small boy. Panzer 38T with a 20mm on top. So, old guy, but that's actually pretty helpful here in the forests. Whilst Gonzo brings in the most cost-efficient tank that you can get, I would say. Or one of the most cost-efficient tanks, the Panzer 3L.
Oh yeah, I see that at the back there, yeah.
They have pretty good penetration power. And solid range with 1500 meter. And they're only costing you 40 points. So, only issue with the Panzer 3L is that it is a relatively slow thing. Up in the north, the Stuk M43 is a really lightly armored, but a heavy gun on a moving vehicle, basically. So it's an anti-tank gun with the upside that it is more maneuverable. And the Grille is the same, but with HE, self-propelled direct fire artillery. And they fire really big shots, 150mm. They don't leave anything standing if they shoot and hit. I'm pretty sure the accent wasn't... Like, if Nilla actually did a... he said he watched a lot of Nilla videos, which makes sense, which I think is a good preparation for Gonzo. Don't know if it's enough, but if Nilla would have faked that accent of Danbusters, I would be pretty impressed with Nilla's language skills, not gonna lie. Like, more so than with his in-game skills. Nilla being one of our American players from previous seasons, who always had some close matches with Gonzo over the years. But I think Gonzo overall still having the better of him, but always interesting close matches. And yeah, Gonzo, since Normandy 44, a staple of this community, always within the semifinals of leagues usually, at least.
Yeah, as I say, a name I have heard before, so if I've heard it, then it's probably been mentioned by one of you guys.
Yeah. A lovely smug Spaniard. Yeah, if he casts, he can be really savage. Like, he doesn't try to let people look good if they make mistakes. Let's put it that way. If they make mistakes, he really calls them out upon them. But other than that, he usually can be a nice guy. A bit hot-headed when it comes to discussing balance, but well, a pretty nice guy. Krillo's moving forward. Krillo down in the south as well. Meanwhile, Panzer Grenadiers over here engaging Panzer Grenadiers. Panzer Grenadiers being a pretty good long-range infantry, as they have two MG42s, which is the strongest infantry MG when it comes to damage output, as you would expect. German MGs always, in all World War II games, always pretty strong, as they were also pretty capable in real life, which you can't say about all the British weapons, Grand Guns and co. But
You had head start. I accept this.
Ooh, Vampiro! Thanks for the Twitch Prime. Panzer 3L here, engaging Panzer Grenadier. You can see Panzer 3L's not doing the most HE damage, but the Grille on the other hand, one shot, Pack 40 is half-life. And it will get one more shot onto position there. It's basically similar, somewhat similar to the 728th of the Americans in Warno. Pretty comparable. So maybe with even a bit more power than those. And the Pack 40 might go down here. Yeah, there we go. Pack 40 already killed. Meanwhile, Danbuster though, up to the 1311. Ooh, is Gonzo bleeding here? Is Gonzo bleeding? Gonzo bringing in more Panzer Grenadiers in the north. And the Großdeutschland Pioneers coming in. Danbuster in the lead. If this doesn't change till minute 50, Danbuster will win. Obviously, so Gonzo's struggling. Kappa. Nah, he's getting good kills here on the crawler with the Pack 40. Danbuster a bit too over aggressive with that. Panzer 38T also has to be careful, as the Pack 40 is also opening up fire on it. Yes, it's Inky, it's a German civil war. Don't know if you can say any of them are good guys. I would say it's bad guys versus bad guys in World War II in German terms. And both are playing balanced, yeah. Gonzo really likes to play balanced lately. He really wants to make it work. Panzer Grenadier is moving forward over here. Stuck and Panzer 38T moving forward. Panzer 3 though gets the penetration on the Stuck. Stuck now aiming on the Panzer... No. Why is it not... What the hell? Why did the Stuck not decide to shoot at the Panzer 4? Did it not spot it? That would be weird. But unlucky for Danbuster there in the north. Meanwhile, Sturmgruppe coming up in the south. And as you expect, the Sturmgruppe is a pretty good offensive unit, as they have MP44s. But in the forest, they will lose against Pioneers, because TNTs are just as savage as they are in Warno here. So, how do you like the infantry combat from what you see here, compared to maybe your lovely Wargame or Warno?
I mean, compared to Wargame, I mean, there's no substitute for Wargame's infantry combat. It is the best.
Who doesn't like city blocks, right?
I prefer the combat in Wargame for when it comes to infantry to both this and Warno. The infantry combat here, I can't quite tell always what's going on.
Yeah, I guess that's getting used to, because for me it's the same in Warno, like Wargame.
Yeah.
I guess if you don't know the stats, like Eugen games, never the simplest to get into. Always quite hard to learn, also quite hard to master.
One thing I have noticed that there's a big difference here between Warno, Wargame, and SD2 is that there doesn't seem to be as much of a push for recon everywhere.
Well, no, because infantry itself already is pretty good at seeing things, but you still have Aufklärers and stuff around. But
Yeah.
it's... And like Aufklärungspanzers and so on, but it's not as necessary. And obviously they don't have the forward deployment compared to Warno, which in Warno at the moment is one of the biggest reasons why you bring a lot of recon, right? So...
Yes. Gonzo's got a good push going on down at the bottom and encircling.
Yeah, the Sturmgruppe
Danbuster.
got annihilated by the Pioneers as expected. TNT really doesn't take any prisoners. And the Panzer 3L is moving into the compound as well. And Gonzo now up to the 59, which is the double tick. Like at 1311 you get the 1 speed tick on the opponent, and then at 59 it doubles up the speed, and then at 18.6 it quadruples the speed that it takes the enemy down, and so on. And with like at 21.3 you have 8 times the tick speed. That's how it works here. And yeah, with 59 now, Gonzo would win in 15 minutes if Danbuster can't take any territory back. But at least he got the units of Gonzo in the south encircled. Might be able to bust that bubble and get 4 flags back for himself. Just needs a couple more infantry units that push the front line. The artistic part of Steel Division that a lot of Wargame players don't like, but I think is a pretty cool and interesting mechanic. I wouldn't say it's perfect, obviously, but it's a really unique feature compared to just zones. I really enjoy the frontline system in Steel Division. And would like it to become a game mode that you can choose. Like I think War fits zones better from the like Cold War. The frontline system wouldn't be a perfect fit, but I would like it as a game mode to just be able to play with this lovely mechanic around in Wano as well. Meanwhile,
No, I'd like to try it. I'll admit I'd like to try it.
Yeah, like as I said, it shouldn't be the only game mode. It shouldn't be the main game mode either, I would say. But as an option, always wouldn't hurt. Like if Eugen has the time free, like obviously doesn't need to be there at launch, but at some point I really would like to see. Meanwhile, Gonzo combines the front lines in the south again, and now encircles Danbuster's units behind his lines as the Panther push is doing a real Ardennes offensive here through the forest. In the north, also Gonzo now has solidified. The push of Danbuster has fizzled out a bit as the Panzer Grenadiers are moving in. Storm Pioneers getting overrun here as well. Like yeah, I think the Steel Division Normandy 44 system would also be easier to implement to Wano for sure, as you don't need to put flags on every map. Like, but yeah, the frontline system would be great. Maybe with the frontline AI of Steel Division 2, because I think the Steel Division 2 frontline behaves way better than the Steel Division Normandy 44 frontline behaves. From like just playing Steel Division Normandy 44 lately again, I realized like sometimes that frontline is behaving a bit erratic, but the 52% of the map control game would be pretty cool, yeah.
Now, as novice as I am, I do feel like Danbuster is in trouble now.
Yeah, 17-7 ain't going hot. But he got Panther killed. His mother really did a good job there, killing a Panther and killing a Panzer IV. So he's getting some kills, but the flank's just not going that well. I still don't know why the Stuk in the north did refuse to kill the Panzer IV and attack the infantry instead, as the attack order he gave was the correct one. So still a bit surprised by that, a bit bamboozled. But Gonzo just playing a pretty clean game here, having commander around, Krilla doing well. And yeah, I feel like Danbuster's first tournament game won't be a miracle, and having this matchup isn't ending in a good one.
I mean, I can safely say he's doing better than I would.
Well, I guess so, yeah. Panzer Grenadiers coming around. You know, there's a YouTube channel called Attack Power Gaming, who just got Vulcan HD Gaming into a 1v1 matchup. Maybe and Vulcan won, by the way. So, yeah, if you're up for it, he could also maybe teach you, build the deck with you and have a 1v1 with you, and then you can also do it with Wargame and Wano maybe with him, and have a fun time there. Can link you two up if you want to. Pretty nice guy, Mr. Attack Power Gaming. He will also cover some of these games on his YouTube channel over the next couple of days. So yeah, check him out, Attack Power Gaming on YouTube. Maybe some of the mods can link that in chat. And also check out Bandaner's YouTube channel, guys. Especially if you're interested in Wano and Wargame, but also a lot of other strategy games to be found on Bandaner's YouTube channel. You're not live right now, are you?
No, I'm not. No.
But you will be live tomorrow, for example.
I will be live tomorrow for Wano, but this is all you today, because I just not confident that I know enough about SD2 at all to stream that on myself.
Yeah, the Marder in the center is really doing good. The Marder being somewhat similar to the Kanonenjagdpanzer, but with a way better gun and way better accuracy, and that it is a pretty stealthy tank destroyer. Like the Kanonenjagdpanzer is a bit too much. It's a bit deformed grandchildren.
I was confused when you said Marder, to be honest. Killing tank.
Meanwhile, Panzer Grenadiers in the south coming in. Can Danbuster push back the infantry here of Gonzo? It seems like he should be able to, as this is a good amount of infantry here coming in for him. Sturmtruppe sadly not really cost efficient. 25 points or 8 men with MP44s. MP44s ain't what they used to be in Steel Division. They're still pretty good, but with only 8 men, 25 points is relatively expensive. Meanwhile, the Marder, though, really doing a great job here. Sadly, this time not quite getting on target. And Sturmtruppe retreating here. Big Trooper getting overrun as well, and Gonzo up to the 18-6, and this will be over in no time. Panzer IV, meanwhile, in the north, fighting Marders as well. Yes, Marders are beasts in Steel Division 2 when it comes to fighting tanks. And they're effectively used on both sides now. Tiger E rolling in. Marder versus Panzer IV. Ending poorly for the Panzer IV. Tiger, meanwhile, moving forward. More Panzer Grenadiers rolling in as well. The 19-5 going on. This should be over relatively quickly, yeah. Those triple with Berettas. Berettas being the best SMG in the game, because Italians ain't all shit in World War II. Some of their stuff is actually pretty capable. Beretta is one of these things, being used by some Germans here that also throw Molotovs at you. And Gonzo won't let us have the upset that we all hoped for. But this little Cinderella story for Danbuster doesn't seem to quite work out. This ain't one of them.
I thought he did a good push at the start.
Yeah. To be honest, Incha, like in this tournament, not running into a good player in round 1 is pretty tough. Yeah, the northern push at the beginning was solid. As I said, I'm still a bit... It's a bit sad that didn't attack the Panzer IV. It might have been down to the rules of engagements as he had set up with efficient shot. He might have to change that a bit. Meanwhile, Panzer Grenadiers coming up over here. But the 24 is telling. But Gonzo was relatively humble. Like, it wasn't a super rush or so. But obviously, in the end, it's a tournament game. So we expect Gonzo to play pretty well. And he for sure did. And Marder finally goes down. The hero unit for Danbuster bites the dust as a Panther A. Spotted it thanks to the Aufklärer and got the one shot, one kill on it. Panther A and Panzer IV pushing in the middle. Well, a lovely Panzer IV moves around in the south. But Gonzo's really close to the 21-3. And at the 21-3, I mean, this game will end even quicker as it will go up in speed once more. Panzer IV coming around. But yeah, lovely
aircraft this game.
No aircraft this game, right. Not everyone is an air spammer like me. Not all Steel Division players are like me.
I wasn't going to say it. I'm glad you did.
Yeah. I mean, I wear that badge with pride and honor. I am the master of disguise. Nothing else, but at least that department I'm pretty good. So in my second tournament game yesterday, I was pretty disappointing. Like, don't watch that if you want to learn how to airplay. I didn't do a good job. Maybe learn from DarkNeutron there, but for sure not from me. Though I had some really lovely tournament game yesterday as well. But yeah, Danbuster going down to Gonzo here. Not a surprise, but at least he did hold out longer than others might have. And the early game was not all bad, but afterwards Gonzo was just getting out of control, and then at some point he will just steamroll you, and that's what happened here. So the Marder, though, being a real hero, getting the Stuk, M43, getting the Panther D, and getting the Panzer IV, plus the Stoßtrupp Beretta. Absolute MVP here for Danbuster. And I hope he still had a good time. And yeah, I hope you all have a good time. Whilst also maybe considering supporting the reason for this event. The fundraising for the amazing Action Against Hunger. One of the really good charities out there. Like, We did a good search back in the day to find a good partner, and I think we found it in Action Against Hunger. And if you agree, consider leaving a donation on the fundraiser. You can find it link in the chat. And yeah, all information about the tournaments and tomorrow's tournament can be found there as well. As today, Steel Division, tomorrow, Wano. And we should have a lot of fun here. As game number 1 is over for these two, but we will move on to the next one. Yeah, we need Roguish Tiger in here. Roguish. And yeah. Let's jump into Khers vs. Frubb is still going on. Let's jump into that. As that should be a pretty close game. Like, both are, I would say, from the skill level currently, higher level, like Division 2 level. On the higher end of that. As Frubb was a Division 1 player back in the day, but he hasn't played as much 1v1 lately. So, yeah. Ooh. Ooh. Did you see the message I saw? Your team is either they're scared or they're really, really hyped. Some people asking you.
What was that?
Like, Damn just asked if you want to practice with him some Wano. I guess Vulcan won't be around, but
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I caught that. Yeah, he did. He obviously wants to practice.
he obviously wants to destroy me. Some cheesy strategies in the planning. I see it. Four men down one lane, figuring out on the stream before where Protoss soccer goes, and then all on Protoss. That's.
I mean, that's a way to do it. Plow
Yeah.
straight through at one side.
Nobody cares about the rest of the map, but as long as Protoss gets destroyed on stream, everything is right?
Pretty much. We just got to beat you. Everything else will just tumble after that.
Well, no, this is not a prize for Gonzo. As I'm pretty sure Gonzo ain't in need of the support of Action Against Hunger. So, yeah.
It's a good charity. Something everyone can get behind.
Yeah. Like, everyone should get behind at least. Yeah. It's sadly not always the case. Like, I remember with our previous iterations, some idiots still complained about us doing charity events. But yeah, if you're a somewhat sane person, you should be able to, at least getting behind the idea. We might have a better charity, like, obviously, if you think the money is better used elsewhere, feel free to share it elsewhere, but I think we all can agree that some support or some other regions of the world are needed if you are living in a first world country. And it's a shame that it is needed, but in our current world, something like Action Against Hunger for sure is helping in making it the world a slightly better place. And helping them out doing that is good. Yeah, thanks Genzi for sharing Attack Power Gaming. Yeah, that's the lovely YouTube channel of Mr. Attack Power, or at Kurtsk, aka. And yeah, he will also cast some of the games we won't be able to cover, because I'm pretty sure we won't be able to cover all the games going on. It's 6 games per round. So yeah, game number 2 here. Let's speed it up a bit to where this game actually starts. As on the right side, we have Frubb playing Hermann Göring. On the left side, Khers playing 43rd Reserve. So some lovely divisions coming up, as expected. It's not a hardcore league game or so. So yeah, these divisions are not completely on the low end, but they ain't top 10 either. So, cool to see them around. I mean, Hermann Göring has been meta for a long time before, but they have fallen out of it slightly, as their infantry is not quite up to par with others. But they still have a lot of good support weapons. Meanwhile, 43rd Reserve has an surprisingly good win rate in ranked and quick play. Which I guess is mostly down to its infantry being really beefy. Plus it having some nice 2000 meter support. Like, it's not a bad division at all, but I don't think it's on the super high end either. Yeah, PTRS moving in. PTRS down here, also chilling out. Bewagen versus Saperi. Over here. BA-10 rolling around. And let's see how the first engagements here go. 13-11 for Khers. Echoes and Stravnicki's moving in. Meanwhile, yeah, the Stravnicki officers are fanatical Stravnikkis with 3 DPS, 3 PPSHs. And on Stravnikkis, being fanatical is pretty helpful because they have a lot of hit points, but they get stressed out as much as other units as well. So Stravnikkis often end up surrendering if they get overrun. But with the fanatical trait, that can't happen. And that's something
That's right.
I think Warno could also use. Like, I've seen a lot of people talking about bringing back war games like infantry training levels, which I also can get behind. Maybe we can do both, but like one of those two things is for sure needed. Either traits like Fanatical or Raider from Steel Division, or Disheartened, to make infantry a bit more diverse. Or training level, or both, like to increase the diversity in the infantry a bit.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I think the reality is that the two systems are very similar, so one or the other is probably enough.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. That's also what I think. But if my reason for the trait one is that you can get a bit more fancy with it. Like, it's not the same modifiers on everything, but you can just create a trait that does something pretty cool. That is a bit of a different modifiers than just the generic training levels. But training levels might be a bit easier to like understand because they are so so all across the board, and like once you learn them, you know what they do. So I guess traits can be pretty similar with a good tooltip.
All about the tooltip.
Yeah. Hey, Genze. How are you doing?
Doing fine.
Nice.
Just wanted to comment on the trade thing. I also think it's a good idea, but I'm not sure about the radio trade because that's only really works when you have a front line, so that would only work in the
Yeah,
zones.
I mean, I'm not saying that we should use the same traits that we have here,
Yeah.
but like create new traits. Like,
yeah, you can create a lot of things through capacities and stuff in the game. Like there's a lot of unemployed stuff that you can use.
yeah, I mean, Fanatical doesn't work either because there's no surrender in 1.0.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
only
that's true.
life or death.
That's
Nobody in a modern war surrenders ever. Kappa. People just fight to the end. I mean, we see that in Ukraine. No Russians ever surrendered in Ukraine, did they? It's all Western propaganda, obviously. Big S with it behind that. But yeah, round number 1 here is going pretty well. Dome Pioneers versus Stravnicki officers. Ooh, that is an interesting one. Dome Pioneers. And yeah, now you can see, well, the T-34 is directly behind it, but otherwise the Stravnicki officers would get surrendered here. But due to the fanatical trait, they wouldn't be, so it can be pretty helpful. Also, Khers being really annoying with the half-tracks. Using the half-tracks to just capture flags. And yeah. Basically the opposite thing from CV sniping. Like, in Warno, or in Wargame, it's really annoying that you only have so few units that can capture frontline. In Steel Division, you sometimes have the other issue. That some really trash units affect the frontline overly proportional. And that's
like,
something like a half-track can move behind your lines.
Yes, the half track is an issue, but the biggest issue in my opinion, is the Flamer squad. Like the 2-man Flamer.
Yeah, Flamer spots can be quite annoying, but pretty good game here from both sides. As I said, we have a lot of high-quality players here today. If you want to get better in Steel Division, get yourself the observer role in the Discord. You can find it in the role channel up top. Just click the icon for observers, the 2 googly eyes, and then you can find all the replays down in the tournament channel of this tournament.
Yeah,
And
this will open you on whole tournament section where you can find all the
yeah, also other tournaments, but
all the
I'm
tournaments.
pretty sure we will see a lot of educational material today, because like this tournament is stacked. So yeah, this tournament is really, really stacked. Skravnicki coming in.
I feel that in this matchup, the 43rd is an interesting pick because you don't see it often. But
Yeah,
it
but
does,
it has
like,
an
a very
insanely
good
high
defense.
win. Like I'm surprised we see it so little, but it's a pretty unique division, but it does have pretty much everything. The issue is it doesn't have a lot of everything. Like
I mean,
if you start
if
losing a
I think,
branch,
like if it had off map, it would be picked a lot more because it's a really great aggressive division. But since it doesn't get any artillery and the only A you get is the 85mm, it's really hard to make it last long. So it would be a really great Vanguard division if Vanguard was better, for example.
yeah, SU-152 engaging over here. But 59 here for Khers, putting Frubb in a bit of a pickle. Frubb needs to get some territory. And yeah, we need Roguish Tiger to get us the Zotbot to be active in the in the replay room. Okay, but yeah, pretty interesting. ME410 flying around, spotting a lot of stuff. Frubb overall with a lot of recon planes, something that has picked up a lot since Burning Baltics, even though they got nerfed again eventually. But
Yeah. It's
people
just that
after
there were-
still realize, even after the nerf, even though they pretty much went back to what they were before, right? Still people
Yeah,
realize,
pretty
oh yeah,
much.
recon planes actually can be helpful. And like it's always interesting to see how meta stuff changes once someone figures it out. Like now having people use the HE clusters since Onord showed it to us in the semifinals. It's pretty cool how still even a game, like we get quite a couple of patches, but even without patches, meta is still adapting because we just have so much variety, so many variables going against each other in this game. Speerwagen in the north, 20mm being big bullies, way more powerful than in Warno, the 20mm here in this game. Can absolutely shred. T-34 gets the kill here.
Yeah, I heard that in Warno there was an issue with scaling damage at long range for the
Yeah.
20mm.
Yeah.
Not sure if it will be get fixed or not, but
It's better now. Like it was not just a scaling issue with range, it was also an issue with some modifiers that weren't great, and they improved on that. Still, I would say 20mm are not right where they should be, but they're they're getting for sure closer.
There's still room for improvement with a lot of things for Warner, but they're getting there slowly.
Yeah. And Khers under 59, 9 minutes to go.
Well, it took like almost 2 years to get some stuff fixed in Steel Division, and we still don't have time limit and like also the ability to cross river for a lot of units.
No, right, it's not Gonzo versus Danbuster anymore. You're right about that. Thanks for It's one
So
of
you
our
can-
Iranian guys versus Frubb. And Frubb is in trouble here. 16-8 here for Khers. So, can he bring it around? Hey, Uncle Mark. Hey, Goats. How you all doing? John Panius finds Skravnicki in the north. And it's a 4G moving forward. Can it find the kill on T-34? I mean, it's a 3-star veteran C Panzer 4G. It should find the kill. And it does. Valkyrie in the rear. Panzer 3N on the ridge. Meanwhile, T-3485 coming in the north, but it's only a 1943 model. We'll try to fight the Panzer 4G up the hill. It could be interesting, but it has lower rate of fire than the Panzer 4G, so on CQC, I would give the advantage to the Panzer 4 if it doesn't get damaged beforehand. And Frubb is trying to push back up there. Still, this town lost is a big minus. So we'll see how this goes. Channels coming around as well. And Panzer 4G moving in as well. Ooh, a cluster bomber. Cluster bombers without AA really effective in this game.
Yeah, very, very much cost effective.
And this KV-1S is going down.
That's one of the weakness of the division. It has only 85mm AA, and one is too far back there.
Yeah, but you get an LA-7. It just was called in too late here. LA-7 being one of the best fighters in the game, and it will get the revenge kill, so in the end, the trade is not amazing for Frubb. But at least he got rid of the only tank in the south, so now his tanks can push in there without having to be worried too much. Can be able to roll up this hill and get some...
He's using the Valkyrie though, and I feel like this unit should be repriced, because it's not really cost effective.
Yeah, repriced, or at least like get some free veterancy or something like that. Like,
yeah, because against Saperi it may lose already.
I mean, everything loses against the Paris. That's not a fair fight. On 100-meter engagements. Nothing stands against the might of a TNT satchel charge.
Yeah, and the 10 HP damage, 10 damage TNT in vanilla.
The great invention of our big friend Alfred Nobel, which guilt-tripped him into founding the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yaknai B will not find a kill because the bombs are dropped too far from each other.
Yeah, 150mm will engage the 85mm on top. And yeah, it's good to see that we have artillery play now in Steel Division with big, like all calibers of guns, from Mersers down to 70mm guns.
Except the biggest, like the B4.
I mean, Mersers are the same caliber. The issue with the B4 is just that it is a vehicle, right? Like,
yeah,
and it's an unarmored
HP.
one. If it would get 5 armor already, that would help it out a lot. Or get up to like 15 HP or something like that.
Yep.
But other than that, the big German guns are used. Like, Mersers have been quite effective in a couple of games I've seen lately. They're not in all, like, not useful in every scenario. If the enemy has good counter batteries, big guns are just not cost efficient at all. But if you know the enemy has a weak RT tab, like for example in El Bowser that only brings in 60mm mortars, which...
Or in this case, 43rd.
Yeah, or 43rd here, that doesn't have much counter battery. A big artillery gun like a 150mm can be really cost efficient, especially if you can use radio on you as an advantage and get it to fire accurately. These guys eliminate anti-tank guns or anti-air guns
Yeah,
really,
and that's
really rapidly.
what Frubb is trying to do, but the issue is, will it do it? Because if it doesn't like find the AA, like it will be 120 points were a bit wasted.
Yes, but Frubb at least stopped the double take. And he... Oh no, as I said that, it goes back to a 59. Frubb really needs to bring this around. It's a close game here already. Frubb needs to find a solution to stop the bleeding. And he doesn't have too many aggressive forces right now. He's somewhat close though to the northern flag. But T-3485 and a couple of channels try to keep him off that.
Yeah,
so Perry Rocks, pretty good
deciding
unit as well.
engagement will be in the south with the T-34 against the Panzer III and Martyrs.
Yeah. Saperi rocks for 30 points, being pretty cost efficient. Having SVTs, PPSHs, flamethrower, and 2 DPs. Like, one of the best all-rounders in the game currently. On all ranges, this thing has insane damage output. Or like at least good damage output. On long ranges, the DP is obviously not the best LMG, but a pretty decent one. And Panzer Commanders move in. We help out. 1410 has been achieved, so Frubb once more gets a bit more time by pushing it in the south. But quite a couple of T-34s coming up there to push him out of there again. Gets... Ooh. Clutch kill there with the Panzer IV on the T-34-85.
Oh yeah, spalling crits.
But the T-34-76 retaliates a second later. And Frubb really needs to push in here.
Also the assault on the hill by Khers. Well, it's not an assault on the hill. Assault on the flags might fail because of the 88. Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
But Khers is reinforcing the north as well. He wants to end the game.
Yeah, Khers really wants the 59 to continue. Brings in a lot of T-34s and channels. Around here, meanwhile, Frubb tries to make an assault onto the town. Gets the flag there, reduces it to a 13-11. So, obviously bringing it back to a 12-12 would allow Frubb to have more time to bring this game around into the favor of Frubb.
Happy about there's a lot of tanks at the bottom.
Yeah, this is a lot of tanks around here for Khers.
Oh, but Khers is...
Ooh!
jumped
Oh
up.
my god! Oh! It only kills 2, but 2 more are heavily damaged. Ju-87 cluster bombers. Yeah, cluster bombers against opponents without AA. Nasty in every Eugen game out there. And
Yep.
this was really the move that Frubb needed here to turn this game around.
Yeah, I think he can capture both flags now. That's
Yeah,
the
he
flags
can
there.
really easily push now here.
No,
For
but
T-34s
cluster bomber of
neutralized.
Khers coming in.
The Panzer 3N just doesn't want to get the penetration though. Yeah, cluster on the side of Khers now as well. Will it be in time to stop the Panzer 3N from bullying the T-34? Okay, 2 of the T-34s will disengage, but they're still pushed back. Oh my god, and they're still both heavily damaged. This was pretty rough. The time limit is 50 minutes, so that we can stay in schedule. Yeah, considered 55 minutes, but I think 50 minutes is the better one,
Yeah.
so that if people start a bit delayed, it's not too bad.
Frubb's low infantry push in the north should be able to take 1 flags, but the other flags is owned by the Saperi Rocks, so...
Yeah, Panzer 3N moving forward. T-34 getting hit here by the SU-152. Meanwhile, artillery will get the Saperi camaraderie in the north most likely. Oh yeah. Artillery doing their job there. Radio mortars. The
No, it's
150mm mortar, artillery piece just killing 7 channels with 1 hit. Being really efficient there. Hemingering Pioneers here, finding a TNT charge onto a Skropniki as well. But Saperi Rocks will follow that up and should be able to push them out of there again. And Khers once more on the 59. Oh my god, Frubb is going really low on points now.
1410 though. because of
1410
the
though,
saw.
but that's still not a lot of time left. But the assault on the town is starting to work. Valkyries coming in here in big numbers. Should reduce it to a 13-11. And recapturing the flag in the south. So if he captures the last flag in the town, it's back to a 12-12. And then Khers might have to go into the defense mode. Still 50 minutes remaining, 30 minutes remaining, so enough time for Frubb to bring this around once he captures the 12-12. But obviously, first he has to do that, as he's down to 3 minutes. And obviously, even if he gets it around, he's still... Every tick that he gets now is something that he has to take back later, so every tick here for Khers is a good one.
Nice 12-12 by taking the farm complex from Khers,
Yes.
because there is no infantry there.
And Storm Pioneers in the rear being pretty good for that.
And
First
the
tick
T-34
now for Frubb at the 19-minute
disengaged
mark.
by the murder one.
And
Some more tanks are going to die at the
mutual
bottom.
destruction.
Yep. Both traded, okay. But that's a worthwhile trade for
Frubb.
blood.
Oh, and another Ju-87 run. And where's the LA-7? LA-7 nowhere to be seen.
Khers is splitting his tanks. That's a good thing to do. And keep in mind, Bandaner, that the G87 D5 were nerfed, like their drop pattern a while ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they were really, really obnoxious.
I mean, they were pretty much as obnoxious as, like, patch 2. Like, they are not as fast, so they're not quite as annoying. And AA actually keeps stuff away here in this game. Like, it...
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
Wano, it's either you kill it or it's you die to it. And here it's like, yeah, you might not kill it, but you at least can suppress
Yeah,
it, which is something
because
that I
of the suppression mechanics.
I would like this full suppression mechanics for airplay at least in Wano as well. That like rockets that miss still do stress damage, and missiles that miss, and gunfire that misses still do stress damage.
Yeah, it seems that Frubb has made it in the bottom, like he has taken out all the tanks.
Yeah.
He's reducing the infantry now.
And there's 3 flags for him there, which would give him a 59, which would be enough to win the game here. So Khers needs to be really careful now.
Yeah, but there will be a big battle in the north for the town. Lots of T-34 and from both sides.
A lot of beefy infantry squads here from Khers. A lot of Strachnicki officers coming in, but Pioneers on the other side throwing TNTs, and 2 of the Strachnickis sitting on top of each other. Only one getting really hit though. So Perry Rocks get killed out in the open. Well, LA7.
Yeah, the Pioneer were clutch.
Yak 7. Yak 7. Okay, gets only 1 kill, but pushes the other 2 back. T-34 could follow up. It doesn't do so yet though. Khers missing out the opportunity here to get good kills on the enemy armor. Bring it back to 12-12 though.
Back. But the T-34 is in position to kill the armor of Frubb now. Although Frubb is actually moving out his Panzer Grenadier in the north, trying to cut off the flag, as he owns the line of sight to the reinforcement road.
Yeah, but legit, that's one of the issues of Task 43rd Reserve. They don't have any big amount of AA, and only the expensive ones.
Yeah, and they can't really take the ground back once they have lost it, because there are no...
Ooh,
no
Tiger
artillery.
versus SU-152s. Interesting matchup. First SU-152 goes down though, as they didn't get any direct hits on the Tiger yet. So the other one should disengage as well. Won't end nicely for it. Yes, it will do so now. T-34-85 though in the north should have some good matchups here against Panzer IVs and T-34-76s. Engages on infantry for now though.
I feel like Frubb has successfully disbanded, and now Khers is spent, both in terms of his decks and positioning. So
Yeah,
I think
Khers
it will
is
go
in
only
trouble,
one
and the
way.
south is... The south is really derailing now for him, as he doesn't have much anti-tank there.
Yeah, he
SU-85
doesn't have many anti-tank.
SU-85 might be able to ambush. More SU-85s. I think that's a good investment in C-phase. Getting 1-star veteran SU-85s, because they're somewhat affordable. And they're pretty capable anti-tank. If you get them in good position. Also, much better defensive than offensive unit. Loses the T-34 in the town though, and the artillery... Ooh! The 85mm getting a snipe on the J-87 in the north. At least the cluster bomber is down now.
Yeah.
But it did got a kill on another T-34 beforehand, so the tank balance in the north is also rather one-sided in the favor of Frubb now.
I feel like now would be a great time to bring like something like Yak Panzer for Sturmtiger to block the big line of sight in the south.
Yes. Meanwhile, SU-85 gets the penetration on the T-34. Will now fire onto Panzer 3N. 2-star veteran SU-85 has relatively quick reload time. Panzer 3N has transmission damage. Another SU-85 coming up. 34 did hide behind a building here.
Also, the SPW 233 actually successfully infiltrating the flank.
Yeah. Trying to get a shot onto resupply line, and now will be able to shoot at the SU-85. Will they get a penetration? No, they don't get a hit. SU-85 is always struggling with their armor. One T-34 goes down to them though. But side shots against it. Ooh, the 233 not getting a penetration. But SU-85 also missing. 233 bouncing for now though. And now they're shooting on frontal armor. One of them getting a penetration though. SU-85 in trouble. And it also can't shoot in this direction because it has an alignment bug.
Oh yeah, it is on the slope. You can see when you zoom in.
Alignment feature is coming in again. Ooh, Yak 7 also not having line of sight anymore. Misses on display wagon. Gets stressed, but no real damage. 85 on the hill now in an engagement with another display wagon. Will get the kill there at least. But Khers is down to an 11-13.
Yeah,
Which
and the
would be not quite enough for Frubb but Frubb is still in such a good position here. But Khers
yeah.
at least has air superiority now. The LA-7s could be around for some strafing maybe. And also maybe allow some bombers. But first, obviously, he has to solidify the ground forces. T-34-85 is a good solution for that, I would say.
I fear that, like, Khers in terms of infantry, I don't know what he has left. Like, if he has Strafniki officer, yeah, he calls in one. Because that would be great unit to get back the southern flag.
Yeah.
So we've not seen any IS-2s. I believe like Khers maybe prefers lighter tanks. It might have help against the Tigers in the middle.
IS-2 is not a great division for this map. It could be, like, one could be useful in the center. And against Tigers they can be helpful, but I guess you also didn't quite expect Tigers too much.
Yeah,
like the Tigers is not the most seen unit in a 1v1 game. They're a bit more used lately than they were like a year ago or so, but they're still not.
Like they are not, because they are not really cost effective, like in terms of dealing damage to enemy units, like especially soft targets. Like they have a slow rate of fire. Their HE is not that big.
Yeah, they're just pretty good in stopping medium tanks from long ranges. Like they can hold a field against a medium tank division quite well, but
not against the 90-40, 90-44.
Oh, Khers actually brings in the IS-2 now, when he has the lowest income. Like it's interesting that he had that much money saved up to both buy a T-34-85 in the south and an IS-2 now. And also might speak that he is close to running out of infantry, as you never know how much he has in a Maverick deck. 59 now for Frubb for sure is enough to end it before the time limit, so he's in trouble.
And now the artillery of Frubb is paying off at this stage. Especially in the town there, where he's pounding the Strafniki officers.
T-34 is really doing damage here. Superi Rocks helping out. And it's a close game, but Frubb did keep his composure. And it looks like Frubb is on the way to victory here now. Artillery really doing a good job. Like I'm pretty sure the 150mm by now paid off big time. Obviously,
yeah, we'll see. I don't see if it is as killed, but it has suppressed a lot. Like it's doing a lot of moral damage, and that's important against 40 points units that are not always cost effective.
Yeah.
Like if the Strafniki officer can't pay themselves up, like they are not really worth it, and that's because of the artillery play of Frubb.
Khers trying to counterattack in the south. T-34-85 got penetrated by the normal T-34 though once, so it has to be really careful now. The Berry Rocks here in the forest trying to come up, and the IS-2 obviously trying to recapture this center. But even if he does that, it looks like the north is now totally collapsing, whilst he might...
Yeah, it's gone. He's even bringing a back 40 to secure the position. But he has a Saperi Rocks that could actually kill the leader and the Flak 88.
Yeah, Pack 40 coming around. Auto Strafniki's under fire. Auto Strafniki's also not in the best spot they could be in. They're obviously supposed to be in CQC, and they're a bit caught out in the open here. Also, a lot of AA now. Flak 41s everywhere. 4 Flak 41s on the map. So, Yak 9s don't have an easy time to get any runs off anymore. And did the IS-2 already got penetrated here?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it got already penetrated. That's pretty unlucky here against the Tiger. Also bounces on the Tiger. Damn. Never lucky here for Khers, I guess.
Yeah. That's unlucky because it should have like 50, 60% penetration change there.
Yeah, on 2000 meter range it should be still pretty solid. Meanwhile, the 150mm found a new target to bully. The 85mm in the north is under heavy fire, and 16-8 here now. So Frubb Lord really doing it methodically here now. This assembling of Khers forces.
Because the
doing any-
penetration is actually on the unit card is at 500 meter. It's not at max range. For those watching that don't know about this.
Yeah, Valkyra coming around. Strafnicki under heavy fire. Answer 4. Ooh, trying to kill T-34 in the north. But I don't think there's any comeback here for Khers.
No.
L2, as I said, airplay might have been an idea, but by now there's just too much AA around. Like,
It can't really kill all of the ground units by itself.
I'm not sure how he lost. Oh, the Saperi Rocks killed the Flak 41 in the south.
Oh, it did.
Yeah. So only one of them around. So the L4 at least got its bombs off. But at the same time, SU-152 goes down in the center.
I'm surprised that we only seen Flak 88 from Frubb Lord.
You had some Gepards around earlier, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And do you have Flak 43s in this deck? Or is it Flak 36? I think it's Flak 36, right? So Flak 41s are
36,
usually
yeah.
better. And meanwhile, 85mm here goes down for Khers as well, and Khers really running out of combined arms here. AA is down, mostly. No anti-tank guns to be found, no support guns, only infantry and tanks, and that's not a good defensive setup. That's not a good defensive setup
Yeah,
at
and
all.
the H2 will not pay itself up. Like, maybe now, if he kills the Tiger.
LX7 coming around, Ju-87 D5 coming in for the kill.
Misses.
Ooh. Okay, LA7's not quite able to save the T-34-85. At least get the retaliation, but that is not enough for Khers right now. Khers needs insane trades to come back in this. Because he's bleeding hard. And oh my god, the Flak 41s might even be able to get the LA7 here. No. That one is going nowhere. IS-2 once more not finding the kill onto the Tiger. Having a Saperi Comrade next to it now to give it veterancy, but it's still not enough. Meanwhile, Saperi's in the north under heavy fire by a Marder. Should unload before they get killed off here.
Yeah,
Okay,
the Mother is in
now.
a good position still.
Marder in a pretty good spot here. Another T-34-85, like Khers bringing around a lot of tanks. 17-7 now. Might go up to an 18-6 eventually as well, and then it will be over in no time. As the flag in the south in that little building complex is pretty much on the edge. So if the Valkyrie would move in there, it would be an 18-6 here. Actually, a flag elsewhere did the task of bringing Frubb Lord to the 18-6. And 14.
Yeah, I feel like the Khers should have brought the Strafnicki officer with the SMG like earlier in the game, because now you can't really use them because of its all range engagement.
Yeah, really good play here by Frubb Lord with the ME410s, by the way. Like, even though LA7 fighters are on the other side, he always kept that recon planes alive. It's a super fast recon plane as well, so you can micro it, but you obviously have to do that at first as well. And I think the recon planes really paid off here as well in the long run by
Another
giving good information.
IC-85 bites the dust. And yeah, I believe it's over for Khers now.
Yeah, 18-6, 3
and
minutes.
still
Still 16
19-5.
minutes, still time limit, so he's bleeding heavily. Even if he would come back to a 12-12 now, I don't think it would be enough anymore. It would only be 12 minutes at this stage, so yeah, it would not even be enough on the 12-12. So he wouldn't. Oh no, not on the 13-11. I mean, on the 12-12 it would be obviously fine, but yeah. So he would have to bring it back to even, and that's not gonna happen here. He has down to 3 tanks and a couple of hurt infantry, mostly channels, which are obviously not the most capable fighting force. So, meanwhile, on the other side, Frubb still having capable artillery and so on. And yes, we see Khers surrender here. And that's GG. I think
GG.
we have all round one games covered. Do we? Did I miss one?
What about AS versus Onord?
That one already is over. One is still ongoing, I guess. Yeah, Yamin versus X-Dark is over. Or did I?
If you wanted to watch AS versus Onord, you can.
No,
in
Luna
on
is still
AS,
ongoing. Okay,
channel.
yeah. Luna versus the last ongoing one. Let's jump into that. The last ongoing
Okay.
one of round one is Luna versus DarkNeutron, my opponent from yesterday in the monthly tournament, who was pretty capable and ooh, hot picks here.
No.
Luna being wild, giving us Koenig 559, a division.
Oh, nice.
A division we haven't seen in a while. Really embracing the funnest aspect of this tournament is Luna here.
Indeed.
Giving us good old Koenig. Embracing the mentality of this tournament to the fullest. And yeah, helping us, giving us some fun games to watch at whilst we try to get this fundraiser bar a bit higher, guys. And I think we did, right? Yeah. Thanks, Ramsey Bashir. Thanks for your $10. Much appreciated. Every small donation helps out. As I said, if everyone donates only $5, we will already be pretty close to smashing this now with the viewers we have. So yeah, and I won't forget to change the name this time. Thanks for the reminder.
So this is the Eastern matchup between New Zealand and China.
Yeah, the late night fighters helping us out here. Yeah, Koenig. Wait. You improved that? Okay, I was like, is that a new emoji? No, you just did the improvement on the Koenig one. Nice, Brown. It's finally time again to spam that emote, guys. The SDL Koenig finally has a place again in the Twitch chat, so use it. It doesn't come up too often anymore that this division is out there.
Yeah, basically it's bunch of units, like cobbled together by Eugene.
Like
it's not really a division. It should be better. Like they should have a KV1 at least, from what I've seen.
I mean, the division was good once, but it was a bit obnoxious as well. Like
it was in another meta.
Yeah, I mean, it would still be good if it would have the same balance. It just got nerfed so much. Like, and it's not, a lot of the nerfs were reasonable. Like, you just had way too much air, and you had way too much cheap infantry. Obviously, as even Bandana will know at this point, that's made it one of my favorite divisions. Having a lot of cheap
I can see that.
Yeah, that's the reason why this emote exists. Koenig 559 was one of my go-tos for a long time. By now, heavily eclipsed by Tatra, which is basically the same as old Koenig, whilst nowadays Koenig is just the shadow of its former self.
It got power creeped by Tatra. And even the Italian, we can say.
Yeah, you have lovely Ju-87 Stukas with gun pots on the bottom, which are pretty powerful in killing stuff, but you don't have as many as back in the day, and they're also a bit more pricey than they were back in the day. Because I think you were able to get like 100 planes in sea phase with this division back in the day. Like,
yeah,
that is a lot.
That's a lot of planes, yeah. And there were a couple of 10v10s where that went into complete overdrive with like more than one player playing Koenig, and then you had like 300 planes on the battlefield, or like 150 planes on the battlefield, going completely nuts. Like no AA in the world was able to suppress that, and every fighter coming out also lost against it, because everyone who ever played War Thunder knows that a Ju-87 with gun pots is not something that you really can fight head on, and they're also somewhat agile, so if there are 150 of them, you can't dodge them. So head on is the only way, but you lose a head on, so really there was no counter to it, which was a bit silly. But
That was a good way to roleplay as the Luftwaffe on the field division.
yeah. And you also had a lot of really, really cheap, also really, really bad, but really, really cheap infantry with the Shupos only costing 15 points back in the day. You could really flood the whole battlefield. I will never forget that one game between Gonzo and Lolly, where Gonzo lost the game because he just ran out of HE shells. Like, all his supply trucks were empty, and all of his tanks just didn't have any HE left anymore. So the Zerg swarm or the zombie swarm just ran him over because he couldn't shoot at them anymore. It was
Yeah, that was the best game. Sadly, we can only watch it. Like, we can't really show it with the replay since it's not compatible anymore.
yeah. I don't know if anyone if that might be somewhere on the on Vulcan's YouTube channel. Or
Maybe, yeah.
I think it's on Rank's YouTube channel. It might be on Rank's YouTube channel, that game.
What about DarkNeutron's pick? Like, he picked 44th.
I mean, that's one of the most common divisions that that you can't pick, right? It's
In only one right now, yeah, in vanilla, for sure.
I mean, it has off map, it has SU-152s. It has 4 cards of SU-152s, which are one of the best long-range fire support units that you can get. And T-3485s by now also pretty good. The infantry section is decent. It's not good. It's not on the high end, but with all the support tools you got, doesn't need to be, right?
And the main thing is the 2 cards of 150mm off map.
So what is Luna's idea here? Obviously a lot of infantry. Supported by 50mm mortars, it seems. And
Yeah,
some
maybe, I don't know.
20mm.
I would say overwhelm the flanks with cheap vehicle play.
Yeah, I
But
think the
the
flanks
thing
are
is-
the only hope.
The thing is, like, as you play Soviet, you have a lot of PTRS, so the vehicles are not a threat. So we should see, but I'm not very
Well,
confident.
usually the 20mm still beat the PTRS. Like, PTRS are not that amazing in stopping 20mm autocannons. Because they usually kill them so quick that the PTRS doesn't get enough damage out. But one of the Speerwagens already gets caught out in the open. Landesschützen capable of moving forward. And I see way too little Koruks spammed in the chat, guys. What's going on? Where's the Koruk love? Hey there, Scuba. 85mm getting hit. Chasseurs getting hit here as well. SU-152 trying its best. Beat this up. Well, Landesschützen sitting in the bushes. PTRS now. Wait, they have a fast move? Yeah. How do they have fast move order? Not sure what the plan is for the PTS here. Kampfpanzer 3. Interesting choice here. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
like the
not a-
Valentines at all.
It's not a
I've
tank
been
you
watching
see.
that tank.
Yeah, it's coming up there, but it's taking a while. It's British tanks were either they were really quick or they were like basically marching next to the infantry. I guess that was the base idea. Maybe not quite up to date in World War II, but hey, who can expect an island nation to develop the best tank doctrine can be? I mean, they had it for 10 years, and then they just dropped the ball.
They had it after in the Cold War for a few years.
Yeah, I don't see how Luna's push is supposed to work out at the moment. I mean, it's 12-12. Both players are Maverick, but I feel like every minute that it goes by is good for DarkNeutron because he gets better combined arms, and Luna's combined arms doesn't go super up from here.
I mean, maybe we'll do a massive plane chase. We shall see.
I'm not sure. What does 44th have as a baseline fighter? Like, that's the air department of 44th is something that I'm bit over us. They have P2
P49?
bombers, right? But fighters.
P49?
Yeah, they might have P39s and Yak 7s. That might
Yak
be.
7.
So they don't have the. They don't have LA7s, I don't think. So
No.
they don't have the best Soviet fighters for sure. So overwhelming them in the skies might be viable. But they have 25mm AA, which is pretty capable at the moment. And also some 37mm and B, I'm pretty sure. So you can block the sky play of Koenig.
Yeah, it's not a division that suffers in terms of a like Bakhtin or other division.
Yeah. 12-12 still going on here. Another
The score
85.
against Bakhtina is actually a good pick.
Another 85mm coming in now for Luna here. Pioneers coming up for the north as well. The 50mm mortar doing its job in the north. Pinning down some forces there. But T-34 will find the kill onto the Spraywagen. And really, T-34s alone are already so annoying. Like, all medium tanks are Koenig's nemesis. Because they can deal with heavy tanks by just swarming them. They can deal with light tanks because they have a lot of light anti-tank and light tanks themselves that can beat them. But Shermans, Panzer IVs, and T-34s are just not something you really enjoy playing against.
One thing I could do, like, or Eugene could do, is maybe make their chasseur more worth it, like give them a Panzerschreck or something.
Or at least
give them a more Panzerschreck base in their anti-tank.
Yeah, or at least that, yeah, something in that form, yeah, but yeah, Speerverband already is pretty solid, but not amazing. PTRS of DarkNeutron here gets another kill.
Yeah, and the other PTRS is sneaking to get the flank.
Yeah. Landesschützenhorst will eliminate them in a second, but still annoying losing a Pioneer there. Another PTRS, yeah, the one that you mentioned down there. 14-10 now for DarkNeutron. Maybe Luna wants to bully people in the loser bracket.
Maybe.
Nah.
That sounds like him.
Luna always enjoys playing some funky stuff, and Koenig for sure is funky stuff at the moment. 2-2 coming around here for DarkNeutron. Getting a bombing runoff.
Even 50 seconds might be better.
Yeah, I actually agree. I think 50 second at the moment might be a better pick, especially as this is not a super open map, so
yeah, so you can work in the forest with the cheap you got, and even you have the Fallschirmjäger for you.
So we finally see some Kanonenvogel. J87 D5 is around. The cannon birds.
And there's already the bane of the
the 25mm actually gets the kill. With its 2-star veterancy. This is
yeah, that's crazy to me. Like in the rework, I don't know what they did, but those PCs are crazy.
Well, it's veterancy. 2-star veterancy is the key here, and J87 is also really slow. Plus bad resilience can always end in disaster.
I mean, that's the resilience, for sure. A resilience issue as well. Like if they had 7 HP, it wouldn't be the case. They would leave.
EU2 in the north gets the Pioneers pinned down. They have to retreat. 85mm on the hill. Got a kill onto a T-34 at least, so at least one less medium tank for Luna to worry about. And Panzer III, or the Valentine, somehow being on par with Panzer III in the eyes of the Germans, so they named it Kampfpanzer III. No clue how they came up with that designation. E stands for English, but other than that.
Yeah, but the T-34 1942 takes the kids.
Yeah,
and
obviously, as it is quite a bit more powerful than a only Valentine. 12-12 at least for Luna. I wonder what the way to victory here will be for Luna, as we're about to go into round number 2. So
he's bringing the only naval warfare Koenig has. Maybe to get rid of the A in the middle, like that would be smart. But yeah, this only AAPs that costs 45 points is actually negating almost half of the map for Luna.
Yeah. These guys must have started their round somewhat late. They also still haven't uploaded the replay too. So they are all most likely still playing. I mean, we're a bit behind.
PTRS might find a kill there.
But we're actually not that far behind either.
Oh yeah. One spare vac. 2 infantry units down. 40 points down.
Yeah.
Great. That would hurt.
We'll go up to 2 times speed now, so that we can catch up to their life, and then somewhat. Yak 3. Ooh. No. I also am surprised that we don't see more 25mm on the map for DarkNeutron. They're obviously working out, and they're not a big investment at all. Oh my god, no, that was something else that got the kill.
It might be too cheap.
BF-109 will get out. Nebelwerfer. Ooh. Will find the connection onto the AA piece. So, more AA pieces are needed here. DarkNeutron, maybe a bit too shy at the moment. Like, maybe respecting Luna too much. Could push
Maybe, yeah.
quite a bit
He's
more.
Limited by the pick and the 50mm mortar play. The mortar play is doing good work. Like, Luna has used them very, very much.
Yeah, Ju-8075 coming around as a
Almost
fighter.
out of munition.
Well, it's more 25mm coming around. Oh! DarkNeutron with the mistake. Yeah, that's the War Thunder mistake. Going in head on with the Ju-87 D5 is not a good idea. As this thing has 420mm shredding you. Yak 3 only having 120mm.
Very agile.
Yes. Big plunder there by DarkNeutron, losing one of the fighters. Flak 36 is up.
Bringing the Tiger Elite from the furthest Panzer.
Yeah. Tiger E on the battlefield. But 1311 here for DarkNeutron for now.
Actually, they should have more of them, but only 2. They should have at least 2 card. But
another T60 coming in. Ju-8075 versus Yak 3. This time the Yak 3 might be able to win. No. They draw. And Nebelwerfer will shred another AA piece. So Luna's game plan here starts to yeah, I mean it's correct, so obviously air spam. If you can kill off all the enemy AA and can kill all the enemy fighters, then Kuruk is still a good division, I guess. Meanwhile though on the other side, it's DarkNeutron with the air spam. 4 2-2s. Really ignoring the AA. But BF-109's coming around and there's nothing to protect these 2-2s. Luna not with the best fighter micro though. Yak 7 coming, Yak 3 coming around. Are all the 2-2s making it out? That's bad micro here. On Luna's end. Even losing a fighter. Kills one fighter at least on the other side. But the 2-2s making it out.
That's a blunder.
Oh, and losing the other BF-109 as well. Big blunder here by Luna.
Yeah, you have to be on top of your airplay when you play Koenig.
Yeah.
That was a lot of aircraft.
It was a hell of a lot of aircraft.
But the issue with the 2-2s is that even if you have like 1 AA piece or 2 AA piece, it's not enough. Like you have to have more and fighters.
Yeah, you especially need fighters to just shoot them down. Like big AA guns might pin them down, but slight miss micro here by also turning the wrong direction. Why turning left side instead of right side?
The issue with those 2-2s is that they are too cost efficient. Like they only cost 95 points for very good resilience and pretty good speed.
On the Schützenöst coming in.
It's actually a balance issue there.
Flak 41 coming in as well. Tiger E rolling up there. 12-12 is happening. E34 76 meanwhile rolling in the rear. 13-11.
The Tiger on the field. I wonder if Luna will be able to take the hill with his Tiger and T60 in the south. The T60 are really good at dealing with infantry. So if he has to push right now, because then at the end of the game, DarkNeutron will take the advantage again.
Yeah.
Especially with his airplay. Since Luna may lose another plane. No.
because the next round is supposed to start soon, nonchalant. And we want to catch up with their game, see where they are. So that we can start into the next round as soon as this is over. 2-2 coming around. The others disengaging as they see that there's too much air. 37mm AA is around now. A lot of Tigers in the south. DarkNeutron up to 13-11. But this game might go the long way. And they are obviously the game that goes the longest is the game of the two guys that started the game the latest. It's always the classic, isn't it?
Yeah,
Guys that showing up a bit late then also played a 2-hour game. Luckily, not quite 2 hour this one case. Maximum was 50 minutes, so maximum another. They also took a long while to deploy. Like they started late, then took 7 minutes to deploy.
Maybe they're tired already.
They didn't report the results. I have the Discord up on the other side. That we can.
But the Nebelwerfer has made it worth, right?
Ooh,
It's a good
4 goes down.
RTPCs, I can say.
Nebelwerfer versus AA once more, yeah. Gets another kill. Luna really on top of that game. 122mm coming in as well. And yeah, this is the classic. Suppress the enemy AA and then kill him with air spam. And I think DarkNeutron made a big mistake by not pushing hard enough. Like he could have easily grabbed the 59 for a while here, but just respecting Luna too much. Don't respect Luna's memes. Just crush his streams. That's the way to go. Like yeah, it's Luna, but it's still Koenig. Just you know that division is trash.
I mean, but the thing is, Luna can't really fight on par with 44th on every front. Like up in the north, I feel like DarkNeutron still has the advantage as long as he has a AA there, like his piece of 24.
Yeah, but he won't have that AA forever there if he keeps playing like this. Like he needs to have the 59. Like it's not he won't win the long game in this setup.
I think he can.
No, he can't. Against artillery and air spam, he can't. Like, artillery will kill all his AA, and then the air spam will kill him. Like that's exactly the game plan here. That's really obvious now. So you should go for a 59 because obviously Luna also invested a lot into air and artillery, so he should be pretty weak on the ground. Weaker than he already is anyways in the matchup.
Well, I just wonder if DarkNeutron has artillery of its own.
44th artillery tab, you have the off map most of the time, and the rest of the artillery is not amazing.
We haven't seen any off map yet, so that's still up in the air.
Yeah, but that doesn't win you the late game. Like off map is great for doing a push, but it doesn't win you late game. And actually it's Luna now on a 14-10. DarkNeutron really giving his opponent way too much room here to wiggle.
What do you think, Bandaner, about the game?
I mean,
Since we are not agreeing.
I think, to be honest, with the way that Luna is using that Nebelwerfer and the aircraft, I think Luna's going to win this.
yeah, it's really starting to shift hard now. Like the 2-2s also can't come in anymore because now Luna has a good AA umbrella. So yeah, the Yak 1 getting bullied out of the existence here by the AA now.
And I'm very impressed by the accuracy of the Nebelwerfer, to be honest. Having not played this game a lot, I'm surprised that it is that accurate.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
because
pretty
he
small
uses
sight,
that
so
the optimal range actually. Optimal range is approximately 2.5k, 3k.
I mean,
Otherwise,
yeah,
it's not really efficient at more.
that, but also it's just like it's relatively accurate in general. I would say the Nebelwerfer 41s.
Well, it's accurate, but the blast is not that big compared to bigger pieces of Nebelwerfer 42.
But yeah, DarkNeutron is really falling apart here now. I mean, he has no AA whatsoever in the south. He lost his fighters in stupid mistakes. And
Oh, he's lost an SU-152 to a Sparverband. That's a big blow. Because you can use those, and I'm surprised that he let the, like he let his opponent build up a force in the middle.
And the 2-2 most likely will go down now as well. So that's another win condition down the train.
Oh yeah, that's a big loss.
Yeah, no fighters. Yeah, he could have pushed Luna off the center relatively early on, and was also way too shy in the south, allowing Luna to get all the stupid combined arms in the rear. Like, that's a mistake that a lot of players do. They respect the opponent's like the opponent's reputation too much. If you think Gonzo has a shit division pick, push him. Like, the good reputation players often win by other people just being too scared to push them. And the same here with Luna. Like, Luna would not have stood this chance if DarkNeutron would have pushed earlier in the flanks with an off map.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same in other games. Like, Warno's the same.
Yeah, I mean,
people won't push the experienced player.
I did somewhat the same mistake yesterday against DarkNeutron when I tried to be too fancy with 30 VDV. Like, don't try to be fancy against these people. Just use the Smash Hammer. You have the better Smash Hammer. If it comes down to a Smash Hammer duel and you have the better Smash Hammer,
Yeah, but
win.
we didn't see any off map. Like, yeah, sure. I think it could have maybe brought one card in A to end the game there. I'm surprised as well.
Yeah, no off map is weird, but also don't even think he would have needed it. Like, he had such a force advantage at the south for quite a while. Plus, the AA Umbrella could have been set up also a bit earlier on, and then it might have been better. 2-2 meanwhile coming in the south, trying to bully some stuff. Well, I don't think Luna will get away with correct picks for the rest of this tournament. Like, the winner bracket is pretty stacked. Like, it's not quite a winner bracket, but like the winners of the first round. The name list there is quite impressive. We have Onord, Frubb, Gonzo, Yamin, Col.Koenig. All of these obviously pretty potent opponents that
Yeah,
might be that one step above DarkNeutron. Like, obviously DarkNeutron a good player, but I think he plays way below his capabilities in this game. Really just being too scared. Like, as he pinked in the middle, like he was scared by Luna's correct pick. Don't be.
Yeah. You should know the weakness of the division and how to counter it.
And yeah, Luna is a troll. Don't take his meme picks too seriously. Like, he's still obviously decent with it. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, don't play good against it, but just play normal against it. Don't be like, oh yeah, he must have something super fancy planned. This is not a super fancy correct plan. It's just the only thing that you can do with this division. It's...
But I doubt now the issue for DarkNeutron is the anti-tank. I doubt he has anything to keep the Tiger in the middle. I think his whole plane was the P2 spam. Which is not a good plane against a division that has enough AA.
Yeah. Guardia DP pushing forward. 50mm mortars sitting around as well.
And now we even have another artillery piece for Dark.
I mean, for now, DarkNeutron is still in the lead, right? But I just don't see how he can keep the 12-12. Like, he has still more points. Actually going up to 13-11 as I say that. So maybe he can save this over the finish line. But I feel like at some point Luna's artillery and air will just punch one really big hole in the defensive line of DarkNeutron and end this. DarkNeutron also doing a big mistake by not moving the artillery just wildly around. Like, if you know the enemy snipes you with naval rifles, keep your AA constantly moving erratically.
Yeah.
So that it can't be pinpoint shot at. Yeah,
So
there's a 50-minute time limit, Khers. For exactly this reason. Like, people starting late, and then no time limit would be just completely dead. Like, yeah. We are already behind schedule now, which is a bit weird because we have 40 minutes extra on top of the 50-minute time limit. Like,
Tiger engaging the
these two guys really took their time.
Tiger getting penned, Tiger getting killed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice kill here. Luna being on a 14-10.
But now you can move up the DarkNeutron can move up the SCP-152.
Yeah, could bully the Flak 41 if he sees it. I don't think he does though. And then maybe push the sentry again. But then obviously if he pushes the center, he still doesn't have enough AA around there. The
feel like-
J75 now scouting again. DarkNeutron needs to move the 37mm right now, but he doesn't. Like, yeah, that's...
Yeah, the infantry, like Poto said, from Bandana already spot for itself most of the time in vanilla. But it's nice also to have some recon squad to see the big pieces and the 8 Eagle.
Yeah, not much recon around here. Like, recon is pretty powerful. It's just that it's also not that card efficient, so a lot of people don't use it much. But for example, if you watch Gonzo, Gonzo has a lot of off-clearers usually around the map, and they do a good job. People underestimate the power of recon in Still Living 2. Because people think, yeah, I see a lot already, but yeah, with recon you see even more. Which...
Oh, DarkNeutron did a Noopsy actually suppressed his own troop with the 50mm mortar in the sun.
Yeah, and the Nebelwerfer now hits the 37mm that this time didn't move again. But on this range, Nebelwerfer 41 not as accurate. And the second 37mm at least will keep the J85 at bay. SU-152, sadly for DarkNeutron, not getting any direct hits on the Flak 41. So it had to disengage there. Yak 1B now trying to hunt down the J87. That's not a good idea. It came in too late. And the AA is just too good on the side of Luna.
I feel like DarkNeutron really lacks some mortar or some artillery because he could deal with his opponent flak.
Yeah, I feel like overall DarkNeutron didn't go into this game with a good win condition idea, which is like, yeah, he picked the way superior division, but it was not. It didn't feel like he had the game planned out for a way to win the game. Like, yeah, 2-2s are nice, but what was the idea here? Winning early on, winning late, doing a game of attrition. It was just he just threw good units around, and obviously they did a solid job, but they against someone with a game plan like Luna, that doesn't work out in the end. Game plan always beats no plan most of the time.
So we only use Guardia DPs, but if they get caught on at short range, like they're not really useful against Grenadier.
I mean, he has the Saparis. I don't think you have too much else in this deck that you want to use the Guardia DPs and a couple of tankers.
Maybe rely more on Saparis and of those. I don't know.
Well, Saparis are pretty card inefficient, so because you can't take too many of those.
But the thing is, Koenig doesn't have any CQC unit except the.
Koenig also has TNT units.
It has the Pioneer. That's it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the light tanks of Koenig now pushing in the south. DarkNeutron still in the lead here. 15 minutes to go though, and he is ticked down. And the one tick is enough here to win the game for Luna. Luna's artillery a bit too silent for my liking. Like the 122mm now was firing, but could have fired a lot more. Meanwhile, Panthers 3G moving through the forest in this charity event tournament. Once more, shout out to Action Against Hunger, the reason why we do all of this today and tomorrow.
Okay, now I think like Luna is picking up pace again in the south with his tank push, both in the light forest in the plateau. If he managed to push the Tiger a bit upwards, it can cut the reinforcement road.
He also could use a lot, like, I think he is a bit too afraid currently of DarkNeutron's air. He has decimated DarkNeutron's air and AA enough that he could just now fly in with a lot of bombers.
He has seen that DarkNeutron didn't bring any dedicated AT plane.
So
not that you get much.
14-10 for Luna now, closing in on the 59. The 45 coming in the north.
I'm really like taken aback by the fact that we didn't see any off map this game.
Yeah, the off map, the lack of off map.
Like right now, the off map in the south would be devastating.
Maybe DarkNeutron played too much Wano lately, and
maybe.
likes it that there's no off map, which is good. Like I think it doesn't fit too well.
I mean, I wish the artillery was better in Wano, but that's.
I mean, obviously, yeah. Well, currently, Wano artillery is a bit iffy. Like
Because even
outside
the
of
Khers-
the Euroguns and mortars, nothing really does anything. And even Euroguns are on the just like situational.
Because the effect is big, but the blast rule is not really. Right. Okay, the 2-2 train coming in to kill the tiger
Yeah.
because that's only what he has to kill it.
Can it get through? The Black 41 not shooting is weird.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and the BF-110 goes down, 109 goes down to the 2-2s.
Oh
Rear
no.
gunners. Rear gunner action showing. And the Tiger
Oh,
goes
that-
down as well.
That's when you see that the plane game is not really balanced.
Well, it is. It's just that rear gunners. I mean, if you stack enough bombers, then you also need more than one fighter to kill them.
Yeah, but the 6 HP fighter really suffers a lot.
I don't know. Like, if you have enough of them, you can also not focus fire with bombers. That's the thing. Like, if you have multiple fighters, the bombers won't kill them because they can't focus fire. Or at least trying to focus fire with them is pretty horrible to do. So, yeah, just don't into one fighter into 4 bombers at this stage. Like, just like in real life, hacking as a single fighter into a big bomber formation is a tough task. Like, you can do it, can work out, but yeah, not saying that the 2-2 is the bomber, but I don't think the bomber versus light fighter balance is too horrible.
No, it's not what I meant. I meant like they're a bit too fragile, the fighters, for what you pay.
Meanwhile, Neville Reffers trying to hit stuff here again. At least this time the AA moved though. DarkNeutron's still up ever so slightly, but he needs to get back flex relatively soon here. Whilst Luna actually goes up to 59, so DarkNeutron really under pressure now. I mean, I at least got a plane kill there, I guess. And at least has some AA alive. T-3045 in the north gets the kill onto the T-3476. Might allow some pushback here. More Saperis coming in the north as well. Tanko de Saniki sitting in the forest. But DarkNeutron running out of time.
Yeah, and
Luna's
maybe
got a good push
also
at the bottom.
running out of infantry.
Saperi running, pushing against the Grenadiers. SU-152's trying to push in the center a bit again. Artillery trying to kill off the 37mm, but yeah, good move this time by DarkNeutron to move it a bit.
And the
Doesn't get
Panzer
the
III, like the little Panzer III at 20 points, actually making great deal of damage to the infantry.
Yeah, they are pretty darn good at the moment.
Like you pay 20 points and you basically just in your order AP, but just use them as infantry support.
Pak 36 with its heat shell trying to kill off a T-3045. Doesn't hit though, gets killed off. And the JOD-5 in the north also falling to a 25mm. Is Luna falling apart again? Can DarkNeutron counter push? I mean, he still might even be able to get a 1311 afterwards, as I think DarkNeutron is getting slightly back in favor when it comes to units on the ground at least, and he killed a couple of airplanes.
At least not in the south, but maybe in the north.
Yeah, in the north and in the center. Loses one SU-152 and the other one is bailed out. That's unfortunate. These two units were really important. They got even have helped out from that hill onto the south.
Yeah, bailout. That's unfortunate.
This is rough. Losing both SU-152s there in the center. This is not what he needed. Like, yeah, now I don't think there's that much hope left, as Luna now has overtaken DarkNeutron and is still taking down with 59.
And we didn't see any Shupos yet.
I mean, it's in a 50-minute time limit game, it doesn't really matter. But Saperis could move further forward in the north. Shupos are just not cost efficient in a time limit game. They're just there for the meme for the 2-hour games at this stage. You don't really want to use Shupos anymore in Koenig. 16-8 though. 2-2 trying to come in with a bombing run. Nebelwerfer will try to get a kill onto the T-3485, or at least some damage. We'll find the kill actually.
I think Luna has done it.
Yeah.
I don't see any way for DarkNeutron to come back in the south.
Perry's moving in up here in the north. But this game is over. And obviously, yeah, the one game that started the latest is the one that might go to the 50-minute mark. Or at least somewhat close. There's only 7 minutes on the clock. Two coming in with bombings. MG8 will get hit here.
Oh, and the first off map comes in at 41 minutes.
Yeah, this is just weird to me. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
A little off.
And it's really the wrong flank because it's the flank you are not. Well, I don't know, but well, you can push there for sure to balance it out. But I would also use the defensive.
Yeah,
line
I
there.
would have brought in one in the south as well. Instead, Guardia DPs coming in the south. I mean, having Guardia DP, I would like to see off map.
But the Guardia DP will not kill the Panzer Freeze. That's
Ooh, nice build out in the center on the T-34 though. Will allow the Guardians to push a bit forward, but there's a lot of LFV Grenadiers. So it won't be super easy to push that back. At least the Guardians are in deep forest against light and no forest for the LFV Grenadiers. 2-2 coming around.
It seems that also Luna is scrapping the bird with is bringing the MG8. So maybe he doesn't have any more infantry yet.
Yeah. 59 now for Luna still though. And Luna by now has a sizable advantage in points, so DarkNeutron would need a 59 now back at some point within the next 4 minutes or so. And really needs to reduce the tick ASAP. Like, it's basically close to all in time now for DarkNeutron. At least reduces the tick now, but somehow needs to win the center. And the SU-152s dying before they can get rid of the Flak 41 really, I think, was the nail in the coffin.
And
and now ME-410 coming around for some bombing runs. Ooh, they might kill both Saparis. No, kill one, but the other one falls back.
That off-map is misplaced.
Guardia goes down as well. Well, off-map is decent, but obviously not the life-changing off-map that was needed here for DarkNeutron. Won't be powerful enough to really make a big difference. T-3045 in the center will fall to that Flak 41. Flak 41 overall dealing so much damage to DarkNeutron over this game.
Yeah, it couldn't get rid of it. I think if he had like something like an ML20 fired at it directly, it would have killed it. But
yeah, SU-152 is also really unlucky with their shots against that Flak 41. Like, none of them did a direct hit. With a direct hit, you also nearly pin that down, as it doesn't have any veterancy. So... and then it doesn't hit you as well back and so on. So with SU-152s, you usually can kill them off relatively easily as well, but didn't work out at all here for DarkNeutron. It was at least getting close back to 12-12, but 12-12, as I said, not enough anymore. And hey there, Abaddon. How are you doing?
oh, and we see the first Su-76 as well, but that's too late. Like the Su-76 PT might have been great against the Panzer Freeze, but earlier in the game. No, there is not really much
Yeah,
that can
14-10
turn this
here.
game around.
Off map coming in the north. It just means that we will get really to the 50-minute mark. It will delay. Okay,
Nope.
Here we go. So we will have round 2 set up in a second, guys.
Yeah, we need a short pause.
And Luna wins. And we have the bracket up for round number 2.
This time.
Bracket is up. Khers versus DarkNeutron. And it's both lost, as we saw on stream. So, yeah.
I think the round 2 game for Danbuster will be fair compared to first round.
Khers versus DarkNeutron. AS. AS is always so hard to find. Oh, there we go. Stark. Badger Jelly versus Danbuster. Gonzo versus Col.Koenig. Col.Koenig up in a rough match. Frubb Lord. That can play the meme Lord in Luna. And what's the final matchup? Final matchup. Show us. Game. Onord versus Yamin. Ooh, that's an interesting one as well.
Yeah, Frubb versus Luna and Onord versus Yamin. I'm really curious about.
Onord versus Yamin is one that I think is the closest here of the top matchups. I think Khers versus DarkNeutron should be a pretty good one as well. I'm not so sure about the rest.
I mean, Danbuster may have a better chance against Badgerly than Gonzo for sure.
And hello there, Mr. Graham Slam. Using lovely, lovely moving Bowsers. Who sadly can't join us today. So he has to join us for Warno. Oh no. The hated game.
No. Mr. Graham Slam doesn't like Warno.
No, not
What will
Graham
you
Slam.
do?
I mean El Bowser.
Oh.
El Bowser doesn't like Warno too much lately either. But yeah. But he used the lovely El Bowser emote.
No, he's out of town.
Yeah. Solar business is going too well. Ruining Graham Slam's big streaming career. It's a shame. It's a shame. Solar business destroying a man's whole career there.
I mean, at least there's a lot of sun nowadays.
Thank friends. Getting each other pregnant. How yeah. Couldn't they have done it another week? But yeah. Also, guys, let's fight the good cause. Fight the good fight. Action Against Hunger needs our help. They are one of the best charities out there. And we already did a good job, guys, I would say. $545 is already a good amount, but we need to smash this, guys. Come on, let's get there. $1,000 easily smashable. As I said, I will all the Twitch primes and so on money I will add. Plus, I will also add some of my money at the end to even out unclean numbers. So if we are at like 1,135, I will clean it up to cleaner numbers. Plus the Twitch money. But yeah, let's get that $1,000 goal smashed first, guys. So that the Warno people tomorrow will be ashamed of how much money we gave. We SD people, we proud and honorable SD people gave to the good cause. Let the Wargame and Warno people see how good we are. Do it for our pride.
You know as well as I do, the Wargame and Warno people are going to smash that number.
Oh, nah.
Maybe.
They'll be extremely abusive while they're doing it, but they'll smash that number.
We'll see. We'll see. I believe in my SD boys and girls.
At the end of the day, that's the honesty that counts. And the work's done. So if they do it, all props to them. We will see tomorrow.
Let's ask Yamin and Onord if they're up for a pre-game interview. Oh my god, my dyslexia kicking in. I tried to write verbally and it's also not. It's not going well. I hate my dyslexia. It hates me too, so
That's what you're doing wrong. Learn to love it and it'll learn to love you.
I mean, I love me, but I don't love my dyslexia. I mean, maybe everyone else does it wrong. Maybe my way of writing how I write is the right way, and you are all wrong. Could be, but Just wing it, right? Like if you think that's how it's written, that's how it's written. Break the rules. Let's
Worst
be
case scenario, someone corrects you.
let's be more anarchical. Oh god, how to pronounce that word in English?
Anarchistic.
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 That's a yeah. Anarchy is relatively easy to pronounce, but yeah.
Let's be honest. You're still pronouncing English words better than I pronounce German words.
I try my best here, but some words are just like. Some words are just weird. And we're going down here, guys, because Onord and Yamin will join us and do their pre-ban in voice chat.
Then I will quickly take this opportunity to go and get a drink.
The map will be Tannenberg.
Interesting map.
Yeah.
Even though I can't play, I don't know how to play it. I tried against a lot in one game, and I saw that it was not easy to hold the flags everywhere, and the flanks particularly.
I had a really, really good game on it. You can find it on YouTube since today.
Yeah, I saw that.
I had an amazing game with DarkNeutron on it yesterday. It was the closest game I ever had in my life. I had multiple hearts attacks throughout the game on both sides, but it was just the map is a lot of fun. Like it gives you a lot of tools to play around, and it's pretty different from most other maps. Like it's an interesting mix of other. Like I would say it's pretty unique. Same to Kostritsa, that's why I choose them. Like the two new maps are pretty cool.
Yeah, they're really good compared to some of the older maps that we get. That are unlikely, won't never change.
Bonjour, bonjour.
Salut.
Hello.
Hello there. You. So
It's Onord's side pick.
ooh. What will he choose? Player 1 or player 2? Will he do the right choice here?
You ban divs first.
Do it? Yeah, but you're not you haven't chosen your player 1 yet.
Oh no, I chose P2.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, player 2.
Alright. I ban. Shit.
What do you think
Fuck
of the
off.
map?
Fucking cat crying on.
What do you think of the map, Yamin and Onord?
I hate this map. Too many houses.
Well,
Like the sight lines are impossible.
Yeah, I see. With the sightline, it's a bit uneven. Yeah, I feel like it's the case.
Alright, I ban Task Force 45. Task Force 45 and 26 guards.
Okay.
And you, Onord, what do you think about the map?
It's I think it's one of the better maps we have currently.
Also, because of the flag placement or the general topography, like the different, like the hill.
I mean,
Mostly because of the topography. Like the general layout of the map is, I think, quite nice.
Okay.
I like it. You can also really see how they tried some stuff for 1.0 on it. With like the uneven hills are not the greatest part of this map, but they really tried to do that. And
I
then
mean,
the light cover around the map.
Yeah, but more light cover. That was one of the main criticism of the older maps, especially the slots.
Some of the in the deep forest, like if you're in the middle of the deep forest, you can actually see certain parts of like the really open plains.
Yeah.
Oh
like,
yeah,
the hillside.
There's an elevation there.
Yeah, it's pretty similar to 1.0's elevation system. So you can really see how they tried some stuff out there with their map editors.
I mean, they did that in Wargame too, but they lost a map maker. So
yeah, I mean, yeah, it wasn't Eugen doing it, right? It was they had it outsourced.
Okay, so my bans are 26th Panzer, 2nd Infantry, 44th Rifles, and 97th Rifles.
The classics. No single Axis ban so far.
Yeah, 26th tank. Did you ban 26th Panzer? Yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was
Right.
26.
No, both 26 are gone.
Above 26 are gone.
Oban 17th SS.
I mean, yeah, 26 might be a good division for this map. Indeed. Like both of them. They are great all around division. Even though maybe 26 Panzer is a bit harder to play.
I mean, I think 26 is really strong on this map. Like, I banned them for that reason against DarkNeutron as well.
And Gebirgsjäger.
Gebirgsjäger.
Ooh.
Yes.
Interesting choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
also find that very interesting.
I just hate that division.
Okay.
So, you playing Axis or Allies, Yamin?
I will play Axis.
Because 5th Gebirgsjäger doesn't have a lot of long range tools.
I'll
compared
play
to
Allies.
Other division.
Very nice. Okay.
But it's true that in Tannenberg you have all this middle portion of the forest that has to be played in CQC.
Oh, what will the pick be?
I will take. I think I'm just gonna meme. What will it be?
Lol. Luna is too new to the. Luna is the new face to the community. Calling Frubb the new guy. What the hell? The young people nowadays. No respect.
No respect for the elders.
Yeah.
Uh, 14th infantry. Why not?
Ooh, that's a spicy one.
Hot pick.
Incredible division.
I mean, I'm happy with it. I like that division. But wasn't Bandana slammed by everyone for picking that division in a setup where he had 10 bands? So yeah. Chat, can we please get some outrage? So just that Pure Tanner doesn't feel too sad for being the only one hated for this.
Hello. I just had a message from Proto Jelly. I think he's going to. He needs to go and sort out his internet.
I am. Okay. Yeah. So we need a substitute then. So maybe Lolly or Gensei.
Yeah, or Robert, is it?
Or
I think
Robert.
Robert is still there somewhere. Yeah, contact Robert first.
Yeah. We'll
Hope
ask
it's Will.
them first.
Hope it's Will Herbert of South Park, isn't it? Not South Park, Family Guy.
I'll go with Bezuglogo. Merrick.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, nice matchup. That's a vanilla matchup there, which is rare nowadays. As usual.
Okay. I'll go Mav as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mav on
I thought about Battle, but it's
Danbuster.
just...
Yeah.
Just
50-minute time
Yeah.
limit always makes it a bit. Yeah, chat them all.
Alright. I need to go make my deck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Best of
me
luck
too.
to you guys. Thanks
Have
for
a good
joining us.
cast.
For the yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Good luck. See you.
Bye.
And yeah, Danbuster, we will try to find you a replacement. As yeah, Badger
cheers,
sadly his internet is falling out. If anyone in the chat is up to who is not in the game right now, who maybe wants to play the next 3 games, let me know as well. Any replacement is welcome.
Even though I'm not like I think I can take on him. I'm not really eager to play on this map in the tournament.
Bandana, what do you say? Let's go.
Yeah, Bandana, go.
Yeah,
I have no idea what I'm doing, but sure. And I only have one division.
So don't
So
tell.
it's
So don't tell your opponent what division you got, otherwise the ban and pick face will be really interesting. Also, there's a lovely tier list from a guy called Proto Soccer, and if you don't trust that guy, there's a lovely tier list from a guy called Vulcan HD deck list out there from a guy called Vulcan HD Gaming. And I think Tech Power can also. I don't know if Tech Power actually has a deck list document somewhere. I don't think he does. No, but yeah, let's see. Anyone in chat up for the task of 3 more games today? Do you want to play a bit competitive? You also you don't start with this, like, you don't start at a super scary start, as Badger Jelly lost the first game, so you won't be up against Gonzo most likely for the rest of the tournament, unless Gonzo now really fails hard. If that's the fear of someone in chat. First game would be against Danbuster. But it would be a shame to have a drop out at this stage and not getting a replacement. As that would mean
me
for us.
eager to play. I'm eager to reclaim my honour.
Yeah. I mean, the first game was not. Yeah. You didn't do super horrible, but obviously Gonzo is Gonzo, so.
Yeah, I watched his videos on YouTube. I know, I watched his. No, I've watched loads of games, and I thought, no, I'll give it a go. The tournament. I want to get to know a few more people and get more involved with the community on SD2, because I'm just so enjoying the multiplayer scene. I used to just do skirmishes until I felt got a little bit better, and then I thought, nah, let's get into the scene. And you never thought I'd end up playing. Isn't Gonzo like world champion on a lot of tournaments?
That is definitely my understanding of Gonzo's position.
Yeah. But to be honest, it's quite a privilege to play with him, actually. Look at that way.
Wait. Why can't I use... why can't I use... Wait, have I? Okay, I do. Okay. Yeah, so Lolly might be the replacement, but he's still in the... He will still need a bit of a while, so maybe we can get someone else. So yeah, everyone in the chat, anyone in the chat who's up for it. Yeah, obviously.
I am back. It was the banana pose.
Yeah, or we need to throw Bandana in there, yeah. And coach him from the real line.
Do we have a right to do that? Wouldn't it be cheating?
Yeah, it would be, yeah, but I think in a charity tournament with a guy who has now 3 games under his belt, might still be somewhat fair. Also, Wolf, thanks for the follow. Replacement for Badger Jelly, as his internet sadly is too unstable to continue the tournament, which is a big shame.
Yeah, it's a massive shame.
Yeah, it's...
So, yeah, like, it's not down to anyone's motivation here, it's just internet. Like, it's the motivation of the internet, I guess. So, yeah. Some down grandma deleted it again. So, Badger has to suffer. And yep. Guys. Hasn't changed much lately. Can we get some? Yep. Let's help out Action Against Hunger together, guys. Each little donation helps.
You know what it is? It's all the Wano people. Wait until tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. We need some of the SD people to come in and spend some buck for the good cause.
Everyone who's listening, who's from Wargame and Wano, just remember now that anything up to this point was SD2 people. From now on, it's us, because they've had their time.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, we will still get.
I mean, there's $100 missing because someone pressed the wrong donation button and they did it to me instead of charity, I think.
Still, Legion will never die. Even when it's dead, I will bring it back. I will bring it back.
I mean, yeah, once...
Gensi, you know as well as I do, you're going to come and start modding for...
Yeah. That's...
Well, yeah, we will do a skill division mod for Wano, and it will be more successful than the vanilla game, obviously. Because everyone
that's the goal.
Everyone likes World War II more than Cold War. I mean, Cold War didn't even get hot. What is that? Like,
I mean,
it's all
but I
fiction.
think that's what's great with the mod too. That would be you will be able to have a Steel Division mod potentially and a Wargame mod cohabiting. Like you will have everything you want if you dislike the base game.
The game between Yamin and... I don't see it, at least. I don't think it's up yet. We will obviously jump in that as soon as we see it, while still trying to work on a replacement for Danbuster.
But what's the most important thing for Wano is the map editor. Without map editor, you can't have anything.
Yeah. That would be... Like, yeah, if the map editor is at least somewhat powerful, it would be an amazing addition. Like, I still expect it to be not simple at all to handle, to work around. Like, it still only will be a couple of people who will be able to make maps, because...
Yeah, I don't care if it takes me 1 week to make a map, but at least I can make something else, or other community member.
Yeah.
No, I'd be very keen.
A lot of people are highly motivated to. You can see already in the modding channel for Wano to improve the game and also make their own variant.
Silva Gallison, thanks for the follow. I hope you all have a good time, guys.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far. So, come on. Does anyone else want to play?
I mean, if nobody shows up, I will
Nice.
Danbuster. But we had Robert also waiting in line, so just waiting for him to answer. If he's playing another game right now.
Or is he?
Okay, here we go, guys. Yamin versus Onord. Tannenberg is our lovely, beautiful map in front of us. And Yamin, 14th Infantry. The 14th Infantry has one really, really cool unit. And that one really, really cool unit is called the Mercer. And overall, it's a pretty good all-rounder division. Like, it has a lot of... It has the Begleit Pioneers, it has Begleit Grenadiers as infantry, some Stoßtruppen and so on. It has a good mix everywhere, but it has Tigers, it has 20mm Panzer IIs, it has Stuks, but none of them you have more than one card. Like, so you're really limited in everything you get in the amount, but you have a really good combined arms across the board.
Yeah, when Vanguard was actually meta or better, actually, it was a great division in the beginning of the game. But it got power creep by a lot of division, and its infantry especially. So the planes are not that amazing in the 14th. In basic logo, they are way better because you have access to a lot of file twos. So you have the DBs.
Okay.
Basic logo is another fun division, which we don't see a lot because that's low availability for its tank and infantry compared to other division like mechanized division, for example.
Yep. Bitsuk logo overall. I just typed to find a replacement. Yeah, Bitsuk logo overall. A pretty decent division all around. And especially after the buff, as they received a couple of the Soviets buffs as well. Like, they have a Strafniki card. Strafniki's can...
Oh yeah, that's true. They have a Strafniki card now, so they're a bit more depth in terms of infantry.
Yeah, and then they, I think, they also got one more infantry slot. Like, they got a direct buff with an infantry slot that is cheaper. So overall, Bitsuk logo now is a solid choice. Like, before, it was really a mediocre division at best. Like, there were divisions that did what Bitsuk logo did better. But the thing is, Bitsuk logo has all the cost-efficient tools that the Soviets get. Like, cost-efficient infantry, cost-efficient tanks, all. So you're creating a strong push with combined arms early on is relatively easy.
And you have even a few tigers.
Yeah, we also have
And
a card of tigers.
SU 85, SU 7.
So we could see
SU
some tiger versus tiger
88.
tanks here.
SU
Tiger versus
88.
tiger fights, which would be interesting. Yes, for both divisions, that's the only big tonks they got. And big tonks are quite helpful on this map, as you have a lot of line of sights that go 2000 meters. With these like lanes on the side. In the towns, obviously, you want to have maybe some 20mm cars, some MGs, and then some mid-range infantry. That is really helpful. And then this forest is usually the stage for a lot of flames flying around, a lot of TNT satchels getting lobbed onto the enemy, and a lot of heavy explosions from bombs and artillery, because the CQC infantry really is key here. One of the factors that made my game against DarkNeutron yesterday so painful, because he played 358 on this map, and 358 has the best CQC infantry currently in the game, with Krupa Saristiki. And that was a quite rough match. Also, Onord bringing in a meme. Onord, just like Gonzo, bringing in one of the unicorn tank destroyers. In this case, it's a stolen Nashorn that is brought in by the Soviets here. You only get one per card, but obviously, for 2000 meter range, the Nashorn is a good option.
And it's a very good unit.
And it's a very good unit. Yeah.
With 10 HP and a good gun. Very good gun.
Heroes coming in, Begleit Pioneers coming in, Pioneer Führers. And yeah, Begleit Pioneers, one of my favorite infantry units in the game. Having good hit points, having TNT, which obviously helps out, and then having a lot of MP44s and an MG 42, so they have good damage output on all ranges. The TNT, they're also pretty dangerous in CQC.
Yeah, with the TNT they can beat after keys and such.
And you get Stoßtrupp and MP44s, which are your Molotov units. You don't get quite as much CQC units as you might want, though. On the other side, we see Automachikis and Stravnikis for the center. And we don't get any sub-heavy rocks also, I don't think, in Bitsuk logo. So the really dedicated CQC for the forest is also not there. But you still get the infantry flamers, and you get also a card of Saperis, I'm pretty sure about. So you still have some CQC options outside of just SMG units like the Automachikis as well. And we have to put that a bit more center stage. There we go. Onord versus Yamin, but I have them wrongly flipped. So let's go to the other side. As we have Yamin on the left, Onord on the right. The SU-88s. I'm really interested to see if the Nashorn performs. I mean, it's not that expensive, but the issue is it's a really card inefficient unit, because you only get one per card. In the German decks, you get, I think, 3 per card in A without veterancy. So it's a big difference.
2? No? 3?
I'm pretty sure it's 3 per card.
Maybe they change it.
It might be 2, but even 2 is like double the amount. But it's one of the unicorn units, similar to like maybe the Firefly, the Recon Firefly, Stolen Porter Firefly that you get in 12SS, or as I said, as we just saw with 26 Panzer.
Yeah, that's also the fun of Steel Division, like compared to other games.
Yeah,
you have so much unicorn unit in the division that makes for more flavorful.
Yeah, the divisions overall, I think Eugen, especially with the DLC divisions, really started to get a really good hang in how to make these divisions unique, which is also something that makes me somewhat optimistic looking into Wano, that though it is a bit tougher to do it in Cold War.
Yeah, it is tougher to do it because also no phases.
Yeah, especially in 1944, divisions on both sides were pretty depleted, especially on the Eastern Front, so you didn't have the standard TOE in every division, whilst in a Cold War scenario, obviously, divisions were a bit more down to TOE, to their table of equipment. So they were a bit more samey across the board, better standardized. in their equipment.
That's why I think
Yeah.
Eugene will get more nation and more mixed.
Yeah, exactly.
division
But
into
that's
the
the
game.
option because World War II doesn't like we basically have all the divisions, all the nations covered by now that were on the
Yeah.
European battlefield. But after in the Cold War scenario, there are more nations that could be involved, like
Yeah.
Belgians, Dutch, Danish, all of which ain't around in 1944 because
Also
they're all
Swedes.
occupied.
Swedes and
Yeah,
even though they're not in NATO.
yeah, Swedes,
And
Finnish.
if they're going to push it as far as they did with like Wargame Red Dragon, then you're bringing in Asia and things like that as well.
I don't think they will like go that far, but I think they will go up to Airland Battle in terms of diversity.
Yeah, I would expect
And maybe a bit more like also in the south with Italian.
I would expect
Italy.
all of Europe to be covered actually. Like I would expect that we will walk once first up and then down from Centec. Like first go north, then Scandinavia, and then go down to the south, and then maybe like I could see matchups, and then like being maybe the last deal still being Greece and Turkey versus Bulgaria and Romania if Romania isn't in at that stage. And then like
maybe even Israel.
Well, Israel wouldn't be really on either. Like, but I mean, Greece and Turkey obviously are NATO forces, and with Bulgaria and Romania being packed, so that would make sense. Plus 1 or 2 Soviet divisions that would help them out, and like maybe some US or.
Yeah, although I don't know what Greece and Turkey will get though. That's the fun of it. Maybe old equipment.
yeah, but you would have the nations. You could do some interesting formations and so on. So, like, I think Europe already has enough stuff for 101. Plus, then they don't have to create as many assets for maps, which is really, like, yeah, it's annoying, but it's like one of the reasons why we don't get like any Western European stuff and so on in Steel Division. They have improved a bit on the assets, but maps are still really, really big when it comes to like data usage. So creating the assets for like Pacific maps would mean that the game would just explode in size when it comes to like data.
I think they don't have a lot of modular.
Yeah, plus they would have to create all the models. So.
To model the buildings and so on, the environment assets. That's one of their downside.
Yeah, both that and like the game size would also just explode. Like, I'm pretty sure one already will be getting close to the 100 gigabytes size eventually anyways, and with that it would just go closer to the 200 gigabytes.
You say that like it's a surprise, but realistically, most games start at 100 gigs these days.
Yeah.
Not really.
I mean,
the big
games, the big titles, the AAAs, AAA's game, they always are around that.
No, but like even most of the AAA titles I have are more like 50 to 60, like outside of a Warhammer. But even the Warhammer, I don't think it's that big at the moment.
Go and install Warzone.
Yep, that's a big one.
It's like 200 gigs.
I mean,
now.
yeah, that's
it's ridiculous.
But that's just bad data management at that stage. Like, obviously it makes sense, but it also like that they also have a lot of assets that need to be saved and so on. But
I like Onord the deployments there in the south and in the middle as well.
I like Yamin's position actually, because the IG in the north. Like in the north, you have to be the guy who hits from the outside. But I like the IG plus Pak 40 combination of the setup. 2 Pak 40s, 2 IG 33s. It's like a solid combination. Obviously, the SU is annoying, but yeah, Yamin went up to 1311. Has a good push in the southern town actually. Like usually, the Yamin side really struggles in getting into the south here. But
when I was going to ask, in terms of forces, Yamin obviously has a lot less there.
In the north, you mean?
In the south.
In the where he has only the Satz MG and the Tanz Grenadier. The Grenadier. I think I flipped the map. That's why. For me, it's the north. Yeah, he just. It's because you can't really push into this town, so investing too much into it is rough, but you want to defend those 2 flags, so the Satz MG plus IG 33s with 2000 meter range just keeping units away from these two flags, I think is a good setup. Whilst trying to push where you actually have the forces to push, which is the center at the moment.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because it's sure like you don't want to get in the town and get pushed out in that. So it's better to set up a defensive net around.
And once your IG-33s are in good positions, then you might maybe start in to slowly creep forward, bringing some infantry and so on. I like the IL-2 positioning. Someone is really driving with a really loud motorbike through my street, so I have to close the window down. Damn. That's a noisy one. I will get mine back at Monday, because the store that has it stored for mine was sadly closed already yesterday. Closed pretty early on Friday. But
Isn't the weakness of I mean, he has an AA piece, 20 million, but that will not.
I'm a bit surprised that the IL-2 didn't got its bombing run through. I guess it was a bit, Onord was a bit undecisive.
Yeah, he was a bit undecisive with that.
And yeah, I like Yamin's position itself. Like usually, blue side struggles to get super deep into the town, but he got it covered. I'm surprised that the PTRs weren't more effective there to gaining Onord ground. And yeah.
He will push in the north, it looks like, or at least in the middle.
Yeah, the center fight is interesting. Sicherung's not the most amazing for that, but they're just there to tank for the Stoßtruppen and the Glide Pioneers. And if the Glide Pioneers can lob their TNT onto the Automat-Chikis, obviously the fight will switch heavily. And I like the 3-star veterancy on them. The Pioneer Führer being a big advantage here for Yamin. Sicherungs and the Glide Pioneers now moving in. We'll try to punish this push forward. But be able to lob their TNT.
SU-76 for Onord.
Yeah, both with like good balance, good micro there by Yamin, not wasting the second TNT on the same Automat-Chiki squad that already got hit by the first TNT. Second TNT will knife and fly out as well against the Automat-Chikis, and Yamin smacks that push in the center of Onord completely. Onord's frontline in the center will collapse. There's nothing there. Like, Yamin can maybe take 3 flags there right now.
The power of the TNT did a lot of things there.
And really good micro, plus power.
But it's also the veterancy, like the veterancy helps throwing the TNT earlier.
Yeah, something that I struggled with yesterday by just throwing away my leader. Way better leader positioning here by Yamin than I had yesterday in that forest. Because I had a similar idea against. But my gameplay wasn't as sharp as Yamin's. Really showing you that these two guys are top dogs. Obviously, Onord being in the finals of the last SD League. And Yamin, I think, moved up to Division 1? Was he one of the people who moved up? Was that the final? Or was it... What was the Division 2 finals? Oh god, it was
Luna?
Flix? Was it Luna? Was... Oh no, Division 3 was Flix, right?
Division 3 was Flix versus Barbarian, but Division 2 was Luna. Wasn't it Luna against... oh, I forgot.
Was it against Incha or was it against the... No, it was Khers versus Incha. Right, Division 2.
Oh, I don't know why I think I thought of Luna then.
Yeah, Luna is Division 1, isn't he? Or did he just not play last season? No, he just didn't play last season, I think. Yeah, no, he just didn't play. Or did he... No, he got eliminated in group stage. Yeah, Luna got eliminated by Tanner and Khers. Right. And Yamin was in the same group. Yeah, Tanner and Khers beating Luna and Yamin. Showing you how good Khers is at the moment. And also Tanner being pretty decent, but yeah. So really high caliber players today around. And also shows you how strong the Frubb Lord is, for example, for beating Khers. IL-2 coming in here versus the Pak 40. Pak 40 getting kill on T-34, but gets eliminated afterwards. Good IL-2 play here by Onord this time in the south. No AA around here, and it's really not that easy to get a good AA cover. That's really one of the most annoying weaknesses for 14th, because the more expensive AA they have is the flak feeling, and flak feeling will need a buff. It should get the buff soon, but it doesn't have it at the moment, so currently relying on Flak Phalanx is kind of shitty, but as I said, the center completely collapsed here. Yamin's really using the advantage he got there by that amazing infantry engagement with the TNT. The Glide Pioneers once more showing their caliber there, eliminating another Automachiki by holding a slight an angle where the enemy was slightly out of range. Automachiki only having 100 meter range, and there was a small gap, so the Glide Pioneers, they are best used on like 150 meter range, because all of their guns can fire there and have insane firepower, as they have 9 MP44s, 3 G43s, and 1 MG42 on a 30-man squad. Automachiki though getting a TNT AT grenade kill on the Stuk, a bit of a misplay there by Yamin, giving Onord a bit of hope here in this sector of the map. Nord obviously still going well for Onord, a lot of armored forces around here. Pak 40 getting a bit bullied. IG-33 also has to be careful, as the SU-122 plus SU-88 combo is really nasty. IG-33 here in a lot of trouble. Has to disengage. 14-10 here for Yamin. Still going on. So already reduced Onord's hits points by 1/4. Closing in on 1/3 now, as it's a double tick, 59. So Yamin really putting the pressure on here. But the Boston bombers and IL-2 bombers are a bit annoying. Will deal some damage to the Sicherungs in the south. One will fall. Might give back the flag to Onord, at least for a second. Looks engaging against OB-25. That's an interesting matchup. Oof. Looks being really clean there. A bit lucky with the accuracy, I think. Okay. Oh, you're replacing Badger Jelly? Okay, then best of luck to you and... Oh.
Here's someone's going to replace Badger Jelly. Oh, excellent. Excellent. Cheers, guys. See you in a bit. Bye.
Oh. So, yeah, Gonzo and Danbuster will be playing that game. Okay. PTRS coming around. Sicherungs moving around as well. Lancer Shrek coming up over here. A20 Boston. Versus a lot of like 20 millimeters. Like 38s coming around as well. Andrews holding the line versus the Strafniki. And Beobachtungsschwimmwagen moving forward. M42 versus Grenadier. Answer 2 looks. Moving around. The Sicherungs moving up as well. But Yamin is getting pushed back in the center again, as the Lukes hit the Automachiki.
I mean, Onord is doing a very, very good job with the aircraft here. I think while you were busy sorting out other things, Onord managed to get a kill down at the bottom on a Panzer II Lux with a cluster.
The Luxes though are relatively affordable. And the Glide Grenadiers coming in now for Yamin and B-Face, as we have hit B-Face, and that's the second really veteran C-level infantry. Another one with MP44s and MG42s, which, especially on the mid-range, can absolutely shred. And the Clyde Grenadier coming around over here. Anchor the Saniki moving around over here. Pioneer SVT versus Automachiki in the north. The Clyde Grenadier moving around. Pioneer Führer moving forward. More Clyde Grenadiers coming in here as well. Automachiki getting hit. Answer 2 looks. Up here as well. Automachiki have fallen. IL-2 with the bombing run hitting the Panzerschreck. IL-2M getting hit here, being forced back. Wolf 189 flying around here. Really good recon. Mercer coming in. Mercer coming around as well. 820 Boston being forced back. Wolf getting hit here. 189 going down. That is you. But 820 Boston also getting hit. Tiger sitting around. Clyde Grenadier getting hit. More Clyde Grenadiers coming up. And the Panzerschreck. Panzerschreck being good. And Yamin holds the forward position here. And I think this is a pretty rough position now for Onord. And maybe 14th might get a W here. So maybe 14th not as bad as people said after all. Thank you to Saniki moving around. Something that I would like to see, by the way, from Yamin, outside of the Mercer, which I like a lot, because it's one of the biggest artillery pieces you can bring around in this game. Is maybe some SIS-3 guns that are multi-purpose as well, that also have radios for Germans. Ooh. And now trying to kill the Su-122, which has bullied the forces of Yamin in the north quite heavily, but with 2 Ju-88s, the clusters should be good enough here to easily kill that. Good spread out so that they don't get hit by the same AAPs at the same time. IL-2 though, at least getting a counter run in the center for Onord, getting a kill on the light tank there as well. Stuk trying to hold the line against the Stravniki over here, but 16-8 still going on, and Onord is starting to run out of time. Onord needs to bring this game about round, but the AA in the center is good. Losing the Su-122 takes away a significant amount of push power in the north. Only Tigers there remaining. I mean, that's still 2 Tigers, but they don't do it on their own. And Pak 40 coming around as well. Mercer getting hit by counter battery though. Really effective counter battery so far. Getting 2 really good hits in succession. For Su-76 hit. That's pretty amazing actually on this range. Like, kinda unlucky for Yamin there. But obviously the units that Onord needs for this. Pak 40 coming around. 820 Boston in the south. Sicherungs, Panzer Grenadier. Boston being pushed back. And F-189 coming around here as well. 37mm will hit back. Stuk 3G sitting in the open. Tiger versus Stuk 3G. Tiger hits the Stuk 3G, gets the kill. Opel Blitz gets killed off in the north. MG42 holds the line. MG42. Tanko de Saniki coming up here. Pioneer SUT. Being around. BF-109 will get the kill onto the Boston. Will get it sniped. 37mm. Will hit the G4. G4 should go down here. As 2 37mm are quite capable. And Onord at least reduced it to a 1-tick. But this center line is still really, really wild. Commander in the rear though. Commandanten. It's something we don't see too often, but Yamin, I think, is someone who brings it out around more commonly, and for AA, it's super effective. Like 3-star veterancy is such a big difference to 1-star, or even 2-star veterancy AA. And don't even start with 0-star veterancy. Like, basically, everything below the big guns in AA should be upvetted, and even on those, it's pretty effective to do it. So, it's kind of similar in Wano, I would say. Like, the veterancy is really effective on AA.
Yeah, veterancy is important for AA for its accuracy, definitely.
And most of them also have relatively fine veterancy curve in both Steel Division and Wano, so recommend it to everyone out there. And yeah, Chad, what do you think? Who will win this now? Onord has brought it back to a 12-12, but I would say I really like Yamin's position somewhat, but it's the Tigers in the north are still dangerous, and there's not super much there to hold them back anymore. Question is, only 30 minutes, like only 30 minutes remaining here. Grenadiers falling in the south. ZSU fall to artillery. A20 under fire, as the off-map has come in, 210mm off-map. Another good card for the 14th. Boston has fallen though. And it's back to a 12-12 here. This is a really wild game. Yeah, really, as I said, a good educational one. I'm a bit sad that I was occupied with a bit of other stuff. Couldn't focus as much as I wanted on this game. As yeah, the communication for replacement was not as great as it should have been. Leaving Lolly a bit hanging there. And oh my god, no. Oh Onord with the money shot. If that's... Ooh. Or not. Or not. I mean, it's a long range Andreyusha, but it should hit at least something, right? Okay, one. Does it get more than one? Oh, it only gets one?
It's quite effective.
It was... like... Yeah, these rockets were a bit unlucky for Onord, because every rocket hit on any of these units would have been an insta-kill. Andreyushas are big rockets. I mean, it was also a mistake by Onord of using it from so far in the rear, I guess. Could have brought it closer for sure. But still, really lucky there for Yamin to keep his AA around, especially as replacing AA as 14th is not easy, because you just don't have that many around. And Yamin keeps the 12-12 for now. Obviously doesn't want to let the game go on forever though, but I feel like Onord has clawed his way back into this game after some pretty rough fights in the center for a while, and the south also not going too well for him. Onord has brought it back. The north obviously looking good, capturing 2 flags of the opponent there. Mercer and Pak 40 might be able to help out on turning this around, but Tigers in the open obviously not the easiest task to overcome, and 3 AA pieces now around, so airplay against it ain't the solution. Su-76 is also trying to find the Pak 40. Meanwhile, the Clyde Grenadiers holding the road here, which is pretty effective, as they can open up fire before the 100-meter Tanko de Sanikis can get in range and deal a lot of damage, especially against moving targets, as in Steel Division, moving targets get an extra malice and take extra damage. So if you have to run up to the enemy whilst they fire at you, it extra hurts. The reason why you want to use smoke relatively openly here. AA pieces get the kill onto the fighter. Bombers get the kill here as well. Hello there, York Dog. How are you doing? Meanwhile, artillery coming in with the Mercer, trying to deal with the AA. Pack 40 also now engaging against the Tiger, but engaging frontally on a range that is decent. It's below 1,500, so you have some chances of penetration here. But with the OB-25s, the days of the Pack 40C are numbered. Gets one more shot out, but afterwards it should die. Not sure if that was a penetration. At least it was a shooter killed crit. I guess that means it was an APCR penetration. But the Tiger for sure will be able to fight on. What I really like though is this little looks behind enemy lines. That one could come up big time. Smashing some artillery. Like if that thing kills the Andreyusha, I would be really proud of Yamin's play there. Though it's Onord now.
I was going to ask, how effective will it be with 20mm cannon?
I mean, in a CQC fight, it will even win against the Su-76. Especially as you can also run around the Su-76 so that it never can aim at you, because it doesn't have a turret, so it always has to rotate behind you. It has to restart aiming and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you can bully the Su-76s. Though that's not as easy, because they also have an AT gun, but against the Andreyushas, if you get close enough, pretty good. And thanks for the donation, Jonathan Brown. 15 more bucks into the lovely Action Against Hunger fundraiser. Much appreciated. Every single bit helps out a lot to get us closer to the goal, but way more importantly than our little pride about this little fundraiser goal is that it actually does something good in the world. Action Against Hunger has a pretty good turnover rate from donations to what actually comes up on the front line. Like they have 91% of all the money they receive actually ends in direct help on the front line, which is way more efficient than any individual can do it, and also a really high rate compared to other charity organizations out there, which is one of the reasons why we picked them. Boston's coming around. We'll hit the Pack 40. Yeah, thanks a lot, Yogdog. Much appreciated. And yeah, if you want to join us in some co-casting, feel free to join us.
Yes, Yogdog, you know more than I do.
And then also, we can shit talk Benedina tomorrow together for the setup for tomorrow.
You mean when you lose tomorrow?
Yeah. Lose some respect for you. That's the part you mean, right?
Okay. I couldn't lose any more respect for you because it's at rock bottom after all your air spam.
Okay. It's just a game.
Spamming.
That's the right mentality there. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday as we do this fundraiser event here. And yeah. Battery for moving around. Pioneers we see sitting around here as well. The Strapniki is running into Pioneers. Could be interesting, but Onord really gets the pressure on in the north now. Both Tigers still alive. The Mercer though got rid of one of the big AA guns. Now trying to hit another one. Didn't get counter-barreled in a while, but sadly our little friend, the Panzer II, has fallen behind the enemy lines. Couldn't get the snipe it wanted. So, how did your stream go today, Yogdog?
It went alright, thank you.
What was the game you were... You streamed a new game, right?
I streamed Cantata, and then I streamed some Warhammer 40k, Demon Hunters, Chaos Gate. It's a very long and complicated name, and I always forget that one.
What is Cantata?
I only played an hour of it. It's like a small narrative strategy game with various factions exploring planets and so on. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, yeah. Well, sounds interesting. I wasn't able to watch that because I had to organize this here, and then also I woke up a bit late today. I was a bit in a panic mode.
No worries. How's the games been going? Has there been any good ones?
We had a pretty fun 10v10 earlier. which we sadly lost, mostly because of my incompetence, obviously. And yeah, the games so far have been pretty good. Like the first one was a bit of a one-sided match, but it was Gonzo versus a person in their first tournament ever, so that was kind of to be expected. But
that's like putting Mike Tyson against someone from just off the street. That's probably not going to end well.
yeah, the reference we had was preschoolers versus martial arts specialists in the chat.
that definitely works too.
Yeah, but Danbuster actually did decent. Like, yeah, obviously he lost. Like, that was no surprise, but he did keep up well. And meanwhile here, Onord is bringing back the pain that he received earlier in this game back to Yamin. So that's great to see. And yeah, Mercer doing their job. And we'll have to.
So the important question I've got is: anyone been using Ski Jaeger yet?
No. No Ski Jaeger yet.
That's
we have seen Koenig though. Luna has played Koenig.
Okay.
So we had our share of interesting divisions. Like overall, we see a bit more off meta stuff. Like not most of the time, it's not super off brand. But for example, both divisions here are not the creme de la creme, I would say. So yeah, people obviously take the fun aspect of this tournament seriously and play some fun games. And I'm loving it. I hope everyone in the chat loves it. And yeah, so far the tournament aspect of this game is of the streams is going pretty well. And the fundraising part of the tournament is also going pretty well. I upped the fundraising goal already this morning because I realized we already nearly smashed the 500 before the fundraiser even started. Like we were already at 360 or so. So I upped it to 1000 because I realized I underestimated the community. And yeah, now we're on the hunt for the 1000. Clyde Grenadier over here getting hit.
So if we get to 1000, will you play a game where you don't air spam?
What is that? Yeah, I will do that even if we don't get to the 1000.
No. Sorry, let's rephrase that. Not use any aircraft in a game.
In what game? Wano or Steel Division?
Both. Either.
I mean, if we get to 1000 today, I for sure will not play. I will play both games tomorrow without using air. Like, aircraft. Helicopters excluded.
Okay, so we can expect helicopter spam.
Nah, I'm not a helicopter spammer. I'm a connoisseur of good helicopter micro. I mean, you can't even spam most helicopters because most are limited to one card. One per card, so. And I'm an elite helicopter connoisseur, and we see a Onord comeback here as Yamin surrenders. And this was quite the game.
That was a good comeback.
You really saw how 14th weakness there. Like, they have everything at the beginning of the game, but they can't keep it up with the reinforcements because they only have one card of everything, and then at some point they just fall apart. Yeah, the dev guy. we had some Koenig. Luna was bringing out the memes, and actually the Koenig won against a not bad player, like a Division 2 player on the other side as well, so with DarkNeutron, but really good play there. So yeah, well played there by all these players. Yes, okay. So we already have a couple of other results. Let's see what games are still going on whilst I update the bracket. Exclamation mark bracket also shows you the bracket of if you want to know how it goes on so far. Ooh, Frubb Lord's game is going on. And Khers versus DarkNeutron. Frubb versus Lunash sounds like a game that we want to see. What is Lunar's pick this time, guys? Any guesses in the chat before we load in? Fast, be fast, be fast.
Ski egg.
Will he play Koenig again? Like, yeah, you still can guess, guys. What will be Luna's? We haven't revealed it yet. What will be Luna's division here? I mean, 14th is decent until it isn't, right? Like, as I said, it has access to everything, but not in the numbers you want it in. And
First Lovis, I think it's going to be the Hungarians.
any more ideas in chat? Okay. So one of the Romanians finished. Let's see.
To no air spam.
Whoa. Adam Kleeman. $250 bucks. Damn. Against the air spam. Much appreciated. Nice to see people coming in here hot with the donations. Much appreciated, guys. Getting me closer to not using air spam. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the pool party because I don't think anyone wants to see that really. I'm pretty sure that's more discouraging than encouraging. If you want to simp for a pool party, rather go to Amon Ref & Co. That's more pleasing for the eye. Not for the brain cells. It's pretty fucked up. It's pretty weird what's going on there. Not gonna lie, but yeah. Okay. Okay, so the division that we got from Luna is not as big of a meme as the first one, but still a fun one. It's a balanced Moscovia Bakhtina. Like, it's a fun one for us. It might not be as fun for Frubb, because I have the feeling that Luna will be full bully mode with 3 circles of death in sea phase.
This map is going to look like the surface of the moon by the end of this game.
Yeah, if it goes to sea phase, Mr. Frubb might have some issues. Like, I feel like that's what Luna's plan is here. Luna coming in from the left.
Sorry, it's just dawned on me how much Adam Kleeman actually just donated.
Yeah, it's already a second donation out of in this range.
Thank you so much.
It's much appreciated. Like, we're really getting closer to $1,000 now.
That's an extremely generous
amount. I mean, we're already at 900, right? Like, it's 100 I'm missing because someone messed up the donations and donated it to me instead of the charity, so I will have to forward that later on. But yeah, Storz coming in with $250 already yesterday.
Oh yeah, Eugen.
Yeah,
very kind of it.
Now we're really getting close to the 1,000. So big thanks, guys. We might have to make it similar for the Warno guys tomorrow. Might have to up it to 2,000 for tomorrow. I think 2,000 is what we got last time in the last charity event. But yeah, it's cool to see that we are already back on track for that today as well. Really much appreciated. And yeah, as I said, every small step helps. If everyone in chat would donate $5, we would break the 1,000 already. So in donations, don't be smitten by the $250, guys. Don't be like, oh yeah, but I can't afford that much. You don't need to. Every little bit helps big time in the end. For what
everyone gets a shout out, and everyone is very much appreciated.
Yeah, because $250, like $5 for you might be as big as $250 for other people. It's like, if you can't afford $250, it's not a bad deed to spend, at least as it's still a really, really good thing. But yeah. Pool party. No, that's not gonna happen, guys. First of all, I'm too insecure about my body still. It's getting better into shape, but also not quite on schedule with my training over the last couple of weeks. I fear the beach body is not ready for summer just yet. But also, I don't really think you want to see it. You might want to see it for 5 minutes, and then you everyone will just turn off disgusted. Because let's be real, female individuals are most of the time more pleasing to look at than male individuals. God, it was pretty bad in creating men. Men just don't look as good. Like, there are a couple of exceptions. Jared Leto and some others. But most of us, the average female is just way more pleasing to the eye. Is at least my perspective.
I mean, speak for yourself. I think I'm very pleasing to the eye. I mean,
yep, but you're also above average, ain't you? So
at everything in life, including SD2.
Yeah, obviously. Meanwhile, on the right side, we have some Flak 41s, some Spähwagens, some Sturmperniers, some Valkyries. And on the other side, PTRS, Skya Picotta, Ogenats. Yeah, so it should be interesting. I guess we speed it up a bit so that we get through deployment before we get in here. So 50mm mortars are back on track. In the middle we got Ogenats Sniperi. And here on the other side some Storm Pioneers. Not that many actually, so the center, I'm pretty sure Frubb will struggle in the center. Also not that much in the north for Frubb, but the south is relatively heavily invested into. With a Flak 41, a Krille, 3 Spähwagens. And obviously, it's something that I guess we have to explain to Bandana about MGB is, you don't get any tanks in A phase. So the first 10 minutes you have to fully survive without tanks. Your tanks only arrive in B phase. You can also not take them in C phase. And you get only one card of them. So this deck is all about your infantry, your airplay, and your off-map artillery. Which you have to use to fight a relatively uneven fight. Like, it's for sure not similar divisions against similar divisions. And that's, I think, one of the big advantages of the division system, that you can create something like this, and like overtune something like, for example, the infantry, without having to worry for it to be super OP, because, yeah, they have that big lackluster department with artillery. So you can give them really, really strong infantry, which in a nation system you can't really do, because then they still will have armor. Like, obviously, there are nations with better or worse armor, so you can do it to some extent, but you can't do it on the same level as you can do it in Steel Division. But obviously, deck building is a bit more limited than in a war game. Like, it's a trade-off. I'm not saying that the wargame system is worse. I just think I like the system in Steel Division more. And I see a lot of... I can understand, though, why wargame people want their nations back. But I hope that we will get that with mods anyways. Like, we have that in Steel Division as well. Mods where you just can pick all the stuff out of each nation, or even each faction. So, yeah.
I think the divisions is a nice idea, definitely. Coming from Wargame, you know, my bread and butter is that I have access to everything, so it's just what I'm used to. But I'm getting the hang of the fact I don't have access to 10 million units in Warno.
Yeah. Spähwagen 233. I mean, in Warno, it's also at the moment, obviously, like, in the current state of Warno, nations would be better than divisions. But as soon as we get more of them, like, as soon as we, for example, have 5 or 6 different US divisions, I think the division system shows its strength and outclasses for me, the nation system. As soon as you get more diversity. And obviously in Steel Division 2 we have that by now. Like, most nations, like all nations at least have, or most nations at least have 2 divisions. And like the Soviets and Germans have like 20 divisions each, for example. Romanians have 3. And that is, as soon as you go to 3 or 4, it just outclasses it. I don't know, with the new overview in front of the deck builder, I don't think the deck builder anymore, like, it could obviously be better, but I don't think the war Like, I think Eugen tried to be a bit too fancy with it, tried to change too much, instead of just, maybe just doing the Steel Division system, copy-pasting it with a different UI interface. Not UI, with a different, like, graphic design. Ooh, the hammer-going Pioneers here would... Oh no, these are super expensive units. And the anti-tank rifle snipes one. Oh god. Frubb Lord, no, not like this. Not like this.
Oh, that's rough.
Both hammer-going Pioneers going down. PTRS being really painful there to Frubb Lord. And one of the most annoying things in Steel Division, the effectiveness of PTRS as a 10-point unit behind enemy lines. Because it also doesn't affect the front line. Re-aces, hello there. Welcome to the stream. Dome Pioneers sitting in the rear. Muskaya Picotta firing rapidly into the Panzer Grenadiers. Whilst Panzer 3Ns are slowly rolling forward. Frubb Lord once more using the artillery of Hermann Göring. And we really saw it against the game against Khers, which, as we saw earlier, Khers did beat Luna in the league. So Frubb Lord for sure is up on par here when it comes to skill level. But that engagement was just pretty bad. And obviously Frubb Lord needs to be the aggressive player here because income. It's our first game where we don't have a mirror in income. Like before we had balanced versus balanced or Maverick versus balanced. Here we have Maverick versus balanced. And so you see that Frubb Lord has way more income in A and B phase. The first 20 minutes Frubb Lord will get more stuff out, but he needs to make that count because in C phase his income will plummet. And from then on out, Luna can bring the game back tick by tick. So Luna just needs to be defensive for now and then bring it back later on. And I mean, Luna is not doing that. Luna is actually the aggressive faction at the moment, at least in the center, and capturing 3 flags there. And that's the issue of this division that doesn't quite have the CQC firepower as others, as you really lose out in 3 flags in the center on both sides if you get pushed hard. And like making that deficit back on the flanks is not that easy. You basically need to smash both flanks to achieve that. So really, a full-on loss in the center is rough, and the hammer-going Pioneers would be capable of changing that, but with that 2 of them being down, it's a Frubb Lord in big trouble. Hammer-going Pioneers are somewhat the equivalent to the Glad Pioneers we saw before. They're not quite as strong, as they have 3 less men, and they have MP40s instead of 44s instead of G43s, but still pretty powerful units. So losing 2 of them to the PTRS really made the position of Luna a lot better in the center.
Yeah,
Thanks for the follow.
Losing those things quite a lot. PTRS is what, 10 points?
PTRS is 10 points.
Worthwhile.
Yeah. And if you can get them a good spot, they pay off quite easily. Like, I mean, we have similar situations in Wano, right? Like that 39th Guards RPG 29 unit with only 30 points and 20 ammunition, which maybe should get a bit less ammunition, first of all. But also, like, it's just so devastating if it gets behind enemy lines. For 30 points, it pays off pretty easily. Like, 30 points being basically 15 points equivalent in Steel Division, as prices and income have doubled to allow for more granularity when it comes to balance. Really good change in Wano in my eyes, that we have bigger price diversity for infantry so that we can balance them out much easier. It's not just everything smacked between 15 and 25 points and then some outliers up to like 35. But really much bigger price variety there in Wano, which will make balancing a lot easier, as we have a bit more variety to go with. And the change in 5 points is not as huge as it is in Steel Division. Ojnat's VMF get hit by a Griller here. And Frubb Lord at least brought it back to a 12-12. And the armored forces in the south are still pretty capable here, I would say. Cis-2s also don't have 2000 meter range, so if the Griller can find a spot where it can shoot at them at max range, the Cis-2s would be falling. But the question is, can Frubb Lord do that? Or maybe use the mortars? Like, Frubb Lord's slow push in the south, I really admire that. Really, it just is the center that was a bit of a troublesome situation. But also here, he's trying to push back on 2 flags. I don't think he can take the center forest hill back. There, he just lacks the CQC units for now. But the other 2 flags that are a bit deeper into his zone should be able to be retaken. Meanwhile, Panzer 3's hitting the Ojnats VMF. Oh no, the 233s actually. Yes, the slow push here is quite dangerous for Luna. But we are about to hit B phase, and I would expect the first off map in B phase here from Luna, which could obviously smash the whole offensive here of Frubb. And I really wonder if there's if Luna is going full meme and has the 3 circles of death. But that's exactly what I would expect from Luna. Like, this would fit his playstyle a lot. IL-2 here, getting pushed back by the Flak 41s. Frubb doing a good job with the Flak 41s. Did it again in the first game, does it here as well. SDKFZ moving forward. Maybe Flak 41 now should start moving a bit to get out. Gets a good hit on the IL-2. The IL-2 will be out of action for a while as it has to repair now. And yeah, this flag should be retaken soon, and then at least Frubb will go up to 1311, but obviously with not taking down Luna at all in A phase. And the advantage in income shifting around minute 28 heavily. Frubb now needs to do some good stuff. Like some real big catching up in the next 80 minutes.
There's this shooting at the grill, it's already penned it once.
Ooh, but Krilla will get the shot off, and that if that hits, the Sis-2 might be in... Yeah, okay, mutual destruction. The other Sis-2 also has fallen, so the tanks at the moment could move forward a bit. Ah, another Sis-2 is coming up though. And so are some T-34s. Frubb though, investing into another big gun. 150mm is out. In the rear. Panzer 3N will bully some infantry for 20 points. Oh, for 40 points. It's pretty efficient in that. Ooh! Oh!
What?
The Panzer 3N gets the snipe. It's a super inaccurate gun. With 2-star veterancy, not as inaccurate anymore. But yeah, lucky shot there for Frubb. Sniping the Sis-2 in transport. So really reducing the anti-tank capabilities here in the south for Luna to down to 1 anti-tank gun from 4 anti-tank guns a while ago. And that might allow Frubb to maybe bring in a Tiger here eventually. The center though, still in the hands of Luna. Flag over here, still under pressure. Ojnats trying to get some bazooka shots out. Ojnats one of the units that could benefit from losing affecting the front line. Like, yeah, Luna wouldn't hold this flag, but Ojnats are there to kill stuff with bazookas, and obviously revealing themselves a bit with the front line is a bit annoying for them. Like, dedicated bazooka and panzer track teams don't affect the front line, which is one of the reasons why they are so capable as a sneak unit. Ojnats over here will try to sneak in though. Panzer 3N will get killed by the Ojnats. Sis-2 moving around here as well, so the Krilla might be in danger as well. Frubb a bit over-eager here without any recon in front of it. Sis-2 won't get a penetration, so Krilla might get a shot out here as well, as, yeah, it needs 2 penetrations. And it gets to kill again! And this time it even survives. Unlucky there for Luna, lucky there for Frubb, killing off another anti-tank gun. And that might be the way to victory here.
I'm really liking the Grilla unit.
The Grilla unit is great, yeah.
It's a lot of fun to use.
Everything that is basically a nuke on tracks, like the Grilla, like the SU-152, is just pretty nasty to play against. Or the Cromwells with HE guns.
KB2.
The Centurions. Do we have Centurions in 15 Scots, or is it the Cromwell?
Cromwell's, I think, isn't it? I'm not sure on that one.
Yeah, in Normandy, the Centurions were in Guards Armored, I think. Oh yeah, I'm not sure. Panzer Grenadier moving in. I'm not sure if we have the Centurions in Steel Division 2. We had them in Normandy for sure. Valkyries now having good engagements against Moskaya Saperis, as the Moskaya Saperis don't have an LMG, and the Valkyries have an LMG and MP44s. So this is really the range where they want this engagement to go on. Yeah, we have the AVRE obviously, but that sadly doesn't have 2000 meter range. Oh no, I mean, and also the mid-15th, I meant 6 Airborne has them, right? 6 Airborne has, but I think they have Cromwells. Yes, they're support tanks. They might have Centurions. I'm not 100% sure. F-22s here, coming in with some artillery on the Flak 41. But the Flak 41 still on 4 hit points, and F-22s don't deal the most damage, so they might take a while. And the Schwere Feldhaubitze might not give them the time, because it is counter-batterying. And Frubb at least got the 2 flags back here, now has the 1311 we were talking about earlier. Ooh, Krilla getting hit, but can it retaliate once more? Shot flying pretty slowly, and it doesn't hit this time, as it was stressed out, so accuracy was low. And Sis-2 finds the kill this time. Finally a trade for Luna that is really efficient, and not just halfway or bad.
Luna's just lost 2 T-34s, 2 Marder 1s in the middle town.
Yeah,
so,
Marder 1s and Tigers being really, really scary here. The armored push is the thing that Luna has to stop. And it seems like Luna has the off-map in C-phase. And the question is, might that off-map come in too late? Because in the next 5 minutes, Frubb might be able to just clean complete house here. Needs to bring in the fighter here, maybe, against the PE3. Flak 41 should be opening fire up soon. The second Flak 41 is out of HE shells, though. But, wow, what? Flak 41 with a really lucky hit there. First shot, pushing the PE3 to fall back. And Sis 2-gun in the south under fire now by the Schwere Feldhaubitze as well. So, might go down there. And then it's only one Sis 2-gun again.
Oh, a grill's gone down, another grill just got taken out.
Yeah, they really got a bit too close to the Sis 2. As I said, they can outrange the Sis 2, as it only has 1750 meter range. But it got a bit too close. Versus the grill's 2000 meter range. Valkyrie moving around in the center. Getting the flag there for Frubb, which he does not have any right to hold. The Moskaya Saperis should nuke those Valkyrie out of existence. But they don't do so just yet. And if Frubb can bait the Moskaya Saperi out with this... No, he doesn't. Okay. So this Valkyrie is basically down. Yeah. Well, it scored pretty low on hit points at least. Second Valkyrie has to fall back as well. Marder. And
off
Tiger
map's about to be, well, not far off hitting the town though.
Ooh, but it's not the Circle of Death. It's the 180mm. So yeah, he has the setup I expected. B phase 180mm, and then C phase three times the Circle of Death. I would expect. So Luna really wants to annoy the hell out of Frubb, which is really one of the fortes of Luna. Luna and Insha, they often don't win their game by not just by outclassing you, but also by just inting you to hell and back. As the off-map starts to hit the Martyrs. Martyrs not heavily armored, so and having an open top means that they're pretty susceptible to artillery shells. And off-map brings you quite a couple of artillery shells. Frubb on 1311, but as you can see, 1311 is still 28 minutes to victory, which is minute 47. So Frubb doesn't have that time, or minute 45, because at that stage Luna should have such a huge income advantage compared to Frubb. Frubb needs to really get the death ball that he has created in the south rolling. Maybe get a kill onto the 180mm here as well, somehow, some way. But the second off-map is called in. Second Marder at least survived the artillery, so did the Tiger. But yeah, Frubb needs more points. Needs some flags, needs the 59. Even with a 59, it still would go pretty long here. Like, actually the goal of the game should be an 18-6. But we're far off from that, so 59 at least would be a start, I guess. Moskaya Saperi and Hemongering Pioneers throwing TNTs at each other. 14-10 it is, and the off-map will come in split second. Artillery bullying the Flak 41s. Not able to kill it just yet though. But the off-map comes in and the artillery finds the kill on through the first Flak 41. Schwerfelter shooting deep. Trying to retaliate here. Where exactly is it landing? Ah, it's landing on this... Okay. That's interesting. Third off-map being called in now. Wait. Where did he... No. What? Where does the off-map come from? Thought he wanted... Does the one at the 80mm have... Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, they have 3 call-ins. It's below 200. So, yeah, it's overall 9 off-map call-ins that can come in for Luna in this game. If he has really the C-faced Circle of Death, which I would fully expect at this stage, as we haven't seen it yet. And it would have been useful by this point. If we would have it earlier. Meaning that Frubb is in danger. And Moskaya Saparis have arrived in the center again, forcing back Frubb's units there. The M410s come around, 180mm off-map landing on the Tiger. And after sitting in 3 off-map barrages straight, this Tiger might finally go down to this. As it's getting low here. Okay. Artillery hitting in the south. Okay. 820. By the way, we couldn't use a new replacement as Khers has to leave after this round. Panzer Grenadiers coming around. 820 Shukov has to be forced to fall back though. But an ME410 is coming in. And we will speed up this game a bit, because all games might have been played at this stage. Let's put in the results. I'm not quite sure. But this game here is a 12-12 now. Luna now has the income advantage. So this might not end well. Like, I mean, the tank snowball was attempted here multiple times, but really the snipe on the 2 engineers in the center took so much force out of the sails of Frubb. Sis 2 gets hit here, but gets the kill onto the T-34 beforehand. Sis 2 is overall really annoying. Maybe a bit more recon coverage to find them and then hit them with kill, but Luna also kept them at good angles so that you can't really hit them from 2000 meters too easily. So you would have had to use some fire on position and so on to get that done. Meanwhile, Isle 2 coming in now in north, and there's not super much AA around here for Frubb, as he lost 2 Flak 40s in the south already. Brings in a couple of Gepards. Gets to stop the Isle 2. No fighters around for Frubb. Heron Goring doesn't have the best fighters available, so not the easiest thing to use. ME410, it has 2 guns, but they are both in the rear turret. As you can, if you zoom in, you can see that on the model. Like it has them here on the side, on each side. Meanwhile, the 150mm tries to do some bullying in the center. Frubb up to 1311, but 24 minutes is just a long time. Try to win the game with. And Maxime moves in. Mater engaging over here. Doesn't hit yet. Boston Bombers coming in for the MG42s. Panzer 4G sitting around here. Will they get the kill? Boston Bomber under heavy fire. And MG42 bites the dust. So, Yogg, do you see any chances here for Frubb Lord? Do you think he can maybe make it with the armored forces he has?
I think so. I mean, we've seen a lot of the AT guns be destroyed so far, and Moskayo isn't the best at dealing with heavy armored formations, but it's gonna be a rough one.
Yeah, he really needs that 59, I think, and I just don't see where. That's really the issue for me. Like, Luna is good at keeping him at a small tick. Keeping him at a slow tick.
Hello, Danbuster back.
Hey.
Hey.
How did it go?
Yeah. I got a minor victory, but I'll send over the gameplay. How do you do that?
Minor 1 versus Panzer Grenadiers you're dealing with 2. Sorry, you were a bit low on volume. Could you repeat what you said?
So I'll send over the replay now.
Okay, yeah.
Do I just go on the replays and click copy?
Yeah, if you have them in the... no, you click on the plus and then you go to... Like, do you have them already uncloud safe? First of all, you have to click the box in-game, unclick the cloud save, and then you go to replay file. And then you click on upload. Yeah, you can copy them over, I think. Or like, toggle box them at least over. Or you click on attach upload file on the plus and then upload file. Next to the chat in Discord. Well, P2 hits the Tiger E. Black 41 keeps the P3 at bay. Gepard will hit the P3 as well. Plane gets shut down in the north. P3476. Black 40 coming around as well. And we have a second off-map card. And I think that might break Frubb Lord's neck completely because there's a lot of his infantry in the south down there. His Tigers have fallen in the south, only one martyr remaining. There's still enough CIS 3 gun, like 3 really good replaced CIS 3 guns in the south. In the north it's only 1, but there's not super much against them either. P34 at least gets sniped. Tiger E falls back a bit. Ooh, Panzer 4, can it find the kill? No, it can't. Tiger E can find the kill though. Ooh, that might allow Frubb Lord a bit of a push here in the north. But has to be careful of the CIS 2 in the center. Like really the center giving so many good angles to... Frubb Lord is annoying. And yeah. A20 getting hit. A20 nearly going down. With a lucky hit, it could go down. It doesn't do so though. Frubb Lord really continuously keeping the 1311. But he's not having a super big advantage that I would say he can maybe hold that out for longer once he gets pushed back. So that's the problem. Like he still really needs to keep this 1311 alive if he wants to win it in the 50-minute version of the game. And we will see how that goes. Charity went. Let's Okay, interesting. DarkNeutron wins against Khers. And then... Okay, we have this. Gonzo versus... Okay, we have the next round. Yeah, okay, we have the next round. And here we go. And here we go. Next round is up, as this game has been finished, so that's why we will speed it up a bit now. As you can see, it goes long. Still goes a bit. So we will skim through it, so we can get into the next round a bit faster. As the next round will have some interesting games. And we don't have that many players left with 2 victories, do we? Only 3 players left with 2 victories in the final round. So, yeah. Enemy 410 getting hit. Enemy 410 still flying around. Double speed coming up. Yeah, next round is up. 120 millimeters. Will hit in the center. Valkyrie getting hit hard. And Grenadier will engage the Strafnicki over here. Will get the kill. Good job there. It's his 2 guns coming around. And this game is up for 59 against the Frubb. So this game is really hot. Really, really hot. Oh my god. Yeah, the tank advantage, and the tank disadvantage rather, for Luna is coming in. I'm still surprised that we didn't see the Circles of Death. Are they still coming? The big artillery, by the way, for Frubb by now really pays off. There we go. The first Circle of Death is coming. Frubb is retreating. But he should just spread out further. The deployment is further behind than he expects, I guess. Valkyrie moving forward now. But gets still penned down. And that's annoying. That's really annoying. The Circle of Death will mold everything inside of it. And then the next Circle of Death comes up in the north. Really, I think we might need to limit that card to B phase only, and then maybe only 1 in B. Alright, 80mm coming around. 3 of them is just so obnoxious. Valkyrie getting around. 180mm getting hit. But only 15 minutes. Will Frubb actually make it here? Ah, the next Circle of Death will also hit a lot of key units, including a Flak 41. Another 180mm in the rear, and obviously Luna still has so much more income. So every unit lost here right now for Frubb is painful. And the third Circle of Death is coming in. Oh, this is to make it or break it.
Circles of Deaths, they're hurting quite a bit. That's taken a lot of the attacking intent out of Frubb.
Yeah, but Frubb also only needs to hold, right? So the question is, can he keep a composure up that can hold? I mean, his artillery is doing a good job. I would say a better job than the artillery of his opponent. Like, Frubb's artillery micro vault pretty stellar. But the question is, how much of his stuff will be left after the last Circle of Death? In the north, his MG somehow survived inside of it. But the Flak 41 obviously went down, so north is a bit vulnerable now for AA. Airplay. That is out of AA. Flak 38's coming around there. The T-34 push is somewhat set up there. And the last Circle of Death, where is it going? Oh boy.
It feels like those... Yeah, it feels like those Circles of Death have entirely changed the flow of this game. Beforehand, Frubb was doing really well, but so many of his key units got taken out. I don't
there
know
we
how...
go. But that's actually relatively deep, where actually not a lot of Frubb units are. That Circle of Death might actually not be as deadly as Luna might hope. He might want to retarget that. I mean, he can still stop it. Mortar gets shut down by a counter-artillery though. That's a bit painful for Frubb. Ah, but a lot of retreating units now off Frubb might run into that. Oh!
Oh no!
Well. Oh. But it's still not the most efficient one. The issue is though he doesn't have much on the front line remaining. And it's only it's still 12 minutes, and it's only 2 Valkyries. The Flak 41s are still around, but more stuff needs to come up here fast to help those out holding the line. And I don't know if I don't think a 1311 is quite enough for Luna, but a 59 would be obviously. So that needs to be the target for Frubb to keep that from happening. Killing off the T-34 obviously a really good start for it. Luna now disengaging with the second one. Maybe even capable of a counter-attack if he gets some kills on the T-34s in the north. As he still has a Gepard.
It's just turned into a longer game, but it really feels like those losses, which were inflicted on Frubb early on, didn't allow us to get him any map control in a team where he really needed the map control early on. And the longer this game goes on, the more the chance is going to slip away.
Yeah, but it's only 10 minutes now. He only like it's a survival game for Frubb now. He has to survive the zombie hordes. It's basically Plants vs Zombies now. Not only that, his plans are a bit spicier. They're Krupp steel made. Flak 41. And that the zombies also have a bit more bite. They actually have long range and stuff. But 1410, it is. And he also doesn't have any lawnmowers as a rescue mission behind, rescue thing behind him. No failsafe. Meanwhile, Hammergoring Pioneers holding the line, but it's a 1410 already. Only one more flag needed for Luna to win this game within the next 9 minutes. Flag 41. Yeah, the first game, 13-11 here.
I think Luna has this now. I can't see unless suddenly they lose a ton of units from nowhere.
And Luna has the 59. And this is the end, I think. As the center is just completely collapsing. Frubb doesn't have the forces. And now the air spam also just gets out of hand. The AA doesn't have any ammo left. And the artillery is also... And it's a 17-7. Yeah, this is it. 17-7 already is enough, I'm pretty sure. And it looks like an 18-6 is not far away as a lot of units arrive in the north. It's still 5 minutes. Like, the 17-7 is actually relatively close. Like, Frubb didn't need it to hold on for much longer, but he needed to hold on for a bit longer. Or maybe take down Luna a bit further. None of these options would work. But 17-7. Well, it's actually somewhat close here. But Luna now really pushing hard. Really forcing the 18-6 here. And the 18-6, yeah, that nearly finishes the game already for the 50-minute mark. Not quite, but Frubb surrenders. GG. What a game. What an intense game between these two.
There's a lot of back and forth.
So let's have a look on what round 3 brings us. As we really don't stop anymore, because no breaks for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. Col.Koenig versus Luna. Start and then And DarkNeutron already playing. Khers versus AS. I guess they're already in touch. And Yamin versus Sagenze.
No, you reported. I think it's wrong because I lost against
Oh,
Danbuster.
Oh yeah, sorry, but I can't reverse the setup.
Oh, then.
Well, like I can change the result, but I don't think it fixes.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
I can change
don't
the
worry.
result, but I can't change the matchup. Okay, so yeah, we go for the SDL Classico, and I forgot to change the Onord versus Gonzo. Big hype. Let everyone know. Let your grandma know that the Steel Division Classico is happening. Let everyone on Twitter know that the SD Classico is happening. Let your 5 Facebook friends that are still active know that it's happening. No, you still should wet AA pieces because the more stress, the more inaccurate. And also, higher AA actually has the potential of killing. Back to 0. Like, the spread gets bigger and bigger the more stressed out it is. And yeah. Should be interesting. Do we have any matches up already? No. Khers is not in the tournament.
I'll tell you what I will say about SD2 compared to the likes of Wargame and Warno is that whole phase division does give this potential for there to be such a massive swing in who's winning the game. Whereas in Warno, for example, if someone gets pushed back that much by the mid game, the likelihood is they're going to surrender because they'll never be able to fight
Yeah, exactly.
back.
Like that's why I like the phase system. Like it allows for more like in a normal mirror match, it's still exactly as you said, but you just have so many, especially especially with a time limit, and if we get a full-on time limit finally in Steel Division, then we can also balance the more incomes. Like at the moment, there are 2 meta incomes. It's Balanced and Maverick, and the rest sadly doesn't get played. But once more of those might come back into the meta with a bit of rebalancing by Eugen. Like if we have Vanguard, the A phase income, or Before Victory, which is strong in A and strong in C, but really, really weak in B phase. Like if they get a bit buffed, then you just have so much more variety when it comes to this, which is in my eyes enough to counterplay the deck building variety in Wargame based on the and it makes it also more complex to build decks here. Like a 9th Guards Maverick deck looks quite different to a 9th Guards Vanguard deck, looks really different to 9th Guards Balanced decks, for example. Like 9th Guards might not be the best because you can't really play that balanced, but with other divisions you can do it and so on. And it's a pretty interesting mechanic. Just that it is created for Steel Division, was created for Steel Division Normandy, which had a time limit, and just now we don't have a time limit in the base game, which is just stupid. Because that means that like it's not as much of a holding anymore in C phase. Like the guy who had the early advantage, if he starts losing, he loses the game in the base game. Which is just such a throwaway in my eyes.
Also in SD44, the phase system was more pronounced because there was more first lock and the A phase was more light recon phase, as you didn't have a lot of units and not a lot of tanks.
Yeah, but that part I'm not too sad about that they changed it. Division 2. Like, I think it was also A phase and Steel Division 2 1 was also really, really swingy. And the division balance there was pretty off as well in my eyes. Like, I liked them a bit more open deck builder in Steel Division 2. But just the mechanics are built around the game of time limit, and then they decided to take that out and didn't change the mechanics.
I would prefer if, for example, the phase were a bit like different from one another in terms of length, because A and B phase are exact same number, but that's mostly it.
Yeah, you could maybe do it with 10, 15, 25 also, but yeah. That's true. That, like, B phase per default is the weakest phase, so you have to really overstack the B phase income to be
that's
competitive.
maybe something I will experiment in my mod later.
78 versus 8th Indian Maverick, Gonzo versus Onord. That's an interesting matchup. Let's start some predictions, guys. I can't do it here. I need to do it in here. Yeah. Start a prediction, guys. '78 balanced versus 8 Indian. Gonzo. 10 minutes. Here we go. The map is Slutsk, I think. Yeah, the map is the normal Slutsk. And yeah, if you are interested in the Warno tournament, by the way, you can still sign up. I will finalize the bracket tonight. Everyone in the chat, if you thought now, oh my god, I want to get in the tournament, and I also like Warno, the sign up for Warno is still up. I cannot. You can find it under the all informations, or I can also just put the link to the sign up directly. It starts at 3 p.m. Central European Summertime, which is, I think, 1 p.m. No, I have no clue what it is in Greenwich time. It might actually be Greenwich time. Yeah, but it's CST. 3 p.m. And so yeah, if you're interested, consider signing up there. And then I will finalize the bracket tonight and give that out tomorrow. Really looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully I will get a bit better sleep tonight. I'm a bit sorry, guys, that I'm not as energetic as I wanted to be. And I'm also sorry to the other organizers that help out, that I didn't do as much good of a job as I should have done. Bit stressful behind the lines at the moment with replacements and so on. But I hope you on the front end still have a lot of fun. I for sure enjoy the games we have, and I think everyone in the games does a good job of giving us entertaining ones. And yeah, also big thanks to all of you for, first of all, showing up, and second of all, helping us busting that fundraiser goal. Like, we're getting so darn close. We're getting pretty darn close. And yeah, if you have $10, $15, if you think you can afford, consider helping us out, helping Action Against Hunger and their lovely, lovely webpage. They have really good projects all around the world, and Action Against Hunger is really needed at the moment, especially with the war ongoing in Ukraine. Like, first of all, in Ukraine, for the refugees there, but also due to the war in Ukraine, with Ukraine, and also Russia being some of the biggest grain exporters in the world. And at the same time, there being a drought in East Africa, a lot of the worldwide like food economy is on the downturn. There's just way less food on the market than it was used to be. So especially East Africa really needs some help at the moment. And that obviously could also, yeah, that's obviously something that Actually Against Hunger will help out with. So it sadly really, really, really needed that money. If you have some available, it for sure will be used well. And people not believing in Onord 78 on Slutsk. Okay. I think Balanced is better on Slutsk than Maverick, but I might be wrong. I mean, I'm a big fan of 8 Indian, but 78 was really good on Slutsk. Like, it has solid artillery. It has good support weaponry. And so on.
I think the other thing is, well, you have to thank you for organising all this. I know you just said that you feel like it hasn't been organised today, but I think it's gone very well. There's, a huge amount of communities turned up. There's lots of donations, which we all.
As I said, I don't think it's too bad on the front end. It's just, yeah, I'm a bit sorry to my fellow SDL organizers because I did leave them hanging a bit. But yeah, obviously, big thanks. Wait. Normal? Yeah, that's the normal Slutsk. So let's go. So Yog Dog, you gonna join me in this one?
I may do, yes.
So who do you favor, guys?
I think I favor Gonzo, but that's because I think I don't know much about his division he's using, and Gonzo likes to surprise, so I'm just basing out of gut instinct and nothing else.
Well, the 8th Indian is basically the Commonwealth division on steroids when it comes to infantry. It only has Shermans in the tank tab, though, which is one of the reasons why I don't like it too much for Slutsk. But it has 17 pounder as long-range AT at least, though AT is not really the most important thing in this matchup. Well, 78 obviously has the Nashorn, the big boy tank destroyer for 2000 meter range anti-tank. It has PAC 43s for that as well, and it has the IG 33 with the big boom. Like, that's basically like the same gun that the Grilla has. So yeah, maybe might become one of the favorite divisions of Bandana if he ever considers playing a bit more Steel division. I could see that. Big booms, long range. Like, overall, 78 is a pretty unique division. It has highly elite infantry that are pretty pricey, and that are also unique to it, the Schützen. And it's not that great at CQC. It also has but it has some Sturmschützen, MG44 infantry that is pretty good at, like, closer ranges, just not the super small margins. And yeah, Team Onord and Team Gonzo coming in here. The Go Nords are around. Get your votes in, guys. Who will win the Classico? The Steel Division 2 Classico by now. We had this matchup so often over the last couple of months. And it's always a good match. The finals were amazing. Me and Bowser had an absolute blast of casting them. I said that wrong. Bowser and me. Also, Bowser will join us for casting most likely tomorrow. If need be, he might play, but I rather would have him as a caster. So, yeah. Because I think he will also enjoy casting a slight bit more than playing Warno tournament. He obviously wanted to join Steel Division tournament, but couldn't play today. And yeah, I would also love to cast with Bowser again. Like, I really enjoy the call casts lately with all of you guys, including Bowser. Still enjoy my lonely time when I can just ramble on my own, but having someone else's voice, especially if they are as lovely as yours, it's quite nice. It's my heavy German accent, but the double German German accent with, or not quite German, but Austrian. So that's obviously relatively close to the German. It's, even though I would say most English speakers can still notice it, the difference, right? Between Austrians and Germans.
Yeah, I'd say so. There is a difference.
Like especially the Vienna regions, like a Christoph Waltz is just the perfect example of the Austrian accent.
Yes, the famous one that everyone knows, certainly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably at an advantage as well since I've lived in Germany for a bit, and therefore I can sort of pick up somewhat regional accent.
Yeah, Saxonian people speaking English is always really funny. People from Saxonies, their English is just because their own accent already. But kind of cute. Like,
how do you feel about the language they speak in Saarland?
In Saarland?
Yeah.
I don't. Nobody in Germany knows any people from the Saarland. It's just like I don't think I have ever met anyone from the Saarland. Like I guess it's not that far away from the Rhineland-Pfalz.
No.
So when it comes to,
I couldn't understand them. It's like they spoke a completely different German. It was bizarre.
As I said, I've never been there, and I don't think I've ever met someone from Saarland. So I can't help you out with that. Like Swabia, I know. That's also a cute one. Though it's, yeah. Bavarian is... But yeah, I like Bavarian more than Saxonian German. Like in German, Saxonian is not that cute. In English, it's cute. Like the Saxonian accent. Dialect is not that amazing in my eyes. Meanwhile, these two set up. And what will we see here? We see some Shermans. We see some autocars. We don't see any tanks on the side of Onord, as expected. IG-18s and IG-33s in A-phase. So a lot of small little infantry support guns. Or not so small infantry support guns in the case of the IG-33 actually. That thing is massive with its 150mm. On the other side, a couple of 6-pounders. I wonder what Gonzo's game plan is here. Like, he needs to finish the game early, obviously. He is the Maverick player in this matchup. So Onord is just gonna defend all game through. And then counterattack in the late game. But the question is, what will happen before that?
Mr. Bowser is in chat.
Because Bowser is busy. IRL. Some people, some streamers have an real life. It's
really?
Or at least we try to keep that myth up.
I've been outside today. There was sunshine.
Yeah, it was awful. Yeah, no, it's sunny here as well, but I couldn't. Yeah, me waking up too late. I really wanted to do sports today, but I couldn't do because I woke up too late. It was kind of frustrating. But hey,
I left the house today for a couple of hours. We went to get some ice cream, and the place we went to was utterly rammed in terms of people. It's crazy the amount of people who are out. It must have been a good couple of thousand people in this tiny farm. It's nuts.
Dang. Wow. Yeah, we all know that. What outside of making all our clothes and stuff have people and giving us our chocolate have the hungry people in Africa and Asia ever done for us, right? Werfer. Onord counter-offensive in the north. And that might actually be successful here. There's not much to... The second Flammenwerfer squadron could run through this whole forest and kill everything. Oh my god, that counter-offensive in the north. There's nothing to stop it. It's also mispositioning here by Gonzo. Like, that MG should have been on the forefront. But this is... This might be... If the sniper doesn't kill the Glide Pioneers, and it doesn't, this is rough.
Yeah, this isn't looking good for Gonzo here.
Oh, no, what do you mean?
That 6-pounder's already gone down. A couple of heavy MGs.
You mixed up
That's,
you mixed up Onord and Gonzo there. Yeah, it's
yeah,
really
my
good
bad.
look for Onord. Yeah, I mean it happens. Like, but this Indian scouts getting roasted now as well. Oh my god. Yeah, Gonzo's plans heavily derailed here. Meanwhile, in the south, a lot of Indian rifles and so on set up. Like, obviously, Gonzo didn't expect a fast push like this. Had a good defensive setup here, like 2 snipers, 2 MGs, 1 6-pounder is not a bad defensive setup, but it's a long-range setup. And if the enemy just jumps into your face, an HMG doesn't help you because it has a minimum range of 100 meters, so it can't shoot. A 6-pounder doesn't help you against infantry because it doesn't have any HE shells. So it's an absolute devastating push here by Onord, also securing the hill up here. This start is really nice. And then 25-pounders against the IG-33. Stuk 3G moving forwards as well. Nasr and Nigel coming around. Also, to be honest, yeah, the other streamers didn't have as much time to I informed them a bit late about the charity event because I also did plan it a bit late. But this weekend was the only weekend I was safely free for the next 2 months. So I was like, yeah, okay, do it at the weekend where I'm actually for sure there. Even though it is a bit short notice. I'm still happy that we have at least a couple guys here today and for sure a couple more guys here tomorrow. Even though, yeah, it's maybe a bit lower in scale as I hoped for, but still. We have a lot of the games here, right? We have Onord versus Gonzo. There's not really a better matchup to hope for, right? And Onord really bringing some pain here. So Gonzo will have to do some work here. Especially as Nigel is coming around to shut down the north completely. And that's really if the Nasron makes it onto the top here, Gonzo will struggle to get it off there. Artillery can do that. I would say Indian is one of the best artillery divisions in the map, in the game currently. Boston Bomber also coming in for the deep run here. Trying to hit the IG-33. Will get the run in. Will try to dodge the BF-109 somewhat. Obviously good air micro is needed here for Gonzo now to keep the BF-109 from killing him. Brings in the Spitfire to save the Boston. Boston will need to turn a bit further. BF-109 not able to get behind it, but Spitfire also not able to get behind that, and the Boston goes straight a bit too early. BF-109 then able to align, will be able to get the kill, and the Spitfire is not fast enough as it is a Mark 5B. It's not a Mike, doesn't have a name. Well, Mark is also a name, I guess, but 5B drop. Sherman in the north, allowing the infantry to push in a bit. IG-18 and Nashorn are in position though. Nashorn now aiming onto the Sherman. Ah, or not. Okay, aiming again. Guess lost line of sight. Didn't spot it anymore. Gets a penetration in the Sherman, but Sherman doesn't fall. So
that IG-33 is just pinning down all those Gurkhas. And he shoots and then Sturm shoots and are just attacking in return here. It feels like Gonzo's struggling a little bit with their attacks.
But gets the Spitfire at least to run through. And finally gets the IG down. But also in the town, not a good setup for Gonzo left there anymore. At least gets the TNT onto the Sturmschützen, so they will go down. But Gonzo is losing a lot of flags here.
Sorry about your bike. Thanks for the good content. Hope your karma rebalances soon.
Well, actually, Wildstar, my karma already rebalanced because the police found my bike again. My motorbike. Like, my bicycle is still gone, but at least my motorbike got found. So, but thanks a lot.
Wait, did your motorbike get stolen as well?
Yeah. It got stolen from from Sunday to Monday at the night. And the police found it at Wednesday night. So
well, at least you got it back, but that's a crazy run of bad luck.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's just the area of Germany where two-wheeled vehicles are rather wanted by the criminal part of the society.
Ah.
It's Like it's all obviously also a bit bad luck. And, like it's a bit mix of everything. Like chance is higher that it gets stolen. Then I also did the best safety precautions on either that I could have done. Like I did some, but it could have been better. And then obviously, yeah, also just being a bit unlucky. Ooh, ESC, the good stuff. Is where Germany always gets second to last because Britain gets the last spot. Eurovision Song Contests. Gotta love it. It's just such a funny
Everyone
tradition.
hates the Brits.
I mean, you invaded every country on Earth at some point, so obviously we hate you.
That's very true.
And we did it with half of the world. And all of Europe. That's why in the ESC people don't like us too much either. No, it's also that we are just always bringing really shitty musicians. Like, unless when we don't. Like, sometimes Germany is pretty high up, but like it's either nearly the bottom, or it's we win or nearly win. But most of the time it's bottom. Meanwhile, the last one here got killed by the autocar. Onord's position in the north is not looking as strong as I would have expected it to be. More Shermans coming up, 17-pounder come up as well. And Onord not microing maybe as well as he needed to do here. Getting pushed back a bit. Flak 43 also now obviously exposed as there's no anti-tank in front of it. Marder and IG-33 tried to salvage the situation. But Onord still up to a 14-10, so Gonzo not on the tick yet, but Onord has to be careful that he doesn't get fully broken, as also in the south, his units there are not as numerous as they were, and obviously Gonzo is about to get into B phase, where the income advantage will be the highest. So, let's see. I mean, Berlin is Berlin is too big to just say it's the rough patch. Like, it really depends on the part of Berlin, but the roughest patches of Germany, I would say, are in Berlin when it comes to criminality and so on. Just comes with being the by far largest metropolitan area. But yeah, Saxony also has some, like, maybe not as much violent crime, though it's also higher than the average because we have too many stupid people believing in stupid old ideologies that should have died out with Hitler here. And they usually aren't as peaceful as they should be. And then, yeah, we also have some crime gangs here, based on East Germany being lower income overall than the proximity to the border to Eastern European countries, with some Eastern European crime syndicates being around. That then, like, take your bike, bring it to Estonia, and like through Poland or Czech Republic, or like to Bulgaria there, and then take it apart and then sell it back to Germany in parts, as spare parts or stuff. And then also some local crime syndicates and stuff. So it's a combination of everything there. And it's not super bad, as I said. And the violent crimes are also still rather low. But, like, yeah, crime like theft is not uncommon, I would say. Still obviously much better than in other parts of the world, but it's an issue. 12-12 is going on. And this match is really the Classico, guys. It's once more like, I didn't expect Gonzo to come back this easily. Like, he played the North really handily afterwards. And maybe also, as I said, a bit of a misplay by Onord. And Onord now is the one that has to survive B phase. Obviously, it's good that he went into B phase without getting ticked down too much. Graham was around the Meister. You're too late. Disappointing. Graham already was around earlier. Yorker Rifles sitting around here.
Oh, and Nashorn in the north's going to kill another Sherman by the looks of it.
25 pounder shooting. He might still be around, I'm not sure. Maybe he's still lurking. Well, we don't know. I mean, Gonzo still beat him in the last final. I would say it's really the Classico. It's our Messi, our Cristiano Ronaldo. And always the question, who's better? And it's not a clear-cut answer because they also have a different style, which is really lovely. Like, they both have the basic... the basics down really well, but they still play quite different in some extents, which is nice. And it's not quite as different as back in the day with Gonzo and Nilla, maybe, but still there is a nice variety in their playstyles, and especially in the division picks. With Gonzo being more of an allied-centered player in general, Onord playing a bit more Axis, and so on. Well, yeah, he retired for sure from competitive play. At least for now. Like, he retired a couple of times before, but I think this time it might be permanent. And came back. Sturmschützen over here. Moving forward. I think he tried to play a bit of Warno, but I don't think he enjoyed it too much. So, there's that. 13-11 here for Onord now. So Gonzo still needs to find a solution to push this through. Gets the kill on the Stug. First 140mm has arrived. Off map, obviously helping out. Should be able to surrender these Sturmschützen. And that's obviously a painful surrender. Like 40 over here will get hit by the last off map. Nashorn still around. Nashorn actually could be killed though by the ACV or Sherman coming around. As the ACV has the boys anti-tank rifle. That would be an insane kill if the ACVIP kills the Nashorn with the boys anti-tank rifle. I mean, we had some weird kills in games between these tools already, with some PTRD anti-tank rifles killing Panthers of Onord in game 1 of the finals, of the league finals. Yeah, whoever wins here has good chances of winning this tournament as well. As first of all, Luna has to win the game, and then in the final, if Luna wins the game, it would be Luna against whoever wins here. If Luna loses, then whoever wins here most likely is already the champion. So we will see. Artillery flying both ways. 114mm coming around. Gonzo up to the 13-11. First tick here for Gonzo. And the artillery play obviously might become annoying for Onord. Onord counter-battering with 150mm though. And Gonzo not retreating here. Spitfire coming in for some strafing, but Flak 43s, really effective AA pieces. Gonzo also 13-11 most likely won't be enough in the long run here. Most likely won't be enough. Artillery and CMD coming in. Gurkha rifles moving up to the north. And Spitfire will be hit over here. Gurkha rifles versus Sturmschützen. Nashorn versus Gurkha rifles. And they're getting hit. Gurkha rifles go down. More of them moving in. 140mm. Trying to hit stuff down here. Gurkha rifles coming in as well. It's a 12-12 though, which is not good for Gonzo. And that's what I said. Like, I like Indians. I think Indians, if you play them in ranked on this map, is also fine. But I think 78 was just a better pick. Because IG-33s are beasts. And Nashorns, like, you just don't quite have the 2000-meter range stuff you want with Indians, I guess. You don't have any insane 2000-meter AT. And BF-109 gets the strafing on the Indian rifles. Bofors will hit the BF-109 here as well, in retaliation though. Might be able to get the kill. More artillery. Like, artillery is what has to replace the 2000-meter range. Gonzo so far not doing the most amazing job with it. Good dodge here with 150mm on the counter battery by Onord. Another Flak 43 coming up. And Sherman moving forward. Gurkha rifles coming in. And more Gurkha rifles will move in here as well. 140mm. Hit stuff down here. They got the kill on that. It was an anti-tank gun. Down in the bottom. Also, really interesting choice to choose a unit that is diagonally on the other side of the battlefield to shoot at this stage. The Boston Bombers, though, they are nasty. Like, how would you rate the chances at the moment, guys?
At the minute, I'm more leaning towards Onord. I think considering he has a deficit in the amount of points he's getting at the minute, he's holding up really well. I mean, Gonzo is the one who's getting more resource points and is behind. So the longer the game goes on, the more it favours Onord, and Onord's still in a pretty good position here.
Yeah. And I think balance is a pretty good onslaught scheme. I mean, we have seen a lot of balance play out of both of these players in the finals, where we also saw sluts 4 out of 7 times. So, yeah, first of all, both of these players know these maps pretty well. And second of all, I think balanced is a really viable option on this. Like other maps, balanced is really tough to play, but here you can have enough good defensive positions that can cover a lot of ground that balanced can be played. And I think Onord is doing a good job. The counter push at the beginning, taking a bit of forcing Gonzo to allocate forces to a position where he didn't want to put in more resources instead of.
Oh, that's a nasty time on target in the south right now.
Oh yeah, the 210mm off map might be devastating. Ooh, 26 seconds. Last one goes down in the center though. 17-pounder doing a good job there. But Onord, good job in dodging the counter battery. Well, it's counter batterying a bit himself. 140mm trying to hit the IG-33. Also, not as easy to get radios close to the front line on this map in these territories. So hitting the IG-33 correctly is harder than on other maps. Which is another reason why these radio artilleries are not as big of an advantage as it is. Yeah, the Meister, it's Yogdog and Bandaner sitting with me in voice chat. But both.
That off map in the south has been pretty devastating. It's killed quite a few units and it's forcing the others to pull back. They're very stressed at the minute, it's fair to say. So,
yeah. Though the Sherman is not as stressed as Onord might have hoped for. It could still end badly for
just
Sir.
bringing down the second one.
But yeah,
no.
Following it up directly. I mean, often makes sense. Just doesn't give the enemy any time to regroup. And that 6-pounder won't be able to get a shot off.
That was very effective. I'm quite impressed with the off-map artillery.
Yeah, off-map. The calibers can be devastating. Meanwhile, Gonzo really going into artillery spam mode now, realizing he might not win it in the long run, so he needs a win condition. He might not win it with a big push, so he needs a win condition, and the win condition here that he is hoping for is 140mm artillery guns. And that's not a bad idea, I think, at this stage. I think that's, instead of doing an all eggs in one basket last minute Hail Mary push at the end of B phase, investing into this has a bit better chances of, but obviously he has to now be really cost efficient for the next 30 minutes. And somehow, because he somehow has to take down Onord. Like, if the hit points would be the other way around, I would still be somewhat optimistic for Gonzo. But with the hit points being what they are, in favor of Onord, Gonzo somehow now has to push in the phase where he nearly gets... He only gets slightly more than half of the points that Onord gets per minute.
It's going to be a very tall ask to manage to overcome that disparity in C phase.
Yeah, artillery and air are the only two options, and you best have both of these available to really achieve that.
That Nashorn in the center has just been skirmishing against all sorts of reinforcements, And even if it's not actually getting kills, although it did just penetrate that Sherman, it's forcing them to disembark early, which is delaying Gonzo's troops to the front line as well.
Yes.
Well, it does take a hit, though. One more hit, it's dead.
Oh yeah, it goes down. 17 pounder in a good spot. Sherman coming up as well. Yeah, Gonzo has some interesting forces in the south. Stuck is around though. And Stuck gets the kill with the Sherman. Oof. Boston Bomber comes in, but the amount of Flak 43 in the rear also becomes worrisome for even the Boston Bomber, as Flak 43s are some of the best medium-sized soft AA.
That's quite a lot of smoke it's trailing.
Yeah, it will get out, but it is heavily hurt. Boston Bomber also circling in the north, BF-109 though, keeping it at bay. And artillery of Gonzo already gets counter-batteried. And Onord really keeping that artillery piece alive for such a long time. It's astounding how long this thing has survived counter-battery after counter-battery. Watching pretty well, but now might be out of luck. Yes, it's not moving. Ooh, Spitfire versus BF-109 head-on. That's not a... Yeah, that's a horrible idea, Gonzo. Bofors might be able to salvage this horrible position. Nah.
It's going to be very close if it does.
But it doesn't. At least it allows the Bofors though to make an attack run, as the BF-109 had to raid. Nebelwerfer though, coming in to deal with the 17 pounder. Oh my god. Yeah, all the Nebelwerfer rockets missed, so the 17 pounder survives unscathed. I haven't seen something like that in a while with a rocket barrage. Like, seeing it survive, okay, it is relatively long distance, but seeing it survive unscathed is really lucky there. Meanwhile, BF-109 comes in the south with a good attack run on the 17 pounder, strafing it down heavily. Another Bofors coming in. The 140mm really trying to put under pressure. Gonzo now pushing for the 1311 at the 24-minute mark. Nasuan though, keeping him at bay for now. And he's down to only 2 Shermans in the south. So not a heavy, overwhelming force there either. 17 pounder coming in, but Onord just gets so much more. And I don't know if Gonzo really gets the traits that he needs right now.
Onord's taken some losses here and there, but I don't think it's enough to bring Gonzo back into control here. It feels like those artillery just haven't quite been as effective as Gonzo would like. They have been missing a little bit too much.
Yeah, 25 pounders keep on the firing. And yeah, let's see how are the results coming in. Okay. Yeah, you can see that Sir Gansey hasn't.
What do you mean? I'm trying hard.
That you haven't played the vanilla as for a while. I mean, yeah, it's a solid. I think South 6 South African. If you ever pick it, this map is the right map. But yeah.
No, it's not really a good division.
Yeah, it's just like the infantry is just slightly too bad.
I mean, against Yamin 2-star, I can't do anything against 2-star infantry. Like like the suppression, that's a thing I tweaked in the mod, but suppression is so brutal. You basically have to have 2-star infantry as well. And when it's 2-star against 2-star, the MG42 wins.
Meanwhile, Indian rifles over here engaging the Schützen, Stuck engaging the Indian rifles in the south. And yeah, Gonzo needs the 1311 and needs it for a long time. And the artillery really needs to bring him there. But I'm not sure if it's capable of doing this, as Onord's 150mm is still around. Somehow, some way. A bit unlucky, but also really good micro there. And another 210mm off map is coming in. And this might be the devastating end for Gonzo's dreams of keeping this game alive. Like, a 210mm off map hitting this position on top of this half island / island in this situation is game-ending potential for sure. Especially if he can follow it up then with another off map down there. And Gonzo ain't eliminating forces of Onord fast enough. And Onord is just able to get more and more combined arms up. Having 4 Nashorns on the map, still able to strengthen the artillery forces even under counter-battery fire. Nebelwerfers hit more and more positions. Nashorn over here might go down. It's also disengaging to the wrong side, I think. Ah, it gets out just ever so slightly. But... na. Aber ich habe in Bayern gelebt. That's why I got the Maskrug. Got this from a Volksfest in Regensburg. The Palmator. Well, like, I think you got a $5 return, €5 return when you gave it back your class, but you only got 1 ship for your own class. So if you brought back other people's classes, you wouldn't have gotten anything. But a lot of teenagers were just completely, like, completely blasted, so they just left their classes standing around. And yeah, so I just took one with me. We have 109. Because they were just getting crashed. Like, there was so much broken class around, and I just was like, yeah, this either this dies or I take it with me. So I took it with me. 13-11 here for Gonzo. And the off-map was devastating. So Gonzo is ticking down slightly on Onord, but he needs it for so much longer. And the Stoke and Sturmschützen push in the south might really end any ambitions here of Gonzo. Off-map,
as well.
Die schwere Felder beats under heavy fire. At least 1 direct hit now. 1 Schützen gets unloaded. Will there be more direct hits though? Obviously Onord tries to disengage here. Is pinned down now. The artillery just doesn't want to hit, does it?
And there's the other off map.
Yeah. Directly, perfectly fine on the town. Oh, this is the end, I think, for Gonzo. This is where this game will end. Opel Blitz gets sniped. Well, Onord, as the balanced player, did a really solid counter push in minute 1 in the north. Like, Gonzo had 2 HMGs in here, Pack 40 and a sniper. But Onord was able to sneak a flamethrower in here that killed the MG, got the other stuff out of position, and then got also his light pioneers up here, and just completely annihilated this position, allowing him to set up on the hill, allowing him to control this for a while. Then Gonzo had the counterattack, but did that really effectively, surprisingly well. Like, I already thought the north was done for Gonzo at that point. And then a lot of fighting down here, and then a really good off map from Onord to break the position, and now the second follow-up off map to finish it off. Yeah, it's... And Gonzo brought in a lot of artillery in the hope that the artillery would carry him, but it doesn't. And yeah, now Onord with the balanced income is on the way to victory here.
I mean, can you even invest that much into artillery as Maverick?
I mean, yes you can if you really want that as your win condition, but I don't think, like, if you want to play the long game and just say, I just gonna crush you because I'm gonna smash you every time you bring out something onto the map.
Because this amount of artillery will not stop the same amount of point in infantry.
Yeah, but you have more points, right, at the first 20 minutes. And then you have enough time to just smash all his support equipment. Like, the artillery is not there to smash the infantry, obviously.
That's if your tanks survive. Not...
Yeah, but you want to smash the enemy tanks and enemy support equipment with that. Like, Nashorns, for example, are also pretty easy to kill with artillery, so... Yeah. But Gonzo brought him in really late. Like, it was just his last hope because he realized his pushes were not working out. So he invested his last 2 minutes of income in B phase into artillery and hoped that it would do enough damage with some lucky AoE, RNG, but he didn't got the RNG hits he needed. And also Onord did good balance, did good micro. Okay. 13-11 here for Onord. Nebelwerfer coming in. 17 pounder. Will get hit. Yeah, this looking rough. Schützen getting hit in the north, but Onord on the 13-11. Yeah, this is over. But we can't fast forward, and Gonzo ain't a quitter. At least not any earlier than he really wants to. And
I mean, if it will soon be a 59 if he captures the flag in the bottom there.
yeah. Yeah, flag in the bottom will fall. I mean, Gonzo is still trying to get something done in the north, but there's a NAS one there, there's an IG-33 there, there's 2 Nebelwerfers 41s there. And the counter battery of Gonzo is just not good enough. Got one of the big artillery guns killed in the south. But there's just so many Nebelwerfers now. There's 3 Nebelwerfers. And yeah, the artillery guns of Gonzo just didn't got the damage done that it needed to do.
This game's feeling pretty done at this point. If Gonzo can bring this back, it'll be a hell of a comeback, but I can't see that happening.
I mean, he needs to kill all the infantry, but can he?
I mean, if he kills the anti-tank, he has Shermans, but he just has so much less income, obviously. Like, it's just so rough. And he currently needs to focus his artillery on the enemy artillery instead of killing Flak 41s and stuff. And just Onord is just growing too fast. Like, the damage output of the artillery is not high enough that it can shoot down enough stuff. Onord is for sure on a pretty high level at the moment, yeah. Like, well, next season of League will be interesting. I think Luna is not Division. Insha, I think, is a really good addition to Division 1. And I'm really looking forward to all the players there. If our Italian guy is actually playing his best, obviously our Italian guy can also do it. Our low self-esteem man. Our not so bad player. The Under the Sea, aka Quattro U. Boston Mark. Or coming around with another bombing run. And I think, the idea with artillery, as I say, don't think is bad. But it's just not good enough at this point. The traits in the early game were not good enough for Gonzo. And the off-maps were just completely devastating. Taking away his combined arms in the south. And if he would have held the line in the south better, then the artillery might have been able to smack more stuff. But the more fluent the games get, the worse artillery obviously also is. Because stuff doesn't stay where it, doesn't stand still. So hitting it is harder. And yeah, Gonzo surrenders. And GGVP to Onord. Having good chances of snagging the victory now. Depending on Luna's performance. No. So, Onord taking the victory here. GGVP. And yeah,
Is the round already over or not?
Hmm?
Is the round already over?
I don't think it's fully over. No. No, I don't. We only have 3 replays so far, actually. Out of 6 that we need. But wait, is it Xark is texting? Wait, Danbuster, who won your game? Are you still around? I will make a short break, guys, though, as I really need a timeout for a while. Need to get myself something to eat. No, it's all best of one. GG. As it's just a one day tournament. Yeah. Yeah, the turning point was for sure the south. Yeah, as I said, I think it's one of the maps where balanced for sure is a really good pick. Also, yeah. See you all in a second. We are by now up to $810, by the way, on the fundraiser. So big thanks for that, guys. But let's bust the 1,000 today. Let's bust the 1,000 today. Come on, guys. You can't step it up once more. And I will be back in a second. See you all. And obviously, as I said, all subscription money and so on that I will receive today and tomorrow will also go into the fundraiser. So if you have a Twitch Prime laying around, it might be best usage. Use it for at the moment. So, do we have any more replays? No. Do we have any live games still going on? No. And yeah, who won and who won? Right, is Khers versus who's that? Ah, Khers had to drop out. Right. That's unfortunate. And Luna versus Koenig. Is that still going on? Wait. No.
Thursday, we're oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Should somebody else replace Khers? I can ask Puritaner, maybe, since he's there.
Yeah, because Col.Koenig told me that he had to go for that he can't play the last game today. Same for DarkNeutron, which is fine. They can play it tomorrow with the opponent, or because it's the last round of the day. Obviously, it's late in other parts of the world, so pushing it a bit back is fine.
We took some took more time than expected.
Okay, this is whom versus whom? Oh, this is Koenig versus Luna. Okay, yeah. This game is still going on. Okay, so here we go, guys. Col.Koenig versus Luna. The last game that is still ongoing. And yeah.
Babar said to me that Khers was playing AS now.
Oh, they are playing. Okay, thought they weren't. Also, Nick's Twitch, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. I must have been missing or was gone. Yeah, I really need some caffeine right now. Drinking some Red Bull. And Luna really loves his picks, but also so does Col.Koenig. What the hell is this matchup? Oh, they're really embracing the memes. 352nd versus Task Force Butler. Is El Bowser still in the chat?
Interesting matchup.
Especially on this map. Like, I mean, I think I know why Col.Koenig picks it. Yeah, like 350. I don't think there's a better map than this for 352nd. But I think Task Force Butler is a weird one.
There is a better map for 250 you can play on. Go Akalvaya and just defend.
Yeah, I guess Gora is okay. Yeah, Krupa. I guess Krupa is the best map for it, maybe. But though you just like CQC infantry, and like this map here doesn't need too much CQC infantry. That's the reason why it's pretty decent. Still, obviously not in the top 5 picks even after bans. So it's a wild one. Let's fast forward a bit. Let's give you a 3-minute vote if you really want to. Oh, you already have. No, we have to end the prediction. Yeah. Of the previous game. Yes. Obviously, Onord won that one. Oh no, somebody already. Okay. Some nice moderator already did that. So who will win? Both playing Maverick, which I find interesting. Like Luna picking interesting incomes. That's for sure. As we go a bit faster here.
I mean, on this map, can you play balance really? I don't think so.
Why didn't Luna ban Butler? Exactly. I mean, it's a Col.Koenig classic, that's for sure. Like, Col.Koenig likes his French divisions, for obvious reasons.
He likes them for bias. He likes the French bias.
Yeah, I mean, but do we really worry about Col.Koenig's task force Butler? I mean, he's pretty good with it, obviously. Like, and he has improved his airplay a lot lately, which is making him a lot more scary with a division like this against me, for example. Like, previously I have beaten his task force Butler quite handily, because you just need to cut its wings and then it falls to the ground on a map like this. But since his airplay is better, this division also has become a bit more scary against me. But obviously, compared to DFL or Second Plane Day, the map is still, the division is still not amazing. And Second Plane Day already is not that great anymore.
Yeah, I think Second Blind Day, Butler is maybe better than Second Blind Day.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, Second Plane Day is still insanely high in win rate, which I guess is just down to their bomber
You
spam.
can play Second Blind Day here by rushing, like Yamin did to me.
I mean, you have the Boston spam. That's the thing of Second Plane Day. It's really nuts.
But they got nerfed, no? They are back to 12 HP.
They're still really strong though. Like, they're still super fast. Like, obviously they got nerfed, but just like the super bomb, like the jet bomber, they're still strong. Like, they're in a good spot, I would say. But
I don't know about the jet bomber though. I'm not seen it.
and here we go. And Grenadiers, Storm Pioneers. Also, I don't know. We only have 8 bands in this, although so only 4 bands. So I'm pretty sure you don't want to waste one of your bands on Task Force Butler. If you would have 6 bands, you might want to use it against Col.Koenig. But Col.Koenig by now is a bit more varied in his divisions overall. Like, he played quite a bit more different divisions lately. He's becoming a more... I think that's due to him playing more tournaments and less just standard quick play. And also, obviously, at some point, just playing the same division over and over again also becomes super boring. So, yeah. The rush here.
Oh, the rush is going well in the center.
But there is a Marder, and the Marder will stop that beat going well, I'm pretty sure. Oh, or not. Well, still got 2 kills. Is the performance on stream collapsing a bit right now?
Yeah, maybe. Looks like 40.
Okay.
40.
M8 coming up. A lot of M8s, but also the 35S and the Panhards are pretty good against M8s. So it's a pretty rough matchup in that regard for the Scots. So Col.Koenig really liking the zoom cars racing around the map. Hitting down the Fusiliers over here, will surrender them now. Has one M8 recon to spot stuff, and one
that's a good flank.
M8 to pin down stuff. Meanwhile, more Panhards come in from the rear. It's a really wild front line. Sherman coming in as well. Sherman can bully everything but the Flak 41 down here.
The thing is, he needs something like an AT gun or something to secure the position there. In the north.
Yeah, Stoßtruppen over here revealed themselves now as well. But Luna is keeping them around. Panhard coming up though, 2-star veterancy. Against 2-star veterancy M8s though, and it will fight both M8s at the same time. Could have just fought one, but will fight both, and that doesn't end well for the Panhard.
Yep.
Flak 36 comes up as well. And yeah, Col.Koenig with a really good start. But the issue with these French spams since Normandy is that you still really soft. Like, you might go up to a 69, but you don't have much stuff behind it. And once your M8s somehow get killed off, you might collapse quite rapidly. And I mean, you can already see that in this town. There's way more Luna than there is Col.Koenig. So Col.Koenig needs some good trades there. Keep this pressure up. And it's already down to back to a 12-12. Pak 36
But
comes
the
around.
issue is only bringing Sherman, and I don't think that's the good call there. Because there are a lot of infantry and the Flak 88 behind that. So if he
Hellcat
doesn't
coming
bring
around.
infantry and he loses his 2 Shermans, he's in a bad position.
And yeah. Check the event. Kickstar got W.
Nice.
And Danbuster.
For
But
him.
yeah. We have a really nice group of players together. It's a bit of a shame that Badgerjelly had to jump out.
Yeah.
Because of internet. Especially as he extra came, like he extra speeded up with his real life stuff just to be around. As he had some real life stuff to figure out before it.
But that M8 killed another truck.
The internet came around. Yeah, M8 here versus the good Penhard, but Penhard gets the first shot and gets the kill. And one gun not quite up. Cavalry Scout in the north though, gets a Penhard killed. 12-12. Wait, did the BF-109 kill the Hellcat? Or did the Hellcat get out?
I think the Hellcat get out.
Yeah, well the BF-109 did shoot at something. Did it just strafe? I don't think so.
I can see at the edge of the map, maybe.
Completely. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. Meanwhile, M10 A1 coming in for Col.Koenig. They have APCRs, so that makes them pretty decent. These are
about 2 mortars for to suppress maybe the Flak 88. I don't know if he has spotted it.
Yeah, the 2 mortars are pretty helpful. Radio mortars overall is one of the good tools. Like, this division has some good tools. It just is annoying that you are, first of all, face locked with a lot of them. And then, second of all, you also have not the numbers you want on some of them. Like, only one card of Chirpin 76s.
Yeah, exactly. So the Shaman... You can't take them in C phase, for example, so you can't really make a good balanced deck.
Yep.
If you wanted to.
Mortars sitting around. Cavalry Scouts would be helpful. Have to retreat a bit though. German might want to hunt down the Penhards. Yeah, that's what it's doing now. Black 41 not in position to beat it down. But Penhard reaction good at Luna's end. 11-13 still going on. And yeah, it's a good game here. Rifles moving forward. 12-12 is established. Sicherungs versus Rifle Lates here.
The implication of Koenig play at the beginning is not like, is nowhere to be seen right now. Like, you don't see a lot. Like, sure, he did grab a flag in the middle, but that's it.
Yeah, but he also did get enough kills, I think. Like, it was not super amazing from the kills, but he got some nice kills. And he really did disrupt the setup here. But it might not be quite enough.
Yeah, is it worth losing the flag in a town? I'm not sure.
Yeah, like but I'm not sure how else to play Task Force Butler. That's the question.
Yeah, me neither. I'm not played it.
It's not one I've used either.
Yeah, MG42 on the fire. And M10 got the Spaling. Ooh, versus Marder. Gets the kill, but Marder also gets the kill, which is a good trade for the Marder. 81mm mortars under fire. And yeah, Task Force Bootleg also got hit by some nerfs, like the M10 nerf that was obviously not directed versus Butler directly, but rather against other divisions. Same with some of the airplanes that also got nerfed slightly, I think, over time, and the rifle lates and so on. So
Yeah, that's the issue with standardization.
I mean,
in there.
you still have enough unique stuff and so on, and you have to have some level of standardization. Otherwise, it's just too hard to learn for players. Like, if a new player has to learn each rifle late price in each different division.
No, I mean not in terms of price, but availability.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can't really. It's a lot of work to make another unit just for a division. Like, it's not worth it in terms of dev time.
Yeah. I mean, we already have so many units in this game, right? Like, it's
Yeah, you don't
1,000
really want-
something units.
The only thing that is worth is for the Fallschirmjäger that needs some rework in terms of their squads, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, overall, like a couple of reworks over time. With Fusion is a bit less. Like, the 3D modeling of the team obviously currently is super busy with Wano. But as soon as Wano has slowed down a bit, like as soon as we have the 16-based game divisions, like asking for 1 or 2 more unique infantry divisions to help out in some circumstances to make infantry divisions more unique would be cool. Like maybe one more form of French unit for this division, for
Yeah,
example.
or maybe give them the airborne like I did, the US airborne.
Yeah.
They are not they are not in any division right now.
Yeah, 1311. Ooh, Spraywagen gets killed. Luna
Yeah, exactly. CK, I thought the same.
is on the way. MG42 gets killed. Hellcat coming in. Luna just racing behind. Oh, but Hellcats will come around. Ooh. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh lord.
Oh, this is a lot of air micro. Okay, disengaging here is Col.Koenig.
Yeah, they are changing.
I think that's a good decision. Long Tom is on the battlefield now. Big boy artillery has arrived on the battlefield.
That's going to be fun to watch go off.
Does this division also get the 105? I believe the 105 would be better in this situation, but maybe we'll see. I will check.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure what the Dex gets. I'm afraid for it.
Wait, did Khers need to leave? Didn't he just type me that he needed to leave? I'm not sure. Am I wrong?
Maybe he was playing this run and not.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's the question of AS, because that's the only game that is not filled out right now.
Yeah, maybe he was just playing this round and he's leaving the next.
Yeah, it would be nice to know the result if there is a result. Try to contact both AS and Khers, but none of them is responding. So I think because Khers is out, for matchmaking reasons, I will just advance AS now. So we have round 4. Okay, round 4 is up.
Yeah, you need to go on. Tournament needs to go on.
As this game here, it's just finalized IRL. Or no, like we are a bit behind, obviously.
Okay, so that's nice because then I can stay there. Because I am to play Khers tomorrow maybe.
And here we go. Oh.
It seems that Luna is not really keen on pushing out to get the 59.
I mean, he has the 1311, and obviously with 250-second pushing is hard.
Indeed it is. Like, you don't have good infantry. You can only really push with the B2s. Maybe some Stugs, Raider. he prefers to buy more AA and more artillery. So it may be quite a long game. I'm surprised Luna did not push into the plateau. Prefer to move in the city. I wonder why.
And yeah, Long Tom's shooting here. Firing around.
Good night, DarkNeutron.
Yeah, good night, DarkNeutron. Long Tom firing around. I just wanted to... Yeah, okay, they played later, but that's a bit too late, right? So you're better having this up now so that everyone can play. So yeah, the bracket stays the same. AS and Khers are playing, but we needed to I wanted to finalize the final round because some people obviously stay up, and it doesn't really matter for the rest of the people.
No, it doesn't.
We have a final game that is coming up, and I will now fast forward a bit through this so that we can have an interview. As we will have a final game for the championship. As we have 2 players with 3-0 results.
Oh, so we need a tiebreaker there. Will it be BO1-2 or BO2?
So I will just ask them. Mario 2 is around. And M1 is around as well.
Yak Panther going for the long range kill on the M4 176.
And we'll get it. Yep, it will get it. And yeah, this is really the 350-second strength here. Just if you get the combined arms, it can just tank so much, and it has such long range capabilities with everything. It has solid artillery as well. IG-33s, Nebelwerfers, Black 41s, Yak Panthers.
The only real weakness is the infantry on a squad versus squad basis.
Yeah, first of all that, and also it just doesn't have any CQC capabilities really.
Yeah, that's
so. But that doesn't really matter too much on this map. But it really pushing is really a slow matter with this deck. You can't fast push. That's why I'm also fine with Luna staying at the 1311 here. Okay.
Off map going on. Push with Shermans. Oh, a lot of combined arms going down like that.
Radius coming up.
The Sugar is still alive.
Flying around as well. E47 coming in here.
There
so really the air spam is what Col.Koenig goes for as always with this deck. Like the air is really the most powerful tool. E47s are insanely strong, but Luna's division has a lot of good play against that.
You should have another off-map card, and there should be another charges in the 358.
Yeah, but same on the other side with the 203mm off-map. But the thing is, Luna's division has solid BF-109s that can stay around, and it has also enough AA. So you can keep the air at bay, and with the slow push here, Col.Koenig is really under pressure to finally do something. But he can't do it really. I think it's just pushing back in here is just so tough. Tiny is trying to come in.
Yeah, the good use of the mother
getting bombed now by BF-109s. The long toms try to do their stuff. Good repositioning with them as well, not letting them counter battery it. Though there's nothing to counter battery them yet, but yeah, being a bit safe in the play.
Yeah, he lost the plateau there because I think he lacked infantry AT, and there were no Sherman there.
Yep. Thanks for joining, DarkNeutron. Obviously, without the players, this tournament wouldn't work. So, big thanks to everyone who joined. And yeah, it's great to have that we had such a high quality caliber pool with a lot of really interesting matches. Everyone I think, yeah, the low pressure and just fun theme of the tournament also made it quite interesting in the game style. Like, everyone still played good. For example, Luna is still playing great here. It's just playing with divisions.
Not everyone.
Okay.
But most people are playing really serious games.
Let's say everyone who directly signed up for the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. The people motivated to fight it out. I mean, my first game was actually not bad against our newcomer there.
81mm mortar is going down. M5A1.
I hope we will see Danbuster in another tournament, because I think he showed really great promise.
Good long pump micro once more by Col.Koenig. Maybe relocating it a bit too far now. Like, that's a bit over eager to move it all the way to the north. Like, keeping it moving from left to right would have been
Just
enough.
want to be sure that it's
Yeah,
not...
but he doesn't have the time for that, right? Like, he's down 3 minutes. He just needs the long pump to shoot. Now he parks it on the road, but yeah, it's just Luna overwhelming here. And with that, Luna most likely will secure the victory here. 35R goes down.
No worries, down. We are also speeding through the game because we don't have time.
As we are having a final coming up, and I'm really looking forward to that. Well, it should be an interesting one. It's not our classic final. That's the Classico we already had, Onord versus Gonzo. Onord prevailed there, but now another contender, as you can see, is coming up, as Luna here is finalizing this game. And with that, Luna will be the contestant of Onord for the winner of this tournament.
Yeah, that's...
As whoever wins that will be the only person with a 4-0 record. So, looking forward to that.
We're also really looking to that game. It's great to see both relatively new players coming up to such a great level of play.
Yeah. Who won?
And Luna has been in the community for only like 6 months.
Well, in the Western community. I'm not sure how long he played.
Yeah, he played probably way before that.
So Luna versus Onord will be our final game. And that should be interesting. Because Luna has a really fancy playstyle. Onord obviously has his super good tank stuff. And then just overall great micro. Luna did shoot himself a bit in the foot by not performing. Like, playing a bit too much meme in 1v1. Yeah, Khers versus AS going on, but as I said, we moved on there. Yeah, in the meantime, let's see how it goes. They will join us in a second for interview before we go into the finals. Let's ping everyone's skill division.
Probably, Yamin. I think he's on a roll with his picks.
So that's interesting. I'm pretty optimistic that Luna will pick something wild. Yeah. Yeah, Panzerjägers always were insanely strong. And I don't think 356 is horrible, no. And like, it's not a full-on meme pick.
No, no,
but
actually.
not anymore. But 352nd is just not quite up there, obviously. Like on a good map, like on the Slutsk map, it's a decent map division. Just has some weaknesses. Like it's not a good ranked map division at all because you just don't have the CQC. Like on the cell or so, it's a rough division. But yeah, the Panzerjäger always were amazing. They were amazing in skill division Normandy, and they are amazing here. The redeeming factor in skill division Normandy as well. Just not quite good enough. Like some of the stuff in. That's always the issue of the 52nd. It's just it's scratching on being playable, but it's not quite there, both in Normandy and here.
Yeah, I give them the Starfbare, this squad with 5 MP40, but they will need something for close range. If they had something for close range, I think they would be already better.
Yeah. Yeah,
But yeah, the Panzerjäger 45 are really obnoxious with their 15 rate of fire.
I mean,
and 10 HP
we just
for
got them
20
another card
points.
of Pioneers, right? So that helps out a bit with the latest patch. We at least have 2 cards of Pioneers.
Couldn't they get 2 cards of Stoßtrupp instead?
I mean, Stoßtrupp is not good. Not that amazing. Like, it's decent. Like, yeah, second card of Stoßtrupp might be good idea as well. But I don't think the Stoßtrupp are that great either. I mean, they were pretty good when Molotovs were pretty good, but at the moment,
Yeah.
5 hit point squad. I don't know. They're decent, I would say.
I think if it was 6 men, would be okay.
Yeah.
As they need 1 more HP. Maybe we'll make that change for my work.
Oof. Okay, then I messed up the Khers versus. Okay, Khers actually won. Okay. So. Yeah, Luna versus Onord. I think everything stayed the same. Yeah, the matchups are still the same.
Give them back their voltage.
Yeah, Frubb Lord versus Danbuster is going on. Okay, but the matchups stay the same.
I mean, that unit should not be 10 HP, for sure.
Which unit?
The Panzerjäger.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is ridiculous. How can you? Basically, you kill everything with.
Oh, so you're not around for free. So do you? What works? Luna AK balanced. What? Reimer Maverick. Okay, that's some hot action.
Wow.
we really see another chat pick from. I mean, AK just got buffed. And it's called Street Sizer map, so Reimer makes perfect sense in my eyes. But AK?
I wonder how it will go. Like AK,
I mean, you have your Schnotzis. You have the Tigers for the open.
Yeah, I think it's. I tried the AK on this map in my mod and it also worked, but in vanilla I don't know.
I mean, with the buffs, they are somewhat fine.
You have some MG42 with AK though, which is good for that map, the open.
Yeah.
But and against Rima, every tank is actually a good tank. So you can use the T60, T70s, or even the M14. But yeah, Rima doesn't get the fanatical trait like what I gave them. Rima, yeah, both Rima and AK. I give them though for some of their unit. Yeah, Luna maybe will get her spam. That's the issue. Like
So will we get a pre-game interview?
That would be interesting. Will it be only be a one?
It will only be one game, yeah.
Yeah, because it's already almost 8 p.m.
Yeah. So. Ooh, Fox's EOG. What is that training? Okay. The Foxes have their training camp open again. Good to see don't know any other Iranian community in a video game. Pretty fun.
Yeah, me neither actually. Maybe there are some for FPS games.
Yeah. But
Like
I just don't know
squads
them.
and armor and stuff like this.
Like I met a couple of Iranians in StarCraft, but not many. So it's pretty interesting that we have a relatively sizable community for this video game. Pretty cool.
We just like the Italian community.
I mean, we have we have a lot of Italians. They just don't have their.
Yeah.
They might also have their own community. Like the amount of Italians here is pretty sizable, I would say. And yeah, the German the German community is pretty split up. Pretty nice. Oh yeah, Frubb Lord, I don't know. I think he was around earlier. Is he still in voice chat? Danbuster, are you still around here?
I think he is AFK, and Yogdog has to deal with something.
Yeah, but he has to play. Danbuster has to play his game.
Oh, true.
I'm still around. I'm listening. I'm just sorting something out, which is being a bit of a pain in the bum. But I am still listening.
Who has the better CQC between Rima and AK in your opinion?
You see, I would say Rima is still the advantage.
Hmm.
Okay.
I don't know because
Danbuster, I'm back.
with the Obkowacy and the Grupish Tomove, the new unit, I think the AK is also got in a good spot for forest fight.
That's perfect. If that guy in Japan was to play now, yeah, I'll play with him now. Because I need to get off soon. It's got quite a bit of time and the room's boiling.
Are you there, Danbuster?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I'm here.
Are you ready to play against Frubb Lord, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Right in this. So I'll go set up a game. So what map are we on now?
Kostritza is the map now.
Kostritza.
That's it.
Onord and
Yeah, if the 2 IL2 carrier go down for Luna, it will be hard. Like you don't have any fighter in A phase otherwise. You can take 2 cards of Yak 9, 1 per card in vanilla, but yeah, that's really a downside of the division.
Okay.
And you don't get the 37 until C phase.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty equal at the moment. Yeah, but the buffs to AK for sure did a good job in helping out its infantry and stuff. Like the Kupustom Move at 20 points is a decent TNT squadron.
It's a really good unit. I really like it.
And yeah, Ochnazis always were decent.
And Okshoravotsi, sorry. They're also nice, like the 13-man squad.
Yeah. All your
the only issue is Erder Berlinowski, those are still a bit too weak for 20 points.
Yeah, but you can't make them really. You could make them 15 points, but I don't think you need to. Like that could be the next step if they. But I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if you want to give this division just 15 point infantry. 15 point is always pretty low, pretty spam.
Yeah, I don't. You know me. I hate 15 point infantry with MG.
Yeah, the double flamer is also a bit too pricey for 25 points.
Yeah, the double flamer actually is very squishy.
Yeah.
When you think it's only 1 HP more than a standard flamer.
Yeah, it could go up 1 hit point and go up to 5 hit points, then it might be. They give them one more guy.
Yeah.
Zika.
And the Bogwarts.
Hello, Onord and Luna. So,
Yeah,
Ostritza.
hello.
Interesting picks, as always.
Hello there.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the idea behind your picks? First, maybe Luna.
What?
What's the idea behind taking AK?
What's
like-
my idea?
Oh.
I just pick what I wanted to pick. I just have fun.
Okay.
It's a who got the counter pick? Who made it the full on CQC division one match?
Luna had the pick.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose the Notara, and I choose the AK.
Oh, yeah.
I think it will be fun.
Yeah. Interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, the Molotov war.
An unending horse of Molotovs.
Yeah, the forest will burn down for sure. But yeah, how do you like Kostritsa?
How do you like the map?
Map? The map is not that balanced. If the man got the good side, may highly have the chance to win, I think.
And the good side is which side for you?
The open side, the side that I can choose to fight in the force or not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. And the air spam will be a problem to me.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
that was a given.
Yeah.
620 mils.
I tried to buff the fighters of AK.
Did you
but
try?
Matt
Oh.
misunderstood me. So it will come. No, it will come in the next. It'll come in the next one. So
Even though I'm the balanced one, but if I lost all the anti-air, I will still lose.
And the issue is also the phase locking of the plane and the ability per card. It's
yeah,
not only
actually, that was what I wanted to fix.
yeah. That's one of the first thing I changed with the division.
But I got misunderstood by Matt, so they couldn't implement it fast enough for the last patch.
Maybe you should have spoken French to him.
No. Like the point was clear, but he doubled the cards instead of like matching them, and that wasn't the solution that we asked for. And
okay, that happens.
So yeah, let's go. I wish you best of luck, and let's have an amazing final, guys. And thanks for joining, everyone here. And yeah, may the better meme division player win.
Yeah.
See you.
Yeah, surely.
See you guys. Bye bye.
Good night.
Here we go. Yeah, 12 Mustangs at sea. Right. You, like that's obviously with balanced. You picked that, right?
I mean, if you ask to see phase, at least you have planes. But yeah, that's. People.
Also, let's bring next to all the tournament action the reason why we are actually here. Why this all is up, guys. This is the fundraiser tournament, guys. So use the code in the chat to help us out.
We're almost up to.
Like let's break it today so we can really come over to the Warnell people tomorrow and be like, you see, guys, The Steel Division people got us $1,000 together for action against Hunger. You at least have to equal that. Let's show them what of an amazing community we are. And let's break this $1,000 fundraiser goal already today. If everyone in chat does $4, we would break it already. My co-caster is Sir Gonzo at the moment, and Yogdog is also still hanging around. Might be able to join us in a second again.
Yeah, hopefully we'll
finals.
also co-cast a bit.
So that we have a.
But it would be amazing if you could donate for this charity. As yeah, it has been it's the situation is tough right now in the world.
Yeah.
If you can spare some money to make a.
Yeah, it's for sure. Sadly,
difference.
one of the most important times for charities within the last decade, I would say. Not great that we need them, but yeah, no, he's not French, but he is from the French part of the Swiss Republic.
Swiss Confederation.
It's Swiss Confederation, yeah, right. Not a republic. Well, it's a republic, right? It's a
kinda.
Swiss Confederation. Isn't it Swiss? The Republic of no, it. What's the? Isn't there?
I don't think there is republic in the name.
Confederate. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's just Confederation, yeah. Okay, so.
Okay, I'm back.
Nice. Just in time for the finals, Yogdog.
Ooh, fancy. Okay.
Luna versus Onord. And the division picks are juicy. We have Amia Queriova, balanced, versus Maverick Raima Rapana. On Kostritsa.
That's an interesting matchup.
So it will be a lot of Molotovs flying around the world.
And a lot of infantry.
Yeah.
Running around.
Okay. They are in. No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
See it. No, I clicked on not on running games. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. Spectate. Let's go. Here we go, guys. And we have Luna on the left and red. Onord on the right and blue. And this should be interesting.
Oh, Onord says this is the goose side. For his side.
Yeah, I think so as well.
I don't know. I like the red side better.
I think it's pretty equal. Like they're both. It's a pretty, like it's not a symmetrical map, but it's I would say it's still a balanced map. Like both sides have their advantages. Like obviously
Because
red can push easily in the south. On
the
that
ton
one
is
side.
in the red side, and it's quite hard to fight over the ton as blue. Like I mean the
Yeah, but
ton in
the thing for blue is that if you push in there, you have 3 flags basically in the instant. Whilst capturing 3 flags for the red side is relatively hard. So for Onord as Maverick, I like the blue side more because you can go for 59 relatively easily. As balanced, I like, so it's a good flag setup for both sides.
Yeah, as balanced, I also like red flag, red.
Yeah. And this map is wild. Like we had so many really good games on this map.
Yeah, a lot of good games. Like the addition of a lot of cover really makes for dynamic gameplay.
Yeah, the open ground in the middle is also has enough like line of sight blockers, but still gives you the chance of using 2000 meter stuff really effectively.
The only iffy side is the upper side, like where you have the 2 flags there. Maybe there should be a bit more cover around. I don't know.
Yeah. This is the good side. Yeah. I will speed it up so I'm on par with the live game. And we have to get a prediction, guys. Oh. Or Luna did win. Is that a prediction? Who will win?
A lot of, I think we will see a lot of ATR rifle.
Here we go, guys. 5 minutes. Get your predictions in. Who will win the finals of the first day of the Steel Division part of the fundraiser tournament? And yeah, let's get this going. Movie coming in. PTRDs. Interesting. PTRD usage here by Luna. On the other side, obviously Lattis.
I think that there's an idea of counter sniping the transport of the enemy.
But PTRD ain't. And yeah.
But I think the map is also well balanced in terms of flags because it has been like balanced by the strike team a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Unlike
like,
some other
but also Eugen just got a bit better in map designing again, overall compared to early Steel Division. Like overall in designing in general, like that's one of the reasons why I'm so hyped for Wano, because the organization within Eugen is just has improved so much since the the fallout in 2018, and also the map designing part and so on, and the division designing part just has improved by quite a margin.
It's good that they have new developers as well, apparently.
Yeah, especially that they also have enough developers. Like not quite. They could still use a couple more. They're still
for the UI maybe.
Yeah, for example, like a UI manager, but they are not as completely heads over heels as, in there as they had been before. So yeah, Chad, who do you think will win this? Will it be Onord, or will Luna meme the way to victory with AK? Is it the tournament of the memes?
I still think Onord has the advantage, at least for now, for the beginning of the game.
Yeah, but I think let's see if it's maybe a bait. Maybe he has the Mustang cards in C-Phase, so he actually will win the airborne C-Phase. Because obviously Reimer also doesn't have the best air in the AA in the game. Like they have decent, but they also don't have the best fighters and stuff. So
they don't have many of their best fighter. You only get like 1 or 2 per card. I forgot the name.
The Mystic? No, what's it called?
Yeah, exactly this one.
The Mursk or something, yeah.
Yeah.
You only get 2, yeah.
That I remember I changed, but
well, there just weren't that many around of those, yeah. The home-produced Finnish fighters. And yeah, thanks for making it an amazing event, everyone in chat. Thanks for all the new followers. Thanks for all the donations, as I said. All the Twitch primes and subscription money will go into the into the fundraiser today and tomorrow. So much appreciated that.
Tomorrow will also be fun.
And yeah, Wano, the game with Eugen, I'm really looking forward to. All the 4 guys, like all the 7 guys in there, the 3 content creators and the 4 Eugen guys are all super nice guys, and I'm really looking forward to just have a fun little bit of show action, showing off a new map that isn't in the game yet. But
I'm curious about how Eugene played their games, so I will watch that.
Yeah. Showing you that they're not that amazing, but they're still hopefully somewhat capable. Like most game devs ain't that great at their game, especially the ones that are not in Q&A, because they just don't have the time.
Yeah,
they're having a 9 to 5 job. And
No,
if
that's
you're
not possible.
looking the whole day at that game, like, I know in Germany there's that weird scenario where truckers actually play the trucker simulator after they are done with trucking, but most people ain't like that. So yeah, if you look,
Isn't that some PTSD? or something?
that's or Stockholm syndrome maybe
Yeah.
rather. No, but like most, like if you're looking at Warno all day, you might not want to play that in your free
Okay.
time either. Like most game devs still are gamers, but most often not in their own game in that big of an extent. Like so. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have an L2 versus MS fight in the air, which is pretty interesting. Also,
And
where's
there
the
is
MS going?
already a PTRS sneaking in the far north,
Yeah.
as well as a push by.
Ooh. Yeah,
No.
here carries, not making it far enough. Bit overambitious here by Onord. Losing the Lattis there as well. In the south, the Lattis also got killed. Heavy push there by Luna. Lattis in the center also got killed. Yeah, Onord underestimating, or overestimating rather, I guess, the speed of his own transports.
Yep.
Underestimating the transport speed. Like, that's really one of the issues of the Finnish. And
Awesome.
all, like most of the minor nations. They just don't have enough speed. So, Yokdok, are you with us?
I am indeed.
And who do you see as the better division here?
Oh.
And whom are you cheering for?
Division is probably the better one, but I really want to see the Polish one win. Just, I don't think I've ever seen it in a competitive setting before now, so it'd be really cool if it won here.
Yeah, there was a time when once it was actually when the DLC first came out, it was actually not bad, like not as bad.
Yeah,
Because airplay was not as prominent then.
First of all, that, and second of all, the 37mm with the HE was really strong back then. I think it was maybe even 25 points back then, and you didn't have as many other light HE guns as this.
Yeah, that.
And then also Molotovs were just imba. Like Molotovs were basically just as effective as TNT. So
yeah, you won every engagement with the
yeah.
infantry, the Oknochiki.
So it was
DC.
pretty.
We have the first off map going into the AA there.
Yeah, can it get the call in though? Yeah, it can get the call in on the AA. Oh boy.
May die.
It's only one star veteran C20 melts. So yeah, they're not quite
don't
capable.
do a lot of.
And that off map might be strong. They are carries though, getting pushed out by the Auction Nazis and the Flamethrowers. So Luna on the 1311.
Yeah, Luna maintaining the position in the town.
Yeah, Onord might have to regroup here. Blenheims though, being annoying. Coming in with a bombing run after another.
Oh, and the mistake is actually but there is the Yak 9 coming in to kill the Blenheim.
Yeah. VL is out though.
Yeah, I don't know which plane it is, but
this is a really old one. I think it's a Dutch one.
I don't know why it has medium resilience though. That's really weird. But for 45 points.
Yeah, but I mean it's super slow and so on, so it doesn't really matter if it has medium resilience. And with 7mm also not gonna win a head-on, no matter what.
Yeah, it has 4 burnings. The Yak 9 has 1 cannon.
Oh, yeah, Onord loses 1 Blenheim. Might lose this plane as well.
Yeah, it's
He's microing his little heart out though, out of this cute little plane. And a Hawk is coming in, and with 2 fighters, you usually should be able to out-micro 1 fighter.
Yeah.
So the Yak is 50 km/h faster than both, so it can just run if Luna wants to do that, and that seems to be Luna's plan here. Just get the hell out of there. Nazis holding the south, but Sissy's pushing in. Sissy's still a really effective unit. 30 point for 7-point sniper unit that also has a 1000 meter MG, the only 1000 meter MG in the game.
Yeah, it's maybe a bit underpriced for what it does. Like the MG is really crazy.
Yeah,
but it's smoke though.
Yeah, the smoke also gives it good disengaging, but the finish needed, like, so it's. I think it's
Yeah,
fair.
they don't have anything else that's really good
Yeah,
at
that's
long range.
The north is going to be quite hard to push through Onord because the trees are pretty much speaking Finnish at this point. There's that many Finnish troops up there.
you're in Polish, right?
Polish, my bad.
Yeah, it's not enough. Yeah, the Finnish versus Polish wars in the forest. Partisans versus.
Already a mortar, not?
Well, maybe some Planheim action could do some good work there. And the first 122mm artillery piece coming in, and yeah, the Finnish have the better artillery in this matchup. IL-2 AR coming in, so there's a couple of lighter howitzers I think as well for AK, which are not super bad. Ratsuveki trying to hold this off.
It'll be interesting how they do.
Dizzy fall though, and Luna is taking over control of the south.
Oh yeah.
And Onord's off-map didn't kill the 20 mils, did it? Or are those already replacements?
No, they did it. They pulled back and got out of the off-map area.
Yeah. Well, next off-map coming in with the Gauntlet Mark II. Good old British plane.
If the CC Kev might get spotted by the Okto Ravossi in the bottom.
I just love how wild the mix in like Yugoslavian and Finnish and Romanian air forces are in where their equipment came from. Like British bombers, Dutch fighters, American fighters, German bombers, some Soviet planes sometimes as well. So yeah.
Rima might have the most diverse setup of the game.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, but one of the Romanians also, like especially the new ones, will also get some lovely stuff. Like some Italian bombers also.
There's also the French Guppy, Potes.
Yeah. The new divisions will also get a Potes, right? So on. So
another off map just came down on the 20mm flat guns, but they did manage to get out of there.
Yeah.
They're still alive.
It killed the leader at least, but it didn't kill the AA. Which is...
Yeah, I don't know if it was worth it. At the end.
No, it's not. Like, Onord really at least wanted to kill one of those. He wants to reduce the off-map to rubble, and then just bomb the living hell out of Luna, but Luna's AA keeping around is super annoying for that. Because with the AA together, the Yak 9s can easily win against Onord's stuff. If Vekotins plus Onord's fighters are around, the Yak 9s will have a way rougher time. For now, though,
the Kev got spotted and a bit mistreated by the MGs. they don't have one.
Yeah. Sissy's holding the line up north, but it's a 13-11. A couple of T-26s though now coming in. And the Vekotin is a really solid AA piece. Double 20mm for only 60 points. And they really have the damage output of 2 20mm, I would say. Like, compared to a flak feeling or so. It's,
yeah, the flak
it says it is 4 times 20mm, but it's really not. Meanwhile, the T-26s bully Nazis over here with their 1 MG and 4 guns.
The flak feeling actually only has 0.20 damage more than the Vekotin.
Yeah.
One of the T-26s just died to the BTRD.
Yeah, but off-map is coming in. Though the off-map not hitting anything that is there just yet. Not the most efficient off-map once more from Onord.
But
even
he's
if
bringing,
it hits.
Oh.
The VLD tries to hunt down the IL-2, but with 7mm will take forever, and the 20mm will force it to fall back and might even be able to kill it. Well, the IL-2KR might do the deed. Ooh. Yeah, the medium resilience really comes into play here now on the VLD, but it will go down in the end still. 122mm is trying to do its damage. Yeah, carries are around.
Oh, they got it. He went down.
Off map comes in.
Yeah, the Akari actually pushing the Ognik Chiki just by sheer number.
Yeah, they're not even using their Somis though, so mistake there maybe by Onord. Wants to dodge the L2KR, it's now strafing into death.
Taking great damage.
Brings out 2 Hawks. Oh no, Hawk and a VLD. And together with the Vecotine, the
Yeah, they
Hawk
might
should
kill
be
it.
able to get the kill. As it has 4 20mm, 4 7mm plus 2 50 cals. Oh my god, it's still it's still not enough. Oh boy.
L2 too strong.
Yeah, the Panzerflugzeug really does its name justice. The tank plane. Or the flying tank.
The line coming in though to bomb the remaining infantry.
And yeah,
And
everyone
the T-26B
Everyone
in
who
the
ever played
town.
War Thunder also knows that feeling when you put so much damage into an IL-2, but you don't have any 20 mils and it just doesn't want to die. Because it basically bounces all 7mm and the 50 cals just do minimal damage.
Okay, Luna is investing a lot to kill the 2 CCKF that infiltrated his line.
The gauntlet is flying around here. BLD trying to come around for another IL-2 KR. This one might finally go down as it got a lot of Vecotine damage, and the BLD also should be able to stay behind it for a long while. Yep, IL-2 KR.
2 Yak 9.
Finally goes down.
1 Yak 9 and 1 Yak 90.
T-26 is getting killed off by the 37mm gun in the center.
Yep.
Yeah, but one of the 37mm at least also went down. So the second one is doing a really good job. It also has 2-star veterancy. The Yak 9s had to stop chasing, but the VLD goes in again. What? Okay, that's wild. MS coming up behind it though. And that one, ooh, gets behind it. The MS overall is super agile plane. Maybe one of the easiest and most enjoyable planes to micro in this game. It's a really lovely and agile.
It's not too
piece.
fast, that's also why.
Yeah, it's not too fast,
it's
and
perfect
it's just
speed to micro.
it just somehow really feels smooth to play.
CCKF actually in the bottom killing off the Partisancy and maybe the back too.
Yeah, get the Armata. Partisancy have to retreat. And
Partisancy really not a good unit.
Onord is down in tick though. We are in B phase now, where he has the most income. So he needs to make that work against Luna, as Luna now gets bombed by Ju-88s. Losing the Yak 9 obviously is a big loss. Can the 20mm get the job done against the Ju-88? If they would have 1 or especially 2-star veterancy, I would say it's easy. But without veterancy, they need to get some lucky crits, and it seems like get the job done. Damn.
And then the Ratsuvaki train is coming to relieve the CC in the town.
Yeah, to help the sissies and the T-26s to easily push forward. There's a Hetzer now around the war. In Polish, the Schwat. So
Schwat is there.
Onord is pushing for the 59. Will Onord find that though? That's the big question.
There is no way the Schwat goes down to the T-26.
Well, it has minuscule side armor, so if you can ever get a side shot on it, you should be able to get penetration. The T-26s can just run down 3 roads at the same time, and the Schwat can't stop them everywhere. Like going over the open where the 37mm is, going down the road, and then going down the next pathway between the houses next to that in the south. The Schwat can't do anything against that. So.
I don't know about the choice of unit for North. Like in the north, like he's bringing 5 BA-10, but his infantry is actually almost reduced to 0. There, he might lose a lot of flags to 2 infantry squad.
Let's keep pushing forward. Pushing against the Oshnotzi. We only have the Browning, VZ 1928. And the Metsuweki have a bit more firepower. It's also something that you seldom see, that the Finnish infantry has a better long-range engagement than the enemy side.
Train coming in, unstoppable by the
Oh yeah.
millimeter.
Oh no.
Oh, that's sad.
Oh, Yak 90s though. Find one. But you still want to shoot down the fighters, I think, first. You want
oh
to
no, the fighters. Oh no, the Oak getting behind.
Yak-9T at least should get down one, but he lost all the AA support and the Vekotine is still around, so the Yak-9T has to get the hell out of there. But
Yes,
somehow survive this.
Get out, get out. No, the Oak is behind there.
Oh, no. Oh,
he gets,
no, no.
Get the MS.
At least gets the MS, but... Oh, and kills another Planheim in the north. The other Planheim also under heavy fire, so at least some of the bombers going down. Like two out of 3 bombers went down. But both AA and both Yak-9Ts, and that's the only Yak-9Ts you get.
And Luna doesn't get any fighter until C-phase now.
If he has the C-phase card at all. Like, I hope he has the C-phase card, otherwise he's in trouble.
Oh no, and the CCK is actually killing another unit in the bottom.
Oh yeah, the CCK.
The party did not found the squad yet.
CCK
the Hetzer might be overextending a bit in the center here.
But Onord
yeah.
Only up on the 1311, and it's already 15 minutes in.
But the Hetzer will go down, like the Ratsuvaki is basically on the Schwat. Oh, he's going back.
Disengaging. T26 goes down to Sabotachi.
Yeah, the Schwat need to leave.
T26 goes down to the off-map. Off-map, really good call-in by Luna. Brings it back to a 12-12. Like, Luna really good in fight. Like, Luna...
I don't know.
It seems to be the playstyle of the Chinese, of somehow keeping flex. Like, we had it with Sean. And Luna somehow also really good. Even when you feel like he's heavily under pressure, somehow still having control over half of the flags, or nearly half of the flags at least. But yes, if there's no Mustangs in that C-phase card, Luna is in trouble.
And this is a really interesting
game. No, P2 gets the Schwad.
No.
And all the 20mm in the north held to Ratsuvakis, and that's really big. It's down to only 1 AAPs now for Luna.
Yeah, and
the Mustangs need to be there.
This is 3 is not the good answer against all those BA10.
If the Mustangs ain't there, this game is over.
No, this is 3 gets picked off in the truck. But Luna can get back in the town now.
Yeah, off-map is around. It's 17 minutes already. The Ratsuveki's getting hit by off-map hard. If Nazis could even go deeper. Still in 11-13. Obviously, yeah, the tick is not what's going super well for Onord, but the air is. And as Luna said, if he loses hard to the air, it doesn't matter if he has more income in C-phase.
The thing is, the infantry squad in the town is like the infantry squad Luna has better for town fight. Ratsuvaki will not win against the Sturmovi.
Yeah.
So Luna will bring it back in the town, that's for sure.
The A10 also gets the kill onto the T26. Another T26 under fire. Sissy getting hit here. IL-2 in the south. With some napalm cluster bombers on the BA-10s.
Yeah, that could be a good goal, but the Oaks are coming.
Yeah.
Searching for their prey.
Ooh, how much damage does napalm do?
Not much, because...
Also doesn't do much burning, does it?
It does a bit, but not that much.
But not enough to just kill them.
Yeah.
It's enough to stall the advance, at least, and...
But he loses the IL-2 for it.
37mm guns moving up.
Losing the IL-2 for it is not worth it.
It's actually because the light top armor is not taking a lot of damage from frames in the fight.
Nazis versus Ratsuvakis in the fight. Stormway moving forward. Sissy holding the line. T26 moving in. 30-11 here. For Onord. Lanheim coming in with the bombing run. And this final is pretty tense. As Onord really doesn't take that much territory, but the airplay obviously is just nasty. But we are 30 seconds away from C-phase, so the question is really here. Will Luna have the Mustangs? If Luna doesn't have the Mustangs...
I think he can win, because if you look on the bottom side, the partisans here are flanking the position of Onord, and he has only a pack there. So he will grab the flag in the bottom.
Yeah, he can grab the flag up there. And he also holds the south pretty well now against the BA-10s, I would say, with the 237mm plus Sabotachi. And Oshnotsi can hold in the forest as well. The question really is, what can he do against the air spam still? Is he out of stuff in the air? Or did he... Like, it would be weird to play balanced and then not take the Mustangs against Reimer. But Luna ain't a person for... Not... I mean, like, sometimes there's weird choices in the decks of Luna. Ooh.
I mean, at least he has
37mm gets at least one BA-10. No, gets two BA-10s. Two BA-10s for 137mm traded. Okay, not super amazing, but still pretty fine. But Planheim comes in on the Oshnotsis. T-34 is in. We have a 37mm AA. Okay, he has 37mm AA. Okay, that's good. But the AA alone won't win him the game at it. So,
yeah.
Like,
I think he might lose the position in the north.
37mm can be overrun by enough Planheims. Needs something to shoot down the Planheims.
Although the push that Onord has tried to make in the center is actually not working because there's still the 37mm there.
Yeah, the 37mm, the BA-10, and there's no T-26s left. There's no T-26s left. The artillery also empty for Onord, but the bombers, they just keep on coming. 37mm in the forest will get hit by a JU. Another off-map coming in. 1410 is on.
I think it's a good goal for Luna there. The P2 coming in to get the T-34.
Yes.
And Onord actually reinforcing the bottom, which is a good goal because he sees he's a bit weak there.
JU-88 also getting hit. Another JU-88 coming in. Will hit with its bombs on something.
Yeah, it's tight in the north, like Ratsuvaki, they're going down to the 37mm.
But Onord now on the 16-8. He obviously has way less points now, but he has the air. Are there Mustangs? Are there any Mustangs? 37mm, as I say, are there. I have the feeling that might mean no Mustangs. And then the Yak 9T play obviously would really start to bite Luna.
14-10, 13-11 even.
I mean, there's not that much for Onord in the forest. And the center also is looking rather rough. 3 Yakeris coming up.
Sabot Tatsitsi going for getting the kill on the Ratsuvaki. And BA-10 going back
into the 37mm fire.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good flap here. IL-2KR is around. Okay. VL8 trying to come in onto it. IL-2KR shouldn't chase too far. There's a Vector
because the flags that Onord took are really weak. Like, there's only one infantry squad basically maintaining 3 flags.
Why did Onord fly into that with a spider? Losing that to the L2 is a good trade for Luna, but if this is the only plane that Luna has left, there's a lot of work cut out for it.
Yeah.
But Onord stopped going for the AA with the bombers for now, and Luna is starting to get more and more 37mm online, and at some point they might help out again. And Onord can't...
6. Yeah, he has 6 in sea phase.
And Onord can't afford the artillery... more artillery. He can afford maybe resupply on his 1 artillery, but that obviously will take forever to get the AA pinned down. So, yeah, Luna just needs to get it away from that super fast tick. T-34s obviously also have arrived, which are outgunning everything else on the battlefield right now as well. Planheim still nasty. The carries in the north.
I wonder if Luna also has the T-70 tanks. Because that would be a great help against Onord now.
I-153 trying to hit the BA-10. I'm not doing so though. It says he's killed a 37mm. That nearly killed the Yakeris. 15-9 for Onord. 9-20. The off-map, really unnecessary, but like really unnecessary. You could
He
just
doesn't
move in
know.
with the Nazis and kill it, whatever that, like, leads 2 units there
He
easily.
could move actually a quick move and he will win.
But obviously that shows you how strong our god-like viewers. Like, he
Yeah.
just doesn't know what's there. He just wants to pin it
Needs-
down and push in after.
He needs the
And he
intel.
needs the flag. But reduces it to 1 the speed takes. And Onord might have the same fate as Gonzo in the game against Onord. Just running out of steam and not being able to trade fast enough.
But
So,
instead of the artillery, now it's the planes.
so the Planheims
planes-
really try hard.
Yeah, they might go down at one point.
Yeah,
But
more
it
37
seems
millimeters.
to me that he has no fighter in sea phase.
Yeah, as I said, I think he invested into the AA, but he would have, if he would have kept 1 Yak 9 alive at least, he could just be such a big threat to the Planheims now. But this way he isn't, and this is really rough now. Though 2 more 37 millimeters are online, a leader would be really good. Maybe even a commander next to them. Like, if you could upvet them by 1 or even 2, this would be insane. So Onord, how do you, Yakdog, how do you rate Luna's chances right now?
I think Luna's chances are pretty good at the moment. Considering the income disparity with it now being C phase and him being balanced, I think he's got a good chance. But like you said, the air power is going to be doing quite a lot against him. It's all about whether he can somehow limit their damage against him. And I don't know if those 37mm is going to be enough.
No, I don't think so. At least not.
Oh no, of Nazis. Okay, the second one gets out. One goes down to your carry passive check.
153 going for the 34 kills, 1 down, and no, the other survives.
Ooh, they are here. Why
Oh.
what took them so long? The bloody Air Force has arrived.
Yeah, the American Air Force is here to save the day. The cavalry has arrived.
Ju-88 going down. So they are actually around. This reduces Onord's chances to win this game by a big time. Onord might have to get ready for defense setup now.
Yeah, and he will lose another flag in the bottom right now because
Because
of the flank.
but the push like in the bottom he can still punish with his bombers, but he can't just not fly deep anymore ever again with his bombers. Because with the 50 he can't protect his bombers against
You can't kill the artillery of Luna now. I think this is over.
Well,
This
I mean,
single
it's only... it's still 23 minutes. But as long as Onord keeps the... he doesn't have much of an advantage either, right? Like, he just needs
I see so many Polish infantry units on the map and not many Finnish ones at this point.
Yeah, more your carries coming in, but...
I mean, he will get another flag right now where the Ratsubaki is, because 3 Ognochiki are moving in. So it will be a 12-12 soon.
Oh yeah.
Like,
75
since,
millimeter
Onord should have kept maybe more forces near the right side of the map.
He needs a bombing run in the south. But yeah, losing the Ju-88 obviously hurts. Losing the 2 Planheims earlier was a really big loss. Like,
that's the other T-34 that just got knocked out by the PSTK-75.
this Ju-88 is... get through. Doesn't get its bombs off. And it will die here to the AA fire alone.
Yep.
And the L-237 is even trying to get it shut down, but the AA fire, there's just so much AA. Yeah, I think he should have just gone for the flag in the south.
Yep.
Well, like in the forest, like the Oshnazis and so on, pushing deep are just a much easier target to bomb, and obviously there's no AA that far forward.
I don't know why he still wants to bomb the middle. Like,
Oh yeah,
maybe...
why the Planheims? You just lost stuff to that. Oh no, Onord is inting.
I think if it feels like he's too weak on the side, he doesn't have any MGs. Maybe it's also like the fact that when you play Finnish, you have to play the MGs. Like I said in a recent cast, because you don't have a lot of.
Yeah, your long range capabilities
range.
otherwise are pretty limited. Yeah, P51 easily deals with the Hawks.
Yeah, and the Hawks will go down, I believe there.
If one of them should go down at least, yeah. I mean, it's 337mm, 437mm firing. One of the 37mm firing.
Or maybe the Dodge chance. Oh no.
One of them going down. Onord still on a 1311. 20 minutes to go. 59 somehow. As he pushed in. How did Onord get a flag in the north again? What? I mean, it's a super all-in push.
But
gave him a 59 for a second though, but it's gone again. The 59 is gone again. You need the 59. Obviously, every second the 59 would go on is really, really helpful. It wouldn't win him the game. I don't think he can pick for 6 minutes at that, but would give him more of an advantage that Luna has to push back within the next 19 minutes.
There has the wrong mindset because he's only if he loses his unit there, he has to reinforce with infantry only to hold the flag. I think it would be better just consolidating a push somewhere else, like in the north.
I mean, but keeping the 1311 is really key right now. The carries also in the forest, in the town somehow doing really well. Getting spotted by the DA-10. Also the 75mm for Onord are doing a good job. They just don't have that many HE shells left. And this is such a wild map right now here between these two. Luna bringing in the Tiger. There's not much to stop a Tiger. The off-map also doing pretty well now.
Yeah, the Tiger might be the game
1410 is happening though. P2? What is that actually going for?
It's not the Hungarian gun that will kill the Tigers.
It's very much feeling like Luna is in the ascendancy here.
Yeah, but
I think that's only going to get worse as well.
But it's only 18 minutes. And
for
now it's
really
a tick.
Reinforcing the middle.
Oh, the P2 will go down, I think.
Yeah,
unless there's a fighter. Or maybe the the P2 is too fast. The P51 will most likely not overshoot. Yeah, no, it won't overshoot. Oh. I wanted 53 really try to get the kill. The P2 actually might have been a good plane to keep around against the Tiger.
Yeah. But no. Yeah, losing the planes as Rapana means you lose the game.
I mean, the only thing holding back a ton of flags in the south is 120mm flat gun.
Yeah, but there are pioneers on the way. And by now, Luna needs the double take, I think, to win the game. Or I'm not sure. No, it's still 18 minutes. Maybe not.
Can you explain me, Protoss, why the Hungarian gun that has 30 points still does 2.2 damage in HE instead of 1.50?
I'm not doing the stats, so no. I'm not deciding stats.
That makes it the best, basically the best support gun.
Oh, the Hawk, what is it? Onord! Air micro! No! What the fuck? Ah! Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah,
and Luna's only at 1311.
All the 37 are.
Oh no, the carries are going to deep. Why is he trying to win? Oh, he's trying to win the center. That's a mistake. Also, does he have no supply trucks? That 122mm could have done a lot of work if it would have.
Yeah. I feel like the artillery play, if he had better artillery play, he may have lasted longer at least. Because he would have at least suppressed the AA, but no. Like he's getting an attack on the flank, and he will lose the pack there and the flag there. He will lose both flag there. It will be a 59 for all now.
Yeah, but those Nazis in the south pushing onto pioneers. And if they all throw... Okay, Onord surrenders.
Oh.
GG, we have a champion. And it's
GG.
Luna. With AK. Hercules is not strong enough, Armin. Everyone. It's the power of the meme that wins this tournament. GGVP here to Luna. Really good game.
Yeah, really, really great game there. Fantastic, even. I don't think we could have seen that much back and forth, like all over the map in other maps. Like Coach already does it
Yeah, Kostritz.
Maybe it's Cell. Maybe it's Cell as well.
Yeah, the moment where we didn't see any Mustangs in C-Phase was just like, oh boy. But he had enough AA packed for the fight. And it was well done. And yeah, it was a really good day one in games. All the other games have been finished that are being played now, I think. I think the rest is not going to be played now. Rather, either a bit later. But I mean, we're already live for 8 hours now. So
that was a really fun game to watch.
yeah, like the final game of a tournament being decided by AK. And I mean, that's, yeah, AK buffs really did their job. Like, yeah, Reimer might also not be top dog, but after 8 bans,
I mean, against a top division, against another division, AK will suffer. But in terms of like both division, like yeah, the balance.
Yeah, but after 8 bans, I'm not even too sure. Like, AK is a counter pick against a division that doesn't have super amazing air. Like, Reimer has a lot of air, but it doesn't have the super fast air, which just completely rolls you over, I would say.
I mean, I think any Soviet division that has decent air is in trouble for AK.
But it was a really wild game, and Luna is really good, guys. Like, he's very good. Luna beating Onord here, taking the tournament win after Onord has beaten Gonzo. So Luna the only one with a 4-0. Congratulations. And yeah, thanks to everyone for joining today, as this is where we wrap it up. We haven't done it over the $1,000 mark yet, guys. So I guess that's up for tomorrow, unless someone comes in with a last second sweep in and gets us over here. Or at least a bit closer. But much appreciated all the money we already collected. Helping out Action Against Hunger. And much appreciated all the guys joining. The 10v10 was a lot of fun with Rondolski and co. And yeah, thanks for all the co-casters. Thanks for the rest of the SDL team for helping out. And yeah. See you tomorrow with some lovely Wano. And yeah, if you have a subscription planned, do it now, or do it tomorrow, so it's on stream, if you want it to be seen. And other than that, I will now try to find someone to raid. Is there anyone to raid out there in the world of Twitch? Anyone, for example, streaming Steel Division right now? Anyone, for example, streaming Steel Division? Oh yeah. 30 runners. Let's raid 30 runners. There's someone streaming Steel Division. 3 viewers, so let's boost that person's viewership a bit, guys. Let's see what 30 runners is doing. And let's have some fun. See you all tomorrow with at 1 PM with some show matches for Wano, and then 3 PM with some games. If you want to sign up for the Wano, let me know right now. And then, bye-bye. Let's fight the good fight.
See you later.